Yo, 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 yo. I was thinking I was on mute there. Big up everyone, man. You done all the things. You done all yo, 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 yo,
Hold
yo.
up,
I was thinking I
hold
was
up.
on mute
Where's
there.
this repeat
Big up
coming
everyone,
from?
man. You done all the things. Wow, did you hear that? That was crazy. Man got some echo in the building. Yeah, big up yourselves for attending, for arriving. We back. It's another day. It's Saturday. It's jokes and banter. You know how we play. We ain't taking it too serious, but we can have a good conversation. We can talk about some stuff, but we just ain't gonna take it too serious and be like, jumping on each other's heads and trying to step on each other's throats and all of that horrible stuff. We just gonna keep it light-minded over here, But yeah, you know what we do anyway. Intro music. Big up yourselves, man. Subject for today, what's beef? I want to hear your beefs. I want to hear what you're beefing about. I want to know about your friendship beefs. I want to know about family beefs. I want to know about all the beef. I want to know about industry beefs. Let's get into the beef and talk to me about the beef. Yeah, I got my little man here. He talking to me about his beefs. And what we need to know is it worth it? Why is it beef? Why are you in this situation? Why can't you let it go? Talk to me. Yeah. There's a lot of beef out there. But before we get into that, let me get into this. Hold up. Hey.
I say this with boldness. Speak now or forever hold your peace. We in the last stage, yeah, revelation. You either bend over backwards or refuse the mark of the beast. The first will be last, the last will be first. Dumb and dumber, take notes. Wanna prosper in life? Well, we need to come together, stand up for our rights and be united. Soldier tiger, building bridges is the way forward. In this Mockingjay Hunger Games, young blood, get your faculties right. Betrayal, hatred and failure is for the weak-minded that follow the herd, not me. I'm the black sheep. I don't lick ass for cash money. I'm a trendsetter, no longer puffing on that Mary Jane, but drinking plenty Corona like Jaquan. Now everybody in this bitch get tipsy. Conspiracy theories, or is it reality? Many people woke but still getting gagged. This is a joke, we living in vanity. Crisis actors, plenty liars co-starring like Jim Carrey. But I'm a realist, fuck it, Elon Musk. I refuse to be jabbed, I'm screaming freedom!
Yeah.
I'm screaming freedom!
Yeah. Came up out the dirt, covered in the mud, but they showed me love. The people who I stay around, what was I to do? Struggled in my youth, now I'm big and grown. I got a different edge about me, trying to eat a food, aiming at the moon. Money comes and goes, yeah I know. Tell me about it, story of my life, trying to keep it real, and you know the deal. I'm talking to everybody, yeah. Judo, flip the script, put it in reverse. If you're calling dibs, bro, better be rehearsed. If you're bringing knowledge, though, better be researched. Talking too much grease might end up in a hearse. Bitches take notes, might end up in a purse. When they lose hope, might end up in the church. Bodies in boxes, go and end up in the dirt. Jenny smokes rock, might end up on the curb. I can feel the pain, everybody hurts. If I did you wrong, well, I don't really care. Made a little change, and I'm still at work, but the pain never goes away, and it really burns. Covered in the mud, but they showed me love. The people who I stay around, what was I to do? Struggled in my youth, now I'm big and grown. I got a different edge about me, trying to eat a food, aiming at the moon. Money comes and goes, yeah I know. Tell me about it, story of my life, trying to keep it real, and you know the deal. I'm talking to everybody.
This government agenda fucked, got my ammonia, the work didn't work for me. Just trying to make it to the next day. All I want is more pay, throw it in a pot, watch it come back, they run back, yeah. Fuck about a view, I did it for the culture. So many models, I swear to you vultures. Coming where I'm coming from, it was all fucked, trust me it was all nuts. Man, I got them real things. You know them top cats sitting there chasing the dragon while their kids watch. These mothers are disgusting. I'll be seeing them all over the hood, giving brain for some bones. Where I'm from, slugs fly on the daily, and every other day a scat has another baby. I'll be on that block, screaming that pay me. Pockets all bulging, looking all hazy. Coming where I'm coming from, body got stepped on, dudes got dropped, and mums they lost sons. It's a shame I suppose, but it's the way it goes. Fam, I guess it's just the way of the roads.
Yeah, man. You know how the thing goes, man.
It's crazy out on the roadside. You get me? But it's just a warm up. It's just the intro. So don't be phased by it. I'm gonna wait till the rest of the panelists arrive. I'll wait till you a bit less busy, and we're gonna have a good discussion about this beef thing. Because beef is a serious thing. It's like it's something that affects all of our lives. Every day there's a beef about something. And the more we can find ways of working out our beefs and working out our differences, the better we're gonna be able to work together as a community, is it? So I think it's important that we talk about these things, man. It's important to talk about. We could have called it disputes, but I like the sound of beef better. Yeah. And I know there's a lot of disputes out there in these YouTube streets. Trust me. Hella no. Yeah. There's a hella load of flipping beef out there. Like, you can't get away from it in these YouTube streets. Is it? Like, in real life, yeah, there's beef too, but like not like what's out in these YouTube streets. This YouTube beef is a different type of beef. So we can talk about that one too. Because I know some of us got that YouTube beef going on. And it's like, I can't really take it that serious, but I understand that, personalities can clash. So, I can't say it's not relevant. Everything's relevant, isn't it? Everything in life is relevant. It's how much attention you're paying to it, how much life or how much energy you're giving to it. That gives it its relevance, isn't it? So, for example, when you're beefing with someone, you're putting energy into that. You're giving that person energy because you beefing them. When they beefing you, they're giving you that energy. Or maybe you both giving that energy to each other. Pause. You see what I did right there. But long story short, it's a thing that affects us all. And sometimes it's good to talk about things to end up, and just working out how to deal with them with causing the least harm, like that. With doing the least damage. Long story short. And I know I talk a lot. So I'm not going to chat to you too much while there's no one here. I'm going to go into my next track. And we're going to keep it funky today, man. It's Saturday, man. We're going to do a nice little relaxed one. Might even do some freestyle Saturday. Like that. How you feeling, people? Talk to me. You want some freestyle Saturday? I'm not seeing no one in the comment section right now. But everyone who's logged in right now, I can see at least 4 people who's logged in right now. Like, leave a comment. Say something. Tell me what's on your mind, what you're thinking. At least interact with me a little bit. But either way, I'm going to do my thing. You know how I do. Yeah? It ain't the Shiffa show, but it's jokes and banter. Let's go.
Okay, Riggs.
Perfect, but who cares? I'm living a dream compared to those facing nightmares. Life isn't perfect, but who cares? I'm living a dream compared to those facing nightmares. Life isn't perfect, but who cares? I'm living a dream compared to those facing nightmares. Life isn't perfect, but who cares? I'm living a dream compared to those facing nightmares. Life isn't perfect, but who cares? It's a dog-eat-dog world, progression in hand with family and friends. Learn to love, honor and care. That's part of the past when quarrels and disputes will end. For fuck's sake, I'm frustrated and angry at the state of my welfare. But why should I be, man? Should I be sad? As a matter of fact, I should be glad that I got a roof over my head, plenty akis and shahar, soul food and a couple of Budweiser. Car, some people ain't even got a penny, let alone or a pound or a bucket to piss in. Look, call me a joker, but he who laughs hardest. Moving forward, there is no time crying over spilled milk. New beginnings, happy new year, laughter and good times. Life isn't perfect, but who cares? I'm living a dream compared to those facing nightmares. Life isn't perfect, but who cares? I'm living a dream compared to those facing nightmares. Life isn't perfect, but who cares? I'm living a dream compared to those facing nightmares. Life isn't perfect, but who cares? I'm living a dream compared to those facing nightmares.
It's a mad thing. Coming up, we never had things. It was all about that money in a bag, quick peas. And it gets peak when you're on the roads and you're struggling to eat. Hustling and juggling to make ends meet in the city. Where the blocks are grimy, the streets are gritty, girls are pretty. But they're giving up the kitty too fast. Relationships that won't last. Watch the snakes in the grass, guns go blast. All about the papers, I didn't go class. From the low caste, but I still rose up like a fungus, growing in the darkness. Cold-blooded, heartless, looking for a target. Boxes of food getting sold at the market. Looking for a gig, it's no walk in the park. We had to grow faster, struggle from the start.
Life isn't perfect, but who cares? I'm living the dream compared to those facing nightmares. Life isn't perfect, but who cares? I'm living the dream compared to those facing nightmares. Life isn't perfect, but who cares? I'm living a dream compared to those facing nightmares. Life isn't perfect, but who cares? I'm living a dream compared to those facing nightmares.
All that black and black crime, we didn't give a fuck about niggas. It was metal to your dome, dude, show me the figures. If you don't like the game, then you should've went to school. Now you stuck on the block, gotta blast that tool. Shit's greasy, blood, believe me, it ain't easy, but we never knew different. Think there's beef and Putin the way they shooting. Streets too hot though, everybody lose it. Get it, then I blow it. I know I'm gonna make it back. LV the Crips, Da Vinci the Tracky. Don't do Versace, I find it all tacky. Don't like saltfish, but love a little acky. Done a lot of traveling, my mind's all mappy. Got jealous on the phone, she's unhappy. I talk to these bitches, but I ain't got time to link. Now off my line with your dumb stupid shit.
Life isn't perfect, but who cares? I'm living a dream compared to those facing nightmares. Life isn't perfect, but who cares? I'm living a dream compared to those facing nightmares. Life isn't perfect, but who cares? I'm living a dream compared to those facing nightmares. Life isn't perfect, but who cares? I'm living a dream compared to those facing nightmares.
Alright, big up to man like True Slayer. I'm saying man like True Slayer, but I don't actually know if it's a man or a woman. I don't know who True Slayer is, but you could let me know if you are someone who I actually know who you are. But big up yourself, same time. And yeah, the beef thing with Seven and Ari is mad, and it's real. And it's a real thing. It's really that you really got beef. And that's what made me say to myself, you know what? We need to talk about some of this beef, man. There's a lot of real beefs out there, man. And some of them, you know, maybe they are resolvable, but or maybe they were resolvable, but it's like
who cares?
Like that.
I'm living a dream compared to those facing nightmares. Life isn't perfect, but who cares?
Alright, let me lock that off for a second. Yeah, maybe some of these beefs are real, and maybe they were resolvable, but they just ain't resolvable no more. Who knows? I can't speak for no one else in it. Like I'm trying to create a space where we can resolve beefs over here, and you know, let go of some of our issues and all of that. I'm not really trying to be in this beef sector thing. You see what I'm trying to say? But I realize it's a real thing. I know it happens. Yeah. You know, I know some of us have had beef in-house, like with close ones, like loved ones, relatives, like close friends, X, Y, Z. So the beef thing is real. It's not a joke. Don't ever get it confused. But listen, I'm going to play one more for you like, before I get into this properly. We should have some panelists any minute now.
The snub there, that'll knock you niggas off your feet. So watch your beat, we in the street, 100 deep, money speaks. On a crime wave, car crime pays. 2 up in Cunch for like 5 days, breezing down the motorway. Whole team with our shits looking like a motorcade. Everybody presidential, looking on a boss wave. Nigga tearing up and still calling it an off day. A off day, talking all that smoke, he ain't even spot a matchstick. Any ends, patch flip, feds chase, don't stick. From young I hit the road of starve. Me K, licking cars, wifey falling out of bra. Whole gang fit her ass. Cut the talk when they come in. Got the top down, young boy gunning. Sophie went and spent 5 racks on her chest. They could rip the points themselves, I'm working with the best.
Back that, flip that, reload, drop that. Run up in the shop, flip the cash flow, cop that. Pistol, YG, OG, hot cat. Busy staircases, life on the block. I was in the blue when they never called it blue. Greenborough 2, whole family on movements. I was in the NAM back before they were flagging. Now it's all changed, had to make some improvements. I was going bricky too 2002. Town full of angels, poverty driven boosting. Chilling with the shot of them, Tottenham to Homerton, Stratford to Cannon Town. I was with a lot of them. Street code, beef code, road was kinda hotter then. I've been in the field, Enfield, ain't forgotten them. Late night, players club, with the top of them. Yardies and Nigis, double up the dollars them. Name brands, big whips, been through the lot of them. West them popping off tags with the rubber men. Big buds, high grade, loud packs, fuck a blem. 36 zip locks, bagging up and chopping them. Bag that, flip that, reload, drop that. Run up in the shops with the cash flow, pop that. Big dogs, YGs, OGs, pop cats, busy staircases. Life on the blocks, back that, flip that, reload, drop that. Run up in the shops with the cash flow, pop that. Big dogs, YGs, OGs, pop cats, busy staircases. Life on the blocks, yeah, don't get it twisted. You know what it is.
Yeah, man, it's real out there in the field. Big up everyone who's getting it, who's got the direct message already. If you are looking to join the chat and have a conversation, the link is in the chat, it's in the description. There's all sorts of ways for you lot to get this link and jump on the panel and talk to me about your beefs. I want to say shout out to all my regulars. I want to say shout out to 360, shout out to Natty. I want to say shout out to Sham. I want to say shout out to G, both G's. I want to say shout out to all the brothers them, because now will be the time for you to arrive and talk about some beef. Because I'll be honest with you, like, I've got to do something quickly. As everyone knows, I've got a little man here with me and he quite demanding. So we might have to run some more music for you lot while I'm dealing with what I'm dealing with. But I'm pretty sure that someone's gonna arrive soon to talk about their beef. That's all we're waiting on right now. I could tell you about one of my beefs, yeah, because I got some beefs, believe you me. One of my biggest beefs is, when people don't turn up on time, you got certain people that you arrange to meet someone a particular time to go to a particular place, and it's it's quite important to everyone because it's something we all decided to do. And then they turn up late, and then when you tell them bro, what's with the late thing, they get upset with you for telling them about their lateness. That one gets on my nerves. Like, I don't mind even someone being a little bit late, but them people, you can't even tell them bro, you can't even say nothing, because you say something, they're gonna get upset and start acting wild and just start chatting rubbish. Like, I ain't got time for that behavior, man. That's one of my personal beefs. And I got a brethren who does that. He will turn up late. And you'd be like, fam, every single time you're late, and you'd be like, bro, you don't need to argue with me, man. And just start chatting. I don't even know. Let me try not to swear. I'm trying my hardest, but he knows who he is. He probably listening. You're always late by yourself by date, as Gordon G would say. Big up Gordon G as well, man. Big up the Trailblazers, man. Yeah. Big up Roots Maneuver and them, man, there. The whole squad, they get me. Yeah, come on, man. You man are doing your thing. Them man, they brought me in on certain things. So big them up still. Hopefully they're all listening right now. But yeah, man, that's one of my personal beefs. When a man turn up late and you can't even say it. In fact, just people in general that you can't tell nothing. You got that friend, you got certain friend where you just can't tell them nothing. And they'll get proper aggressive as well if you try and tell them anything, even if they're wrong. I can't take that wrong and strong thing. It gets on my last nerves. I'll end up cussing you. So the best thing to do is don't do it around me, because we will argue. I will cuss. I will make up names. I should have laughed. But I think that's partly because it's it's almost like they're getting away with it. They've got away with it for years, for long. No one's ever said nothing to them. And because they'll get vexed quick and get all aggressive, certain people are timid in it. They don't want to deal with the aggression. I will deal with your aggression today, and I'll tell you about your stinking foot and your blasted timekeeping, where you just don't respect other people's time. I feel no way. Is it? Isn't it, little man? Yeah. All my little man's looking at me right now about my timekeeping. Is like, hold on, Dad, I was asking you for this dummy about 3 minutes ago, brother. I know I'm in of it, so I had to just give him his little gummy. You get me? But long story short, we're gonna get into some more beefs. In the meantime, between time, what's this next track I'm gonna play? We're gonna play some online. And then we're gonna get into some more still. But you lot, come on, man. Like 92 Dread, where you at? Sham, where you at? Where's the boy? Where's the brothers at? Do you know what? We could do this later, you know. If you lot ain't got time to chat, like you could just listen to me for a little while and then we could do this thing later. But I prefer if you lot turn up now, but we'll see what happens in it. I'm gonna go back on mute. Let's play something.
Amazon online, bought my wifey trainers. Wifey's got me too. Jimmy Choo's like I'm famous. Navigation time, find a way from here to Vegas. Mexico get litty, taking pictures in bodegas. Online, tickets with no warning. Couple hours later, now I'm on a plane, I'm soaring. Got Wi-Fi on my flight, I can check when we arrive. Tell my people not to rush in case my plane don't land in time. Online like all the time, I got doorbell cams online. Look, I'm seeing DHL, I know my parcel's landing, guys. I can see it on my tracker, you can leave it round the side. I'll be back in 20 minutes, I can see my trip online. Online. I got game online. I make hits online. I got pics online. They get extra likes. Came with extra spice. And I'm next in line. All the rinse and easy kicks. And I want them pressed in white. Online. I'm not the texting type. They ain't told you texting died. Man ain't on no texting vibes. Buy clothes online and they're fitted right. Call of Duty bullets fly. Streaming camera, do it live. My pics are hella tight. Drop top, whip it white. Credit score looking healthy. Order one and get it twice. Online. I'm off the limit high. Put it on my Instagram. Swinging chain, blinging ice. Tone it down, get it right. Show them how we're living life. Cryptocurrencies online. Open doors, suicide. Online. You could buy this beat online. NFTs, let it fly. Brand new ways of getting by. Online. I got game online. I make hits online. I got pics online. They get extra likes. Came with extra spice. And I'm next in line. All the rinse and easy kicks. And I want them pressed in white.
Yeah, man. Big up to the brothers, them, the sisters, them. Hopefully someone's gonna arrive soon to talk about their beef, because we want to hear about your beef today. We are waiting. We right here. We ain't going nowhere. Yeah, we ain't going nowhere. We right here. We waiting for you guys. When you're ready, I can just keep talking about my beefs for the rest of the day if you like. You know, I've had many beefs. I'm gonna tell you, I've had many beefs. You know, like another beef of mine that I'd like to talk about. I don't like. All right, one thing I can't take is I can't take bullying. Yeah. And one massive beef of mine is, you know, when you've got like a friend who's like, they're big for they're kind of like tall or they're kind of hench or whatever, but they only ever want to fight people when they're smaller. That gets on my nerves. I'm just looking at you sideways. Like, why you always want to fight smaller people? What's wrong? Why you always want to beat up some little person, like some little, like, I don't know, like someone smaller than you? I just don't get that. But some people are like that, man. They're going to put on all that size and they just want to fight people small. They don't want to fight people their size, you know. You give them someone their size, all of a sudden they're the nicest pie. They're all polite and stuff. But you put them around people smaller than them, they're always running their mouth, always talking aggressive and all that. That gets on my last nerve. Yeah. I think that when I see that type of behavior, it kind of makes me get aggressive with that particular person as well, because you're so aggressive. Like, it's like you need some aggression to calm you down, to show you the effects of your behavior. You see it? On a serious note. But yeah, it is what it is, man. Let's run another one while I'm waiting for you, lot.
Keep your head up in these streets, yeah. Is there heaven for a G? Gotta keep your head up in these streets. If I die, I hope that there's a heaven for a G. I feel the pain when I lay my head and go to sleep, remembering some people we ain't never gonna see again. How can I just stand by, watching my world exploding like a landmine? And if I ever did you dirty, then I'm sorry too. But to be real with you, back then I wouldn't have cared about it. Just make the money keep coming like a landslide. No peripherals, my vision seeing blindsided. I was tripping, I was going out my damn mind. I still remember when they used to give me airtime. Oh, you should open up your ears now. If you weren't hearing me before, you're about to hear it now. Don't get caught in too much dirt, cause it will follow you. Just like they followed you on Instagram, it's weird now. I seen too many people go, it's in my head now. And life to me is worth more than just getting bread now. I can't go to sleep, I try and lay my head down, but I still hear your voices speaking in the background. Whoa, put something in the air now. I think I need to put something in the air now. I made promises I know I didn't follow through. If I ever did you dirty, then I'm sorry too. Whoa, put something in the air now. I think I need to put something in the air now. I made promises I know I didn't follow through. I'm just trying to think of ways I couldn't acknowledge you. Oh, it's crystal clear now. I don't wait for situations, I'm prepared now. We've been going through some shit that I won't go into. Lost my mama, F the world like I don't care about it. Had to find a way to try and get my head around it. Get it right, despite all those who ever doubted. Different people got different things we're going through. Babies crying, Negroes dying, you might hear about it. Get that money, get the currency, the bread and stack it. If you never heard the story, you might read about it. They can see me but can't see them things I'm going through. Bad decisions get you missing, leave you dead around, forget about it. Put something in the air now. I think I need to put something in the air now. I made promises I know I didn't follow through. If I ever did you dirty, then I'm sorry too. Whoa, put something in the air now. I think I need to put something in the air now. I made promises I know I didn't follow through. I'm just trying to think of ways I couldn't acknowledge you. Oh, Lord.
Yes, big up.
Yeah, big up, brother. Big up.
Yeah, man. Good topic today, man.
Come on, man.
Top-
We got to
I
talk
think,
about some beefs, man.
Yeah, man. I think obviously like Seven and Ari, they awoke. They show that, boy, you know, sometimes the beef is just it just can't get moved, kind of thing, or at least from
Come
my
on.
man's side, it seemed pretty deep.
Come on. Certain times
You
it's
know?
like that though, cuz certain times it can't be resolved, innit? So do you know what I want to do though, Shat? I just got to sort out something, little man, just feed in quickly. Can you hold down the show for a minute while I just
Yeah,
sort him out?
yeah. Go do your
I'm
thing.
gonna
Go
make
do your
a
thing.
bit of noise. I'll give it to you.
Yeah. All right, cool. Yeah, I think with the whole YouTube beef, especially, I don't think it needs to personally get too deep. That's always been my my kind of stance on it. You know, keep it a bit more light, and this is why it's called like jokes and banter as well, because you know, taking shit way too serious, I think that's kind of dead. But you can see when someone takes it like mad serious, um, by the way they move. You know, you can tell if someone's been hurt or whatnot. Personally, for me, I think the most important like beef or kind of like place to have calmness is obviously like in a relationship. You know, that's really where you don't want beef. But I know a lot of men these days feel like, you know, I don't want to say all women, but a lot of women are just very argumentative, and a lot of men struggle with like You know, I don't know. I think there's like a trend. Like you always see, like, you know, a man sitting in his car outside the house, you know, before he goes inside, kind of thing, waste an hour by doing whatever he does, you know, sitting in the car or his van. And I think for men, what women need to understand is that we just want peace. If you can get, like, we'd even be in a bad situation as long as it's peaceful. I know that sounds crazy, but that's kind of like how our brains work. So anytime you're bringing pasta our way or anything like that, it just it never works out. And I think some of the time, or quite a lot of the time, women, they think, okay, I'm gonna leave subtle hints, and where I'm leaving subtle hints, he's supposed to, or he should catch on what I want him to do. But that's the biggest mistake I find, and it causes a lot of beef and a lot of arguments because, like, we don't pick up on these kind of these so-called hints that you lay for us. You know, we find that shit difficult to read your mind, but you expect us to be mind readers. For men, it's a lot easier if you just tell us what you want, and then we can make a decision on whether we want to do that or not. And I think that's definitely something that women um, should obviously like start thinking about in relationships. Do not think that we can guess what you're thinking or anything like that. I think that is a recipe for disaster. You know. Uh, let's see. Let's see what Trill. I see you wrote something there. Triller Slayer. The beef thing with Madman 7 and RE is mad. Yeah, it is a bit mad. It definitely is a bit mad, to be honest with you. I don't know why they're going so hard. Like I said, innit, I hope no one gets offended when I say this. I have heard, or there's a rumor going around, that RE and 7 work together, and RE has been sent on a mission to promote 7 covertly. So I don't know how true that is, and it seemed the beef seemed pretty real to me when I last, you know, when I see them discuss it. But anyway, like, that's what I'm saying. YouTube beef is one thing. Like I said, I think the most important thing you could do is to keep a peaceful household. I think from when you got a peaceful household, your life, you can start to plan your life, you can plan your day, you can achieve your goals. But if there's just chaos in your house, I find that it's not gonna work. Um, and like, yeah, I've personally, on a personal note, like I've been with some moany women, like some proper moany women, women that just won't, like, they just, not all the time, but it's like there's always something, you know, they're moaning about. Um, like I had one woman, it was just no matter where we moved, she just wanted to move all the time. It was like move, move, move. Was always placing her happiness on a location, and this caused a lot of fighting because I'm saying like raw, I can't keep moving like this. You know, every time you expect me to move, it puts me back. I'm having to find, you know, new jobs, make new connections. Um, so I don't know. I don't really know why a lot of women sort of. I don't know. It's a difficult question, but when I speak to a lot of like guys, one thing that is becoming apparent is that the moaning that we sometimes go through is immense. Um, that is absolutely immense, and I don't know why women do it. I don't know if it's their way of, you know, releasing a bit of stress or anger, but we don't understand that shit. It just fucks up our head to the point where we just want to explode, you know. Um, and I think it can sort of like border on psychological abuse as well to some extent. You know, when certain woman is just moaning and making your life difficult. And as far as like solution to this, we were speaking about this the other day as well. It's like it seems that the guys that just go mad and just show some anger, they're the guys that get left alone. So it's like you lot say you don't want, a violent guy or whatnot, but it seems like the violent guys are living the best life. They're the ones that you lot don't fuck with. They're the ones that are like, living in peace. So it's like when us guys see this, we think to ourselves, oh, okay. So you want me to be like a madman because unless I act like a madman, you're not gonna respect me. And I hope that's not the case. I hope that's not the case. I hope that's not something innate that women actually want, that they want their men to be, psychopaths or whatnot. But sometimes I really do think that that is the case, you know. And
Do you
obviously
think some of
men do think.
you think some of that's got to do with animal instincts?
I don't know, I can't really work it out why, but I just think like to just explain it in like an easy way, I just think a lot of women just fuck with their men for no reason. Like they just fuck with them for the sake of fucking with them. Like they know it's pissing them off and they still do it. Stupid things or small little things. And yeah, man, I think that's something that men all around the world don't appreciate. And this is why I know that there was that newspaper thing about the man who took the Ukrainian woman and whatnot, and people taking like women from Africa or from Asia or whatever, and even like Russia. I would say I think Russia's got women that have a different mentality, and I think the men that do that they kind of just want someone who's gonna submit, and that seems to be like for women to submit these days. It's like I can't, I don't know what they're thinking, but from looking from the outside, it seems like they feel like they're taking an L by submitting to their man, and I think this is a tragedy, kind of thing. And then you got a whole side of women saying, "Well, why should I submit to him? He ain't got enough money for me to submit, or he ain't got enough status for me to submit." Um, and yeah, I just think it's not the vibe. I think for a good family structure, even the Bible says you got God, then husband, and so forth. So yeah, there has to be a bit of a balance, and I think the balance is clearly gone, and I think this is creating all the beef. So women are empowered by society, and they bring that power into relationships, and the man don't really feel like his place is secure, as in what it traditionally should be, and I think this just creates chaos, absolute chaos. um, and this is what leads to breakups and fighting and all the rest of it. And I think a solution is for, especially in relationships, for women to just take a step back and say, you know what, I love my man. I'm gonna let my man, like kind of like do his thing. He's gonna lead us, blah blah blah, and you'll see how well things will go. Um, I don't think you can have too many bosses, unfortunately, and you know that's kind of like the issue. Um, and I also believe that like in a situation where a man and a woman are working together in a positive way, I do think you become untouchable by all of these big organizations, because when we're divided, we're weak. So for a woman to just be out there on her own, she's obviously um, not in danger. It's not the right word, but she's obviously fragile to all the pressures that are around, as in medical pressures, pressures with bringing up the children, etc. So personally, I think that it's part of a bigger plan to get man and woman to fight. I think there's a lot of people that are starting to accept this as truth. There's definitely an agenda to split up families, and once they've been able to split up the families, they're going to be able to push whatever evil plans they have a lot more smoothly. Um, because I think it's easier for a woman to give in. It's a man is less likely to give in to pressure, but a female, is more likely to give in to sort of like the system and whatnot. Um, could be fair. Anyway, big up whoever that is that's on there now. That's you, Shifa.
So do you think a lot of the beefs in this world today that we're living in are due to the females?
In a relationship, yes, I would say they start most of the fighting. I can't even try to pretend that that's not the case. But the thing is, whenever they do start all of the fighting, they've always got some solid ass excuse of why they did. The excuse of why they behaved like that is so strong that it immediately becomes the man's fault. And it's gonna become very clear to you exactly why this is your fault without any shadow of a doubt. So the fact that you've even raised this now, you've just put yourself in a bad place, because now you're gonna hear about why the behavior start to hear that, you think to yourself, why did I even ask? Why did I not
I hear
just
you, but
accept
obviously
the
it's jokes and
violation
banter,
and let
isn't it?
that be that?
But
Yeah,
it's jokes and banter.
yeah,
We're not taking that. People don't take this too seriously, innit? But I can say from personal experience, yeah, I've been in
yeah,
situations with females, yeah, where, like, for instance, a female might get upset with you for doing something, yeah, and they may
yeah,
retaliate by doing the very thing that they was upset with you for doing. And to me, that's like the
yeah.
biggest hypocrite shit you could ever do in your life, like that.
Oh shit, yeah.
That would be like
But
me
what,
going to
like
a person and
cheating?
saying, listen, no, I mean in a sense of, me going to a person, yeah, and having a conversation, and
Yeah,
the person keeps running them up or shouting or whatever, and I say, stop shouting at me, man. But while I'm telling them
yeah,
stop shouting at me, I'm shouting at them. And then on top of it, after I've told them stop shouting at me and they stop shouting, I keep shouting. I'm not saying a very good
yeah.
example. I'm not saying
You
a
know
very
what
good
that's called?
example that way,
That's called
have
mirroring.
I? Go on.
Have you heard of that? It's called mirroring. When you
Yeah.
when you mirror someone's behavior, and to show them, like, if you're trying to get someone to understand how they've upset you and they're just not getting it, then obviously if you use mirroring, where you're showing them, you keep showing them what they're doing, and then they're finally like, raw, is that how fucking annoying it is? All right, cool, I'm gonna stop. So I don't know if
Do you know
that's
why I
what
find
we
that
were
one a
trying
bit
to.
silly though, cuz? Because sometimes,
Yeah,
yeah, you're gonna do something that the other person's doing, yeah, in mirroring them, and it doesn't bother them the way it bothers you. Do you know, like that?
that's true. That is true. Yeah, yeah, of course. That's unfortunate, but that's like,
So it's
what do you do when it
like I
happens?
think
That's
there's got to be
unfortunate.
limits to the limitations to this mirroring. Like I can see it in certain circumstances working, but
Yeah, and some of them it's just not going to be the one.
well, then you got real beef, you know.
Yeah, yeah, but you know what? There's a whole song.
It's
Whenever
like
when
being
you
a
said
wind
that,
up.
I
You know, some
thought,
people, if you wind them up, use wind up tactics, they'll go mad.
yeah, of course. But you know when you say like it's like real beef and whatnot, and I'm thinking, yeah, you're right. There is absolutely like real beef. And what's that song? Was it Biggie's song? What's beef? Was it Biggie? I swear it was. You probably know more than when it comes to music, but it's like the way he describes beef there. To me, that's like cool. When we're talking about beef, that's proper beef, innit? Beef is when you can't go to sleep at night. Beef is when you don't even want to stay at the property anymore. And anything less than that, it's not really that serious. If it's not life and death, then boy, I think we can kind of move on. I mean, I can move on from most things. That's the truth, innit? But I think some people just can't move on. And I think that is a sad thing, not to be able to move on. You know, like you're just bunning yourself out, really. I think being able to like forgive and just forget. There's nothing. There's nothing that will strengthen you
Yeah, I
more
like some
spiritually.
next
Put it
level
that
beef,
way.
bro. That's next level.
Yeah,
Was it what the
yeah,
letting
that's
things
next
go?
level. Yeah, I
Come on,
think I
man.
think
Come on.
everyone should be able to let things go, but some people can't, and I think it's a bit sad to a certain extent. You know,
Come
if you
on.
can't let
Don't you
things
remember?
go.
Do you remember that film back in the day, Back to the Future?
Yeah,
Marty McFly, and
yeah,
he's got beef with Biff and a man there. And anytime Biff
yeah.
sees man, he's on it. He's not having none of it. He is
I
on
know,
things.
I know, I know.
He gets punched up
Like,
so many
can't.
times.
Yeah. Now that's weirdo behavior to me anyway. I think so. Like to be like the where I'm at, literally, I ain't got beef with no one. If people got beef with me, where you got your own beef kind of thing, because I don't really carry beef like that. Like, because I forget about it. Like, if you were to ask me, oh, how did this thing start, or what happened, or like, I won't even remember. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm like that. I'm like that, man. I'll be honest with you. Like, I can't take certain beef serious. Do you know, like that? Unless it's like, say, like it's someone I know directly, you're in my face, and we see each other on a day-to-day basis. Like that one day, I could
Yeah,
kind of take seriously. But if I ain't seen you
yeah,
on a day-to-day basis, you don't even live in my local area. Like that ain't beef to me, man. That's just a squabble.
yeah, yeah. That's real talk. Obviously, you gotta like protect yourself at all times and whatnot. Because I did have well, it weren't really me that it happened to, but it was like a neighbor who was two neighbors. And basically, one of them just like we all used to hang around when we were younger, and one of them used to take the piss out of the other one when we were all younger. And I'm talking like 15 years plus has had passed. And one day he just turned up at this other guy's house, wanted to fight him with a knife. And apparently, all that trauma finally just came out, sort of thing. And it was mad. Like the guy that he was confronting, what's wrong with you? Like, it's been years since any of that. Like, I didn't mean that shit. It's just like when we're young. So that made me realize that to some people, shit goes deep, and always be aware of these people, because they could try to do some serious harm to you if you're not conscious to the fact that to them the beef is on and it's very serious. It's a bit like that salsa that pops up in the chat sometimes. It's like, even like her, we had one little disagreement on Born Rich's channel, and it's like, boy, you can see how her behavior is. She's furious. And I kind of just think to myself, like, okay, cool. Like, you're pissed off, but it's like, how long are you going to be pissed off for? It's a bit like I
You know
do.
what though? I think Souza's one of them people. Like, if she gravitates towards you, she gravitates towards you, innit? If she likes your energy today, she might not like it tomorrow, and you have to take her like with a pinch of salt as well, like, because she's just she's playing her role as Souza, but at the same time, don't take it like she's not. I don't think she's serious about any type of hatred. Because there were times where I thought she hated me, and it's like, we're cool, innit? We're still cool. We can still have a conversation and that. So maybe I just took her the wrong way. Maybe you're taking her the wrong way as well, is what I'm saying, in a sense. So don't take it too serious. It ain't that serious. She might still be cool with you, but she just didn't like something you said. You see it? Or something man did, or whatever, like that. So she's gonna speak her mind. And I think in a way, that's a good trait to have, that you can speak your mind. You're not gonna butter coat nothing. You're not gonna pull no punches, but you'll still be cool, innit? You can still have a conversation. You're not gonna write anyone off like that, unless they're a pedo or obviously some kind of weirdo. But yeah, man, I don't know what's happened to Sham. I think he's dropped out. Signal must have popped down. But yeah, man, like, I think like it's a good point that he makes. Sometimes beef ain't really that serious. The person who's beefing you might not even be taking it that this serious. You might be taking it more serious than them, because you feel that you're being pressured, or you feel whatever you're feeling, innit? Like, people feel things, innit? But ultimately, it's better to understand where the other person is going with it. It's better to understand that, because once you know where they're going with it, then you know what level to take it to from your side of things. You see it? Cause you could go too far.
I get that.
You could end up going too far, and the person, like, they might have even been kind of cool with you. They might have even been beefing with you because they saw potential for change for better in you. Do you understand?
Yeah.
And that was their beef. So it's best to know what their beef is rather than just, you know, react to beef.
Yeah. Of course, of course. Big up, Cotton. I see you there. No, you're right. You're absolutely right. But what I think I'm more trying to say that I think some people don't want to confront the real. Instead of like confronting their real issues, they're pretending that, oh, this is what I'm really angry about. When in reality, it's like, I don't really think that is what you're angry about. You're angry about other shortcomings in your life. And this is now obviously spilling out onto a whole heap of, spilling out in a whole heap of other ways. But you can see it sometimes. The way people just spaz out, especially on these panels. And I think that it's a sign of, they're not content in their own life, or something is going on, or they're just too invested. One of the two, you know. That's what I think, anyway. Let's see. I gotta check. My headphone's still connected, right? Yeah, I can see myself moving there. But what do you think, Cotton? Then what do you think? We were also saying about that women starting a lot of drama in relationships. How do you feel about that criticism to a certain extent? I speak to a lot of men, and they just not all. Always when we say things, we're not talking about all women. We're not saying all the time, nothing like that. And we're also saying that men probably do the same thing and worse. But like,
See, can I add something to that? I think with women, I think the way a woman,
why are you always going out? And then like my answer to that would be, okay, so you don't want us to live good and be able to go on holidays and whatnot. You don't want to have nice things. How am I supposed to do anything just sitting in the house with you? Obviously, I have to go out. Obviously, I have to sometimes do what you think is socializing, but it's actually networking. To build solid relationships with people you might be able to, do some business in the future. So that's something that I think a lot of men deal with. The need.
you see, when you say that though, cuz you see when you say that, you see the way I look at it is, like women need attention, innit? Like kids need attention. There's certain people, like if you got ADHD, you need attention, innit? And I believe that, women, I'm not gonna call all women attention seekers, but I believe that to some extent they are attention seeking, and they need that attention, they need that verification, they need someone to tell them they look good, they need someone, oh, I like your hair, I like that look. They need that gratification, whereas men, we don't need it in the same way. So I think that's why we're kind of a bit more closed off to that kind of attachment. Someone's echoing though.
Yeah, it's me. Listen, it's me. I've got to come back because for some reason my headset keeps disconnecting. So I'm speaking, and I think I'm just going on a long rant, only to find out that you're speaking as well because my headphone's disconnected. I'm gonna try to solve it. Just give me 1 sec.
Yeah, that was mad still. I felt like I was talking to myself.
Yeah. I thought I was talking to myself. 1 sec.
Jump out, jump back in. Jump back in.
Yeah.
Wagwan Dread.
Yo, mic check.
92 Dreads.
Nah, it ain't working.
One, two. Yeah, what, can you hear me, yeah?
Yeah, but it's still echoing. Put your thing on mute for a sec.
I'm gonna jump back out and
Yeah,
jump back in.
yeah. No, your thing's
We're good
cool. It
now,
was
yeah.
sham. It was sham. Yeah.
Yeah, what's popping, man?
They are. We're talking about beef
That
today,
was
man. We in the beef sector right now.
a good show yesterday, man. And you know what? Like, you can learn a lot from people. Even the shit that you said last night, man. You just have to allow it, bro.
Yeah. You do sometimes, man. It's not worth it, man. Sometimes it ain't worth it, but like I said, I'm not going to tell anyone how to live their life or that they must or they should, especially not when they're elders. I'm just going to tell people my opinion. And if I'm speaking, I'll speak from my perspective, what I would do. But I can't tell anyone what to do because I ain't no one's parent like that. I'll tell my kids what to do, and that's it. And I'll still respect everyone, whatever decision you make. I'm still going to give you your respect, especially as the elders. Is it? So, like, don't watch
Exactly.
nothing, but if we don't try to do better, then who's gonna try for us? Is it? Like, this is our community over here.
Yeah, that's right, man. And like what you said last night, they're both content creators. Create something good, man, about it. Well, if you ain't got nothing to say about each other, then don't create a whole heap of bullshit on the internet, because that's your life, man.
Yeah. It is what it is. And at the end of the day, we're all not necessarily like family like that, but we are family. We're still brothers. We still sisters. We still coming from the black sector, like that, or the black community. So we need to be showing some kind of solidarity and trying to find ways of not warring with each other, even if we don't like each other.
That's right, man.
But
That's
the
right.
thing
That's
is,
right.
like, don't you feel to a certain extent that people should have like limits? The shit that they were saying about my man, they were taking the piss out of. I don't even want to repeat it, but
Mm,
just the things they were saying about him, it was like
yeah.
it was immense. You know, it seems like can't people just take the piss without having to take it there? You know what? I think a lot of people, I don't think they realize when I'm actually gunning someone or doing whatever. If people only knew how much I hold back, like I'm
Mm,
holding back so much. Even when I've had like arguments where people have felt like, barling just from what I was saying, even then I've held back. I didn't even take it like personal. Like when you're taking a piss out of the way, specifically someone looks, especially if it's a female. So many times I've just not done it because I think I don't
yeah.
want to break you. Because when I come back tomorrow and then I can see you're all bust up or you're not coming online because of what's being said, I think allow it. Like
Mm,
I can go hard. It's not an issue. I'll go hard and I'll laugh my head off while I'm doing it, but it's just something in me telling me that it's not the vibe, kind of thing.
yeah.
But for some people, they need to go straight for the jugular, and I'm just like, when I see people do that, I just think you're a weak ass person, man. Like,
Mm.
is that really what you need to do 24/7? Like, you just got to go for the kill. Like, you can't leave nothing there, sort of thing.
See, I
I don't
just
know,
forgive them
man.
because the reason I forgive people, yeah, is because I know my mentality in it. I know I've got a strong personality. I know I've got a big mouth. I know I can talk a lot. I know I could be quite intimidating, and I'm not
Yeah,
flipping 5'5" neither. So,
yeah,
I just tend to forgive people because I feel like, at the end of the day, there's nothing you could do to me. I've had
yeah,
so much
Exactly.
done to me in this lifetime. You couldn't do anything worse to me. So,
yeah,
to me, you're a small problem. That's a small problem. That's baby food. Like, it's not even bothering me like that. If it's bothering them like that, cool. Because I know most of these people online, they fragile, man. Even the ones, who act like they're not fragile. They may act like they're the most biggest gangsterist person who ever lived on the planet. But I guarantee you, when I start talking, we'll see the fragility in them. We'll see them react in
yeah,
ways that they wouldn't necessarily react with other people because most people are fragile. Cause that not even being funny. It's not a diss. I'm
yeah,
not very fragile. You see me. People would say I'm closed off from my feelings. I'm quite cold hearted, but I'm not actually cold
yeah.
hearted. I just know when and where to use my feelings and I know how to switch them off. That's all it
Okay,
is.
yeah.
Like
But I
that.
can
They're
do
not
that
the
as
be
well.
all and
Most
end all.
most men do that. That's our strength, because we can
You'd be
turn cold
surprised.
when. Yeah, yeah. No, but we can turn
Yeah.
cold when we have to. That's kind of like That's the one thing that we have. It's like, because if we're gonna fight a female on this kind of wavelength, the only thing where we can win is where we just turn cold and say, you know what, I don't give a fuck, and fuck this, and it is what it is, and you ain't gonna hear from me, and I'm bouncing, kind of thing. And
No, but it's
what
with
else do
other
we
men
have?
though. When men are getting into fights with other men, that's when you start to see the real fragility. Because at the end of the day, if you have to resort to fighting someone, you've already shown emotion. You're already showing that you're a bit fragile. Something's hurt you that much that you had to start swinging punches. Your mouth weren't even good enough anymore. And it's like,
No.
when we start to see these things, it like in when you see these things play out, a lot of people would see the person who started throwing punches and, you know, being the aggressor as, you know, the I don't know, the strong one, but that's actually a
Yeah.
weakness. Because if I can just say
Yeah.
a couple of words and get you throwing punches, guess what? Like anytime I'm ready, you're getting jail. Anytime I'm ready, you gotta mash up your life. You gotta mash up yourself. You're gonna sit down in the jailhouse tomorrow, brother. Shut up. What are you doing? I'm gonna boil you up so easy.
Yeah.
You know, like
It's
that.
true,
And then
it's
the
true.
thing is, remember, punches don't win every fight. So you might think, all right, I'm gonna wind you up, you're gonna start throwing punches, but you might be getting suckered into a trap. You have to be careful
real
in this
talk.
world, you know, guys. You have to be careful.
No, that is real talk.
You
You
see, the
got to be
thing is,
careful, man.
I gotta be honest here. Like, is he growing up here? Because man's not 5'5". Most people, they didn't want to fight. Like, they don't want to fight you when you're over 6 foot, unless they're the same
Yeah.
size. And even when they are, a lot of the time, man don't want to fight you because it's gonna be a big fight. It's gonna, like, someone's getting hurt today, innit? So what I
Yeah.
found is that if you don't play the aggressor and you play that, you know, the soft card, like, I'm cool. I don't even want to fight. I want to be like Jesus. I'm gonna turn the other cheek. I'm gonna allow it. Yeah, that's when
Yeah.
people all of a sudden want to fight you, when you're being cool, when you're being nice, and that's when you can really show them up. You can really show them what you can do. But I think that because I've always had that experience, that's why I kind of take this kind of laid back approach. I don't try to play the aggressor because I'm waiting. Like, if someone put their hands on me, they're gonna find out, innit? I'm just not gonna, you know, advertise or telegraph that to them.
Yeah.
But not only that, Shiffer, I mean, we have to look at our ages out here.
Yeah, there's that too.
Like, you know, we have to look at like ourselves, and think, boy, in like a few years' time, am I really gonna be warring, man, and acting gang and all this shit? Or am I gonna humble myself and act like an elder? And you know what? Being an elder, yeah, like you said, yeah, I like that about Ari, is because she's an elder, so you gotta respect her, you know what I mean? And certain people like that, like, we have to give them respect, you know what I mean? Even if they themselves may not be showing you the respect, yeah, you have to show them that, you know what, I'm a product of fineness. I'm a product that knows how to behave and knows how to talk to people in a diplomatic way. Now, the only way I'm going to talk to you is on a level, innit? I ain't going to stoop to your level. I'm not going to call you a name because we're both the same coin, innit? So that's what,
you know, that's one of the main reasons that I stopped arguing with, like, Nanipa. Me and Nanipa used to argue. Then when someone told me that her age group, I said, all right, you know what? She's one of the elders. So I haven't got a choice. I've got to calm down because it's going to look bad when, you know, I'm looking like a hypocrite telling people you have to respect your elders, but I'm there disrespecting mine. So Nanifa, if you ever felt disrespected, you know, I'm sure I apologized before, but you can take my apology now again and we can just be cool because you are elder. You my big sis. And, you know, I respect
you and I are cool though, innit?
We are. We are, but I'm just saying, for past, if in anything in the past, if I ever disrespected you, you know, I'm apologize again because you my elder, you my big sis. We from the same community.
But her coming around you, showing that she's blessed, that's maybe her way of saying we're cool. I read it as that anyway.
You know what it is? We've always been cool, yeah. It's just that some subjects we're passionate about, innit?
Yeah.
But we're not necessarily like what Shiff is saying is, I've just got to respect her, she's just got to respect me, and that's it, man.
Well, the respect's more got to come from my side because she's the elder. You see, the thing is, with being an elder, our elder comes with a lot of responsibility because they can see the world in ways we ain't seen it. They've lived in the world that we ain't lived in. Do you feel what I'm trying to say? Remember, that for instance, like mum's age, our mums, because we're about the same age, our mums didn't have drink driving. offences because there wasn't no such thing until like the 80s, late 80s. You feel where I'm coming from? So
Yeah,
they lived in a
yeah.
different world. So sometimes it's like we're going to look at them and we're going to be arguing with them about their point of view, but not recognizing that they are still living in the real world because their world hasn't disappeared. It's just that these younger people have got a different mentality. We're seeing things different, but that don't mean it is different.
No,
You see it?
no, it's true. It's true. But I think that there's nothing new under the sun. I love that saying, man. It's
Oh,
like
boy.
somehow it's still kind of like the same shit, even though you might not kind of see it. But I think that the time where they grew up, come on, man, it must have been banging. Just like
Mm,
drinking, smoking in clubs. Like I said, I was there with smoking in clubs. Don't get it twisted, but it's like
mm.
them lot proper had that whole era. I think they had a lot more sovereignty over what they could do and what they were
They
allowed to
paved
do
the
and
way.
whatnot.
They paved the way for the things that we were able to enjoy nowadays. So let's say
Yeah,
one thing. They paved the way for like us to have Notting Hill Carnival.
yeah.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
remember the ladies had the beef the other day. Do you remember the ladies had the beef the other day because the man them didn't turn up at the march? And I think that
Oh
that's
yeah.
a, although I didn't really give much credence to, I didn't talk about it too much. I think it's a relevant beef because at the end of the day, what the ladies are showing is that they are the heart of the community, innit? Do you feel what I'm trying to say? And
Yeah.
sometimes man them do need to fall in line a little piece. Do you feel where I'm coming from? But it's difficult for
Yeah.
man them with a mentality of, we're the leaders, we're the alpha, we're this, we're that, to fall in line a little piece. You feel what I'm saying? So I'm trying to
But
regress off of
in
that
what way
certain
fall
times.
in
And
line? Do you mean like kind of fall in
I
line?
mean, fall in line.
Because it's like,
It's like in a household when you're like, for instance, you got a
yeah,
woman, she runs the household, she keeps the house a certain way, she keeps the kids a certain way,
yeah,
she takes them to school, she's got a pattern of behavior. Now there may be times
yeah.
you have to slide into that pattern of behavior, so she's gonna have to lead you in that role and say, all right, you know what, this is how we usually has it, this is how, or she usually has it, or this is the time they usually get dropped off, and this is the way I usually make this food and red, so that it's
Yeah,
still they get their normal. Do you know what I'm trying to say? So there's certain times where
yeah.
like the females, like cotton socks, are gonna have to take the leadership role to a certain extent,
But they,
and
but
that's why
they,
they
but
say
they,
the man is
but
the
they
head, the
always run the
woman is the neck.
household. But they
Yeah,
always
but
run the household.
sometimes they got to
Yeah.
steer us
Can
in
I
the
just
right
tell you why
direction
they ran the
as well.
household? It's because women weren't allowed to work. Certain
Mm,
things women wasn't allowed to do. So this is what I'm trying to say to us, certain man, right? Back in the days where women weren't allowed to do certain things, yeah. Now we're expecting them to do these things because we're busy out here doing 12-hour shifts sometimes. You get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's harder, yeah. So now we're like, yo, why aren't you doing this? And why aren't you doing that? And why aren't you doing this? And why aren't you doing that? And it's kind of like, well, like I'm saying, if you're gonna take control, yeah, of the house, like if you're gonna take control of the bills, say, all right, look, babe, you sit at home and everything like that, yeah, I'm gonna be in control of the bills. She's gonna be happy with that. But bro, her job, cleaning, cooking, look after the house, blah blah blah, is a long thing, bro. Yeah, sweep up the yard
yeah,
every day. Make sure the clothes are out on the washing line, everything like that. And bro, she's got a job to do as well. Yeah, but it's that what if something happens? Yeah, and you might need a little bit of backing. Like, what if you're struggling with something? What if you need more extra things? So now you're gonna turn to your partner and say, hey, you know what? Why don't you go to work? So now this power
I know that's,
dynamic, this
yeah,
power dynamic and everything now, yeah, is starting to change. It's starting to change so much, man, because I'll be honest with you, yeah, it's good for a woman, yeah, to be out there working. Yeah, it really is good because you're working, she's working, and you're both putting in, and I'm just saying in this day and age, that's all I'm saying.
yeah.
I'm saying in this day and age where rent is all $2,000 a month, people like, yeah, man, like look after each other, man. Do the best, innit? If you're banging,
Yeah.
if you got your own business and you're certified for life, yeah, then maybe yeah, you got that. But when you're trying to build up with someone, things are definitely changed. They think that they should be at home and the man should be at work. But we all know nowadays, yeah, that the rent prices and everything like that, if that's the case, then you ain't looking for a big apartment or a big 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom house. You're looking at a box, you know what I'm saying? So
Exactly.
it's different,
Yeah,
man.
that was for you, Nat. You got to see the garage. I ain't really done much more. I've done a little bit more, you know.
Go on, G.
But Like this side's got to get done as well. All of this side.
Go on, G. Did the
See,
people come out to have a look at it though? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, I'll give you a bit more details on that whole situation.
hold
But
up, hold up. Before we go off
yeah,
on the subject of
yeah. Go on. You're cracking up
what
there.
your beef with, do you ever get beef with your clients or your customers, or how do you deal with your customers' reservations, their beefs, X,
Yeah,
Y, Z? Talk to me.
that happens all the time, man. That's something. You know what? The way I try to do it, I try to be very clear from the beginning. So, like, let's say you come to me and there's a broken car. I'll say to you, okay, first, you can't just come say to me, oh, that's wrong with it, because you've let someone else look at it, or I need to confirm what's wrong with it. And when I say this is what's wrong with it, I can only move on that. Or if you say to me, I just want you to change this thing, and I don't do the fault finding, cool, I'll just change it for you. And if your car don't work, that's your problem. But if you want me to find out what's wrong with it, then I need to find out what's wrong with it first, and then I can
Yes.
guarantee your fix.
Suge's right, man. Communication is the key, bro. Communication
have
is the
to.
key. Everything I do is on emails now, and through experience, yeah, it changes because a lot of
Yeah.
things, different things happen. A lot of times I might have stitched myself up, but I get these invoices now so that these people understand everything fully. Now,
Oh, you know,
whereas
I just
before,
realized. Hold on.
yeah,
I just realized my man's a mechanic. Sugar, you're a mechanic, yeah?
Yeah.
I thought you was a
Obviously, I
builder,
work.
cuz.
I work. No, I work. You see, that's what, it's funny you say that. I actually take that as a compliment when people like say, "What are you?" I swear, "Oh, you're a builder," and I'm just like, "No, that's not even my thing." But it's like I can do almost. Oh, it sounds bad, but I can do almost anything.
anything.
That's how deep it is. Yeah,
And who
you know.
taught you, like, who taught you your thing, Suge? Who taught you like your, like, all this stuff?
You know what? I think, you see, I've got to give props to, like, my dad was never good at anything like this. So my mum, quite early on, started to let me do shit. Does that make sense?
Mm.
Yeah,
So
my
she
mum
was
was
like,
like
"Oh,
that
can
as
you
well
see if
Well,
you
the
can
still.
point,
fix it?"
the point,
Yeah.
the
Yeah, and
difference
can
where
you
I'm getting
sweep
with
up?
this,
Can you do the decorating? Can you paint? Can you do? Yeah, my mum was the same way, and I
Of
think
course.
as boy children in a household, especially like my household, was full of women. There weren't no other men, so there were certain things,
There
certain
you
tasks
go.
that were always left to me. When you're young, like I think when I was like 12, like them tasks there would have been like, it would have been a big thing to me. It would have got on my nerves having to do all of these things. How come no one else has to do it? Kind of. But as you get older, you start to respect it and realize, you know what? Like I'm the man around here, isn't it? Like what?
Exactly. Exactly. Exactly.
the
You
reason
know
why
Oh
what?
I
no,
It's
asked
bro.
you,
it's
the
just
reason
good to
why
be
I
able to
asked
have
you,
that bit of knowledge. Go on, eh? Go
the
on. Sorry,
reason
bro.
why I asked you that is
Yeah.
because like that discussion that we had over at Nine Ethers when we were talking about intermingling with people, interracial relationships and everything like that. And the reason why I've always been like for it is because, look, we were trying to let me speak for Shifa, yeah. But I had a conversation with Shifa, like, I live in England, yeah.
Yeah.
And people might say England is a white man's country. Okay. Now, in order for me to be able to get where I am now, or our grandparents, we had to fight these people to understand that, look, we want to be here, yeah, and we're gonna integrate, but we're gonna still do our thing, but we want to just be accepted for us. We're not murderers, we're not killers, we're not rapists or anything like that. We're intelligent people that have been brought here for skills. Yeah, that was a lot why quite a few of the Caribbeans come over for their skills. And we want to be able to walk into the pub with you, drink the same beer as you, use the same toilet as you, not sit at the back of the bus as you. All of these things we want to do. Yeah, equal. Yeah. So when I was younger and I was rolling with my cousins, everything, they couldn't understand why they used to, why you always hanging around with grey mans? Why you always hanging around with white boys for blah 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 blah. And I used to be like, bro, like, we understand what area you're coming from, yeah. But you see these guys, yeah, like, they look after man. In fact, these men like idolize man. They try to talk like us, they try and wear Avirex like that. Bro, you could see like these guys love you. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah. And on the other side, yeah, you've got your brothers, them, yeah, as well. They love you, but then you can't understand why these brothers are hating you for mixing with these people, yeah. So let's look at graft now, work, yeah. Like the trade that I'm in, it was a white man who taught me it, yeah. And when I was working in Peckham and East London, a certain place, when I'm going into black people's houses, they're going, "You're not a plumber," and I'm like, "Yeah, I am." Nah, you can't. Nah, you can't do that. I said, "Yeah. I'm good, man. I'm good."
That's
So
some
what
mad
he's thinking,
ignorance there, boy.
bad ignorance, because they're thinking this
Mm,
trade is only for the white man. Then what you
yeah,
getting involved in it? Yeah. Oh, what you ran there? Oh, you ran the. Oh, you're on the building site. Like that. But you know what, bro? This is where the money is. And do you know something? None of my there weren't no one black around to show me the way. Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. Yeah. My boss, they're like two mixed race brothers. Yeah. And they're bad boys around the end. Bad boys. Yeah. But even they were trying to explain to me. They were like, "Look, bro, like our mum was white, our dad was black. We lived in Leicestershire. The white people didn't like us because we were a funny colour. We come down here," he goes, "and then the blacks were like, oh, you're white, boy, you're white," all this stuff. So he goes, we didn't know where to fucking fit in. You know what I mean? So, bro, I'm grateful, yeah, that the people that actually look past my colour, yeah, and you know what I'm trying to say, just look at me for that nice guy, innit? Because that's how you can get looked after. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
on
bro,
that, I would
England
have
is
to
a
agree,
mix.
man.
Is
Like,
England's to
you
mix,
gotta
bruv.
get past it.
If
Yeah,
you're gonna have a problem with someone, if you're gonna have a problem with someone being with someone of a different color, bro, I might have a problem with you going into the Asian man shop and buying that Asian man food.
yeah, but you know what I think
Or
it is. Should I
speaking,
be totally
or,
honest with you? You know when you're saying about this whole like color thing, do you think color is ever an issue in real life? It's like it's only online where it becomes black and white kind of thing. It's like I could not give two shits about your color as long as you're okay person. That's you know that's my stance. It's like if you're cool and if you can further me, if we can work together, whatever, then don't matter what color you have, because there's black people that are idiots, there's white people that are idiots.
well,
You know what I'm saying? But
shook.
yeah,
It's like I could go into a couple's house here and they could be offering me, I don't know, 10 grand to do a bathroom, yeah.
yeah,
But I could be like, nah, I don't want to take your money because you're white.
yeah,
Like, come on, bro,
exactly.
this ain't business out here.
Dumbness,
This is
dumbness.
going
Yeah,
backwards. You know what? I'll
way
do that
backwards.
bathroom for you because you know what? It's money at the end of the day, and you're gonna respect me. But I wouldn't do the
Yeah,
bathroom if they were gonna offer me 10 grand and call me all kind of names, bruv. Man ain't no sellout. You get me?
yeah,
So there's a
yeah.
difference. Like
Of course.
you need to get to know people, man. That's what I'm saying. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. No, I fully hear what you're saying on that one. But I do think to a certain extent, um, like this whole thing. I don't know. Does it affect you in real life? I don't. You tell me. I don't want to put words into your mouth, but it's like this whole thing. It don't affect me in real life.
I'll
From
tell you what
my
it is,
obviously, you
yeah.
get racist people. Just gonna say, obviously, there's racist people that you have to interact with, but me myself personally, I don't really, um, you know, get affected by what a person's color is. I don't really give a shit, to be honest with you.
Well, I'll tell you, put it this way, yeah, bro. Imagine you're on the train, yeah. And
Yeah,
remember, it was 9/11 time. So imagine you see any Asian guy with a backpack on.
yeah,
Be honest, right? I'm gonna be very honest, yeah. I was getting now I was thinking all kind of
yeah,
racist thoughts, bro. But you know what?
yeah,
This dude could be some university student, yeah, on his way, or a doctor,
yeah.
on his way, ready to do good for somebody. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah,
So
I tell you the truth. Yeah, like you are right in what you're saying, but in that same sense, I might look at like a black brother driving a car, and I might think for a brief second, like, is he moving food? Is he like, what's he doing? And that's very bad, because then you're perpetuating something that you're trying to get rid of, and you're part of the problem. But I would just say that's programming that's put me in that place. Why I would even think like that, you know?
I hear where you lot are coming from, yeah, but you see, after them bombing things, yeah, if I saw anyone getting on the train, no, I don't even get on trains no more, you know. I don't get on buses, I don't get on trains anymore. I was out on that day. I got on trains, I got on underground, you know, like that. And after that, I
Yeah.
said, nah,
But then guess what, Shifter?
never again.
Guess what, Shifter? Some guy in Tottenham got stabbed up the other day, yeah? And then you're going to work on the building site and they've all just read it in the newspapers and they're looking at you thinking, yeah, maybe Shifter might be one of them. Because if you're thinking like that, why is next man not going to think like that?
Yeah.
So that's what I'm
I
trying
mean,
to say,
yeah,
man. It's
that kind of mentality could definitely flow. But I mean, I'm sure it comes down to common sense to a certain extent as well.
right.
Just to be able to say that, look, it's probably not very likely that it's going to be, you know, the way they say it is. Because I've
What
got
happened? Did
this
someone
whole
up on the
belief that
building site or something?
I don't know. I haven't heard about anything happening.
I
Haven't
don't know
heard.
what's going on there. Like, Daddy, what are you talking about? Did someone get stabbed up on the building site? Talk to me, man.
Yeah,
I'm
apparently.
confused.
No.
Oh,
I'm
big
just
up,
saying. I'm saying,
Mrs.
yeah, like
Tash
you
Jeffs,
could be thinking that, you know,
in all
because
your
of the
glory.
9/11 time, yeah, that any man or you see anyone with a beard get on the bus with a rucksack, they're going to be a bomber, right? But then someone who lives around Tottenham that heard that's, you know, a black youth got stabbed by another black youth, or black youth got, they could be
Oh, I
thinking,
get it now.
oh,
I get it.
that's them youth,
Yeah.
that's them type of people. But you could just be, you could be a doctor, bro. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like police officers stopping a doctor, so we need to.
Yeah,
I'm
that's a
doctor.
good point.
Oh, sorry, sir.
That's a good point.
Sorry, sir. Why did you think of that of me? That's what the doctor's asking. Why did you think that of me? Oh, well, you fit the description. Cool.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah. In
That's
in
nice.
that sense, I fully
That's
get
nice,
you.
man.
That's a good point.
And
Still,
that's some
hold on.
bullshit.
We got Sister Tash in the room. Big up, Sister Tash. Can we hear
Yeah,
from
Big
her
up,
big
before
up.
we
Tash.
Let me ask a quick question. So, are you guys coming from a space of where your concerns are more like with black on black crime, black people kind of behaving in a certain way, and then you guys kind of bearing the brunt of that as black men being kind of
Yes.
similar? So you guys are not ignoring, right? You guys are not really for the whole white community oppressing the black community, or are you balanced in it? Yeah, let me hear your feedback on that. Because I hear what you're
I
saying,
think.
by the way. I'm not trying to come for anyone. I hear what you're saying.
Do you know what it is? Like I look at because obviously I had like a mixed group of friends, yeah. And it was like mainly black, but then there was like a lot of white guys in there as well. And like obviously, so for me, when people say, okay, white people, they're doing X, Y, Z, I look at, you know, take like my little friend Charlie. Like his mum was a crackhead, his dad was an alcoholic. He slept, you know, mattress on the floor, kind of thing. And you know, that guy that was just always out, always around, kind of thing. He had nothing going for him. Like his life was just terrible. So when I look at people like that, I think, okay, so where's his white privilege? Where is his? You get what I'm saying? Like, where was his privilege? He might have had it if he tried to draw for it, but I've seen a lot of white people that are not really doing very well in society.
Oh no,
And
that's not how white privilege works. Hold up. Pause.
yeah,
That's not how white privilege works.
I know how it works. I know how it
All right,
works.
let
That's
I
me
not
ask
how
you
it
understand that his
works.
something,
parents
yeah?
being a
Let me
crackhead.
ask
You
you
just,
know,
something.
I just want to
maybe a
make
good
sure I said that.
example.
Let me ask you
But I'm
something,
just
yeah?
like,
I get
all I
where you're
want to say
coming
is that
As
from,
a
though.
white
as a
people
man,
suffering,
Shiffer,
you know, as
as
well.
a man, are you a
Go.
victim online? Are you a victim online?
Who? Me personally?
Yeah, you personally.
No, I'm not. I'm not a victim.
Right, Shug, are you a victim online?
Yes, I would have to definitely. No, I'm joking. Of course, I'm not, because I don't place myself in that. So no,
Hey,
That's
Shug's
definitely
what I'm
no.
funny.
asking.
I don't place
Are you,
myself in
Shug,
it.
are
Shug's
you a
funny,
victim
you
You know.
know.
online?
A man said he's a
No.
victim. I said, oh. I
Yeah.
said, yo.
Check this. Do you know the
Come on,
reason
man.
why I
We gotta
say
get a
this?
bit of.
Do
Yeah.
you know the reason why I say this? Then why does somebody have to come up on here, yeah, and start talking
Yeah.
about black people being victims?
Oh, he spun it like that.
Mm.
Just 360'd it like that. Spin a Rooney. I don't know, Tash. Tell us why. Why is that happening? You know, maybe we're not trying to be victims anymore. That's what he's saying.
Hold up. Was that directed at me, Natty? I'm confused.
Yeah,
Nah, not
What was
seems
that
directly.
about?
like it.
Nah, not
I'm confused as well. Talk to me, man. Talk to me.
not
He just
directed.
spun shit.
Bit early
Not
Oh
today, Natty,
shit.
directed.
but yeah, we
Yeah.
can go if you want. No, the thing is, right, I'm not saying necessarily that I don't necessarily play the victim card, if I'm honest with you, but I just think in my line of work and just my own experiences, there's been a few moments, but I definitely think we can do well in the society that we're in if we want to do that. But I also recognise that there's issues within our community that we're accountable for. But there's also issues that unfortunately are out of our hands, and it's to do with white people, whether you like it or not, Nay. I mean, you know, you might just want to feel comfortable in your space. I get it. And, you
Do
know,
you,
go on. What are you saying to me?
no, I'm not. If I should let you finish if you haven't finished.
No,
It's
so I
just
want to hear from Natty, because
I
Natty was really big on the
Yeah.
whole
Cool.
Caribbean.
All right.
go
So
on, go
Yeah, I
on,
want to
go
hear
on.
from
Everything's
Natty too.
gold
Yeah,
and,
let's hear
I
from
would like to
Natty.
hear from
you're a
Natty as
lawyer.
well.
you're not a plumber,
Yeah.
you're not an
Tash, you're a
engineer, you're
lawyer.
not that guy. You know, come
Yeah.
on.
Oh,
We've got people like
yeah.
David Lammy, we've got people that are in positions of power. Black men are able to do that from our community, Natty. So
Cool. Yeah, that's what
this
I'm trying
whole
to say.
sweeping
That's the
thing,
good stuff.
look,
No, but that's what I'm trying to say. This is all the good stuff, yeah? People in power. Look at that. Now, what about if we had more black police officers? Would we be sellouts then?
no, I don't think so.
In
I think
positions of power?
no, I don't think so. I think black police officers is the way to go, but I think the institute itself is broken. You know, we've had another strip search for a girl this last week. Was it in South
I
London?
agree.
So
I agree.
not really something needs to change. I mean, I'll be honest with you, like when I've had to deal with like young people, I know I know there's been times where there's been police officers say there'll be a white kid and a black kid. They both have done a similar thing or been caught with a similar thing. And rather than take them to the station, they will take the white boy home and say, look, you know, have a word with the family. That sometimes, unfortunately, that does take place. These little things we can't get caught sleeping on. But at the same time, why are so many in those predicaments from our community? We do need to kind of say, like, what's going on? What's going on in the family home? Do you know what I mean? I
So
think there's
if we had that,
accountability issues out here.
if we got rid of that stupid mindset, yeah, where, you know, I was proud of my son being a police officer because he can do good for his community, for the black community, white community, Asian community, because he can be fair, which basically means that we can all get a fair chance, you know, which basically means he can say, hold on a minute, that's not right. Let me have a look into this. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? But if
Yeah.
if black man was a police officer, oh, Bum Babylon, are you doing this? But listen, he's got power.
Yeah, but Natty, the thing is, you've got to respect the history. When my gran came here, like, they had businesses that the police used to shut down. Like, the word snitch came from that era because, unfortunately, there were institutes that the Caribbean tried to pull together because we were the part of the working class here. So politics used to kind of put us against each other. We had the knife crime started with the skinheads when we first came here. That was introduced to us by them. We weren't doing that back in the Caribbean. My grandparents weren't running around with knives. Do you know what I mean? So it's a case of
but
like, we didn't sort
that
these
happened
things
with
out.
that happened with the Chinese, the Asians, but they're all doing well, Tash.
I don't know,
They're in
Natty. I don't
positions of
know.
power.
I don't know if they were shutting down Chinese. Like,
There's one thing I gotta say, yeah. When you say in the Caribbean they weren't running around with knives, I think it depends on which part of the Caribbean, because I know in some parts they definitely had knives, and they may have been even situations where they had guns, even makeshift guns, and like, you know, I'm not trying to like talk against you. I'm just saying that there are situations where that did
Tiff, are
happen.
you talking specifically about Jamaica? Because let's have it right. In the Caribbean
And Trinidad.
right, everyone had to stick together because we had to work together against certain groups, right? There wasn't these issues that we've got in the UK or Black America.
I hear that.
So I don't think that
Now, and
there's a lot of
you see what
conservative
you're
people in
saying,
Jamaica,
Sishi,
you
yeah?
know, a lot of churches. A lot
No,
of conservative people.
you're right, and what you're saying, I can kind of speak to it in a different way, with a different tone. I think back in the day, yeah, like people weren't stabbing each other like that. Like you might have even had man that had knives, but they might more cut you than stab you. These kids now, they're going in for the kill. They're trying to kill, whereas back in the day, it was more to scare people. I might just
Because you know,
cut you, leave a
Shifa,
mark
Natty, you lot know
or
your
something. I
grandmother
don't
and
know,
that, they
man.
would never
I
behave
don't
like a lot of
know.
the women are behaving now. You know, our grandmothers are like
Yeah,
that conservative era where they're
yeah.
tough because they've gone through things, but they're
Yeah,
not.
they weren't twerking.
You know,
They
they're good
weren't twerking,
people.
sis. I get you.
I don't want
They wasn't
anyone to be
twerking, man.
dissing. They were
I
working. They
never
were doing
once
their
saw my
thing.
grandmother twerk. I never once
No,
saw my
oh,
grandmother
okay,
twerk,
twerk.
so I can agree with
Yeah,
you.
none of that at all.
I never ever saw any
No
twerking
way,
whatsoever growing up.
no
I
way.
saw them things on TV.
My grandma would be
Or the younger
mortified to see that.
generation.
Yeah.
So
No,
that's
but
why I
we.
asked you the other
Like
night,
that.
Shipper. That's why I asked you the other night, Shipper. If you were to get pulled over by a black man and a white police officer, would you feel a lot more justified? Would you feel like it was a little bit more, you'd get judged right? Or would you feel better that you got pulled over by just white police officers?
A large number of ethnic people, then you should have large numbers of ethnic police. Do you know what I'm trying to say? Whether that be black, Asian, whatever, but there's what I believe, because that's what you want to use. Yeah. So when she talks about, the white man taking the white boy home to his family and, slap on the wrist in comparison to send the black boy to court, it's because we're still outside this.
I can't hear anything. I don't know if it's me. Hello?
I'm coming from. So as much as we can integrate, and you may have your fully cut out, but hopefully you heard everything I said. And
Can you hear me, Schiffer? Can anyone hear? Did anyone hear what Schiffer said, or is it me? Is it my reception?
I can't actually hear anyone. So, no, is it just me?
Oh,
I
don't know.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now, Schiffer. Yeah. I
Yeah,
can hear you. But
both.
Could you hear me before?
All right, cool.
Did you hear what I said
It
though?
cut out for a lengthy period of time.
Yeah, I was saying,
Yeah, I was gonna say I could hear both of you lot. So,
I was saying,
Okay, so it's
that
me.
but
although
I'm having my own technical issues over here. So
yeah, I was having a mazza there. I couldn't hear
headphones
nothing.
are
But
not
I'm
connected.
saying, can you hear me now? Am I still?
Yeah, if you speak, I can give you a mic check.
I heard you.
So if you're speaking now, then no, you can't be heard.
I think he's speaking and we can't hear him. I think.
Yeah, you can't
Who,
be
me?
heard. Just what's it called?
Is
Come
that
in and
me?
out. I'm
Can
gonna
you
do
hear
the
me
same
now?
thing because I'm having my own issues.
I'm
What?
gonna
Can you hear me now?
refresh. I can hear everybody else. I just can't hear you. I couldn't hear you at times, Schiffer. I can hear you now.
But you can hear me now, though. All right, say no more.
Yeah.
Do you know what it was? Where I was driving, I'm driving through some mad country lane, and the phone just cuts out. It's
Right.
the trees. But I was basically saying that, as much as, some of us may have relationships, with, interracial relationships, then, we're only really integrated with the person we're in the relationship with, and they don't represent the entire community. So ultimately, we have to deal with the bigger scale, and the bigger scale, they still see us as outsiders, innit? And they still treat us as outsiders. Can you hear that? Was that all clear? Talk to me. I hope I didn't cut out again, because this is long.
No, you didn't cut out again.
Yeah.
I say
Let me
no
think
more.
about that one.
We'll think about it. Get back to me. Let me go on mute for a second because I gotta just feed little man.
Well, but look, yeah. I mean, even like Tasha, like herself, she's like a solicitor, yeah. These are positions of power. Now, these were positions utmost, like I'll say with utmost, my chest sticking out, that these were positions that like maybe, I don't know, like maybe 20 years ago, like black people be dreaming of being solicitors, barristers, and everything like that, and judges and all that. These are positions of power, and these are the positions like you see other people um, getting into. You see Indians and Chinese and Pakistan, and you know what I mean. Even now, Africans even understand. You know what I mean. These are the positions of power, because you're a person who can make decisions. You know what I mean, and you could be a fair person to make decisions on this. So this is good. All this type of stuff here. This is what we need. You know what I mean. And I'm not saying that people racism's not gonna disappear. It's always gonna be around, because we're always competing against each other, and that's what it is. That's the main fucking dart on the fucking bullseye, is that we're competing with each other. And sometimes you can be competing with like your own family members. You know what I mean? Or you could be competing
Yeah.
with your own kind for a job, or kind for whatever space or whatever. But when it does boil down to it, it's only because somebody from one of them communities will complain and will look at something to blame for their life. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, it's a difficult one for me because I think being on this whole YouTube world and speaking to people, I respect those that are very passionate, especially like those that are concerned about the oppression side of things. But I think we do need more. Let's discuss accountability and how we can really make those changes, because we got kids like stabbing each other with these massive knives. I saw one the other day with a boy who was stabbing a woman in South London with a massive knife, and it was around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And like, to put a knife, like, I get it, people say, oh, Black America got more problems than us with the whole gun thing, because obviously that's kid that shot the school children recently. Yeah, they do have issues, definitely, but that's a dangerous space to live in. For me, America's probably one of the dangerous spaces. I know a lot of Americans are going to say, no, you can't say that about us, but it does concern me. But this whole thing about boys with these massive knives plunging them into another human being, psychologically, that's a madness that needs to be looked into. We need to like reevaluate that. But the thing is,
So,
it's
what
not
do you
a, yeah,
so
go on.
how do you think them youths feel, where let's say it's 90% black population,
Mm.
there's not a lot of jobs, no one else is investing. I
Well,
mean, do you think it's do you
hold
think
on.
it
Yeah,
do you
yeah. Let me
think
just let
being in
me
a mixed
yeah.
area do you think being in a mixed area do you think you have more competition, or being competition against somebody else other than your race, so then you're not just going to keep, do you know what I mean?
Say that again. Being in an area like what that's more mixed, you're gonna have
Less, like, do you think you're going to be more
less
inclined to
competitive. I don't think so.
yeah, do you think you're going to have
I've
more
got
upper
family that are brought
class?
up in black areas and they haven't gone down that road. Do you know the thing is, let me say something. The thing is, right, no, it's not, I don't think it's a race issue, this issue that we have, right? Because if you look at, like, for example, knife crime, Glasgow in Scotland used to have the highest knife crime. Right now, if you look at the numbers of black people that were there, it didn't even, I think, reach 5%, 8% around that area, right? So this is not a race issue, yeah. So we're not we're not, born to do this, right? But they made some major changes, right? And this is what I say, sometimes, yes, we need to take accountability to a certain extent. But I looked into it and I've researched this quite like heavily, right? There's always been an issue with violent crime with certain groups, right? look, about 200 years now. And the social indicators are usually poverty, like a attack on masculinity, or not even an attack on masculinity, this kind of hyper masculinity that people expect from men, which is definitely something within our community that we need to look into. A lack of education at times, and exposure to violence. Those are the four main indicators, right? And I think what Glasgow did, if London and if other areas like Birmingham, Manchester, Liverpool, if they really look into Glasgow, this is basically, I'll be honest with you, about money. Because what Glasgow did is they had a massive public health approach. They put a lot of money into dealing with families very early. Any little issues, they were on it, like phonics. They weren't messing around. They had a very interagency kind of holistic approach to deal with things straight off the bat. So they weren't waiting for things to happen. And this is what's taken place in London. There used to be the Sure Start programs. There used to be a lot of stuff for families that were in poverty-stricken spaces, because it's not a case of it's just like, you know, when you go up to Tottenham, it's the Kurds, it's the Turks, Enfield, you've got the Somalis, you've got, you know, the Caribbean and African. So it's not, this is not a race thing, folks. This is to do with the government not really being interested in this group, right? That's the major problem. So it's like early interventions is like the way forward, but we don't have it. We don't have early interventions. I've seen some children that are high risk children very early, kind of not being dealt with correctly. Their needs are not being met. And I don't get me wrong, the culture is a complicated one, right? Because there is this kind of branded culture. Like, for example, Shepherd's Bush and Ladbroke Grove, they've got that rapper, I can't remember what his name is. That drill, is it Cease? I can't remember his name, but he's from Ladbroke Grove. There was a video of his friend who was 14 being killed, stabbed in the chest, walk into an alleyway and dying. They made a song on this child, the other group, and then the two guys that stabbed this child, allegedly, they got off. They made another song about it. So there's two songs on it. So no one's concerned about the family, the government, the community. No one gives a shit. Excuse my language. So it's kind of like these kind of things we get caught sleeping on. We just don't care. Oh, it's not our problem. It's not our child. We don't have to deal with it. Okay, but it could be your child. So, sorry, I'm going on a little bit. I didn't even mean to go on. Sorry about that. Got a little bit carried
No,
away.
that's fine. Did anybody else want to say anything?
Yeah. Sorry about that.
Well, listen, Tash, I was going to say to you, why do you think in these areas there's so much black on black crime in such overpopulated black areas? Why do you think that is? Why is it in like Southall? It's Asian on Asian, a hell of a lot. Luton, Asian on Asian.
Hyper masculinity. You know, in the Asian community, there's a big thing sometimes, even in the Muslim community, that you have to be very masculine. And
How about Liverpool? Why is there big, massive shooting up and stabbing up 14-year-olds in there with the white? Because it's a big population of white people there.
Well, it's poverty. I've said the social indicators to the stabbings are poverty, lack of education, early domestic violence connections, violence within the music.
So let's say people call Brixton mini Jamaica. So all the Jamaicans decide to go to Brixton, right? Now, because they live amongst other Jamaicans in Brixton, the culture isn't going to be English. It's going to be very much West Indian way, West Indian thinking, blah, 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 because you're not mixing with the English people who are doing the English system. So then you're gonna find yourself amongst your fellow people. Now, can you still carry on how you're carrying on in the Caribbean, or do you have to adapt to like the British ways?
I don't know what the British ways. I don't know what you mean by that, Natty, because I've already mentioned that initially when our grandparents came here, the knife crime that took place was from the skinheads carrying knives for black people, because a lot of the working class white people over here, they felt they were under siege when it came to jobs and stuff like that. There was a very hostile environment for the Caribbean.
I highlighted that.
So,
Most of these places that I've actually
so it's not a
highlighted are
Caribbean. Yeah,
most of these places that are highlighted at the time when we had the racial riots and everything like that were hotspots, and rightly home for people who wanted to be safe. So now you've made your area safe. Yeah. How are you going to make your area better and bigger? How are you going to make people want to come and trade with you? Because you can't just trade with your black people. It doesn't make sense. How are you going
but
to
that's
get
what I'm
other
saying.
people?
That's what I'm saying. But I'm saying that I'm saying if Glasgow had the highest knife crime in Europe and their numbers have gone significantly down, why are we not using the model that Glasgow used to change the issues for young people in London? It's because of money. The government are not interested. They are interested in keeping this gap of the poor and the rich wide. They don't want to help the vulnerable people. When do they help vulnerable people? What about the girls that were groomed? All these issues, they don't care. This is what I'm trying to say. And I know you think, oh, take accountability. Yes, because many people that live in poverty-stricken spaces are not getting into a lot of crime, believe it or not. So it's not a case of every single child brought up in certain spaces are going to be criminals, but they're more likely to be that. But if we take away like youth clubs, which I don't know, youth clubs are a bit hit and miss for me, the Sure Start programs, if we're taking away all these things from communities, if you've got idolized young people who are very quick, very clever, running on the streets, eventually you're going to fall into trouble. And that's what's taken place. They haven't got nothing to do. Some of them, they're not being kept busy. If you're in certain homes, like in a Sikh home, for example, they're going to keep you busy. They're not messing about. They're going to make sure you're, from early, you're doing certain things. So it's I don't know. It is. I know,
I
Natty,
see where
you're
you're
on the
coming
whole
from,
thing.
but
We're not doing enough. Like our people are not doing enough. I know that's your. I've always known that's been
I
your
think
thing.
they are. I think they are, and I think the ones that
Okay.
are stuck. I think the ones that are stuck in the limbo, if they were to venture out and come away from that surroundings and try and start somewhere new, yeah, and give their child a thing where they can experience different cultures, yeah, and learn
Yeah.
about different things and find people that can move them in a direction, maybe through jobs and etc. Then I think definitely, these kids can definitely have a chance.
Mm.
And I'm not just saying for the black community, I'm saying for all of these communities that live in over, you know, where it's just mainly one dominant this here. Like look down at Kent, they're all complaining, it's hard down here, it's hard down here. Yeah, because there's no foreigners. You don't want no foreigners, or you don't want anyone that's not black to come down there and start business up and start doing the trading and start moving the money around. You want to move it amongst yourselves and take money off each other.
Yeah, but do you know what? This thing about immigration and foreigners, right, coming through to get people's jobs. I'll be honest with you. When I'm dealing with certain parents, because some of them need legal aid, so I work alongside certain families that don't have the money, right? A lot of them are not interested in getting jobs because they get more money from the state. Do you know what I mean? It's a catch-22. A lot of them are not wanting to work, so the foreigners come and they pay them peanuts, and people complain they're taking our job. No, they're not. This is a nanny state. People are getting looked after out here. This is the reality because they have to pay for everything. So, and I don't know. It's a mess. But the thing is, what I don't want you to be looking at it like we never created generational wealth, because our community, the Caribbean community, we can't be compared to the Chinese. We can't be compared to the Indian community. We came in heavy numbers and we were the face of attacks. We were the face of, we're not going to get certain jobs, or they've exposed the whole Windrush community being dealt with in a certain way, right? So we fought so there was more equality for everybody, the Chinese, the Asians, the Africans, and what have you, right? So we also assimilated at that time because there were white people here that were prepared to kind of have us in their homes. They were prepared to marry people. I was talking to a friend about Desmond. He used to like link up with my granddad all the time. Remember Desmond's on Channel 4? And he's from Guyana and his wife was white. Bernie Grant's wife was white. These people assimilated because they needed support from that other community to a certain extent, but also they loved them. Do you know what I mean? So we recognise that there were good people here when we first came here. And if it wasn't for certain good white people, maybe things may not have happened. I don't know, because we had some great black fighters and warriors that really pushed, right? But the reality is we haven't had time to make generational wealth like other communities, like the Chinese, like the Asians and what have you. Do you know what I mean? We're doing that now, some of us.
No,
So
people
don't
are.
be too hard on our
No,
community, please.
There's lots of black people in the community doing very well. There's lots.
Good.
There's lots. There's so many.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Everyone's doing their bit out here. Everyone's, do you know what I mean? And if you're complaining, like, obviously I know the institutional stuff. We all know, look, that's what I'm trying to say. We all know about people when they get in power, yeah? But if I look how some of these English people get treated and everything like that, yeah, even their own work people are just like, you know what? Fuck you. Like, everything is, unless you're family, they don't give a fuck.
Yeah, they are treated poorly. There's no ifs and buts about it. I mean, we can see in history, Thatcher, she treated the Northerners like crap, the miners. They were treated poorly, right? But the reality is, yes, there is an argument that the elite group we need to really go for. Everyone needs to come together for that. But we also understand that we saw Brexit and we saw that kind of racist kind of, I don't know what it was, racist politics that took place. And we saw a lot of people entertaining that. And just because we're not one of those Eastern Europeans, that don't mean that we can't, when they go, we're not going to be the next ones in the firing line. Do you know what I mean? So,
well, now we've already seen it with the Windrush. What was it? I think out of 66 passengers that were meant to have been on the plane, I think only 4 didn't get deported or something like that.
Right. It's a rough one to me, to be honest with you. I'd love to go back to the Caribbean and have my little time in the sun, but yeah, you've worked here all your life, you've got a pension, and then you can't. That's a madness, you know. That's totally out of control, totally out of order. But I mean, there is a argument that jobs have been taken to a certain extent, but we have to hold the government responsible. We can't be holding people responsible, like saying, "Oh, you guys are the problem." No, your government's the problem. Yeah, your government needs to be.
It's because, do you know what else was as well? Because I read in the stories they were asking this woman. I think she was born here. Or she's legally here anyway. But they were asking her if she's living in Jamaica. Can you send us? Did you read that in the newspaper?
Yeah. I don't know. Well, you lot know I'm not Jamaican, so I can't really speak for us. We've taken over this space now. Who else is here?
But you know why though, Tash? Because they're expecting this new generation not to be able to make it. They're expecting like the Polish man to come here, rent and die.
Yeah.
But you see like when you got British Commonwealth, you're entitled to claim your pension because you're part of the British Commonwealth.
Right.
You're entitled to all that, and that's what they don't like.
Right. No, they should get their pension. Like, you know, my people, they worked hard here. They really worked hard. They were the generation that really got on their hands and knees, do you know what I mean, and worked for this country, right? Now everything comes easy. Now you can just press a button and you can make money on the internet. Do you know what I mean? Our people had to go and, you know, do stuff in certain positions that, you know, wasn't the best. Made them get older before their time and all that kind of shit, you know. So we appreciate, and that's not just the Caribbean, that's all elderly people in general. They really went through it, man.
So what's your views on people's point of, like, you know, not agreeing with interracial
Well, you know my thing already, because I've been involved, you know, in this situation so many occasions with people where they're arguing with me online about me having somebody who's mixed. But my thing is, right, successful relationships are successful relationships. The problem that they are saying, right, is that you can't be pro-black if you're with a mixed race person or a non-black person. And I think that, to be honest with you, Natty, I've said it to Shifa, I've said it to Stanley, they have a point to a certain extent. I'm not going to pretend and lie. I've had to compromise. You know, I've definitely got involved with the Asian community more so than I probably would have if he wasn't half. You know, so I can't dispute that. But I know Stanley and Schiffer have got another argument to that. Do you know what I mean? But I don't know, Natty, you're different for you guys because you guys are men and you lot are supposed to lead your women. So, and I think sometimes, I don't know what your experience has been with Asian, but like,
Well,
you know, my experience is like there was this person disowned, do you know what I mean, from my family regarding them being involved. An Asian woman who was involved with a black person. So the Asian family disowned her. This is not,
well,
they don't
look,
entertain.
Tash, I had a guy the other night talking about he's scared that in 2030 or something like that, the white people are going to disappear from here. Then I've got someone saying, you know, if this carries on, then there's not going to be no black people left in this country. It's just like, oh, man.
Yeah. That's a big thing. Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
The thing is, right, there isn't. They're right to a certain extent. The Caribbean community, what they said in the Independent is it's going to be non-existent in about 20, 30 years, right? So I get I get some people want to have Caribbean, because I think the problem is, right, that a lot of Caribbean women and men have is when you do mix, do you keep your culture? Like, are you still eating the same food? Are you still able to kind of, you know, appreciate what the Caribbean brought to the world? And I think sometimes some families don't. Do you know what I mean? They do assimilate and they lose all of that. I think that's the main issue that people have. Do you know what I mean? And that's, you know, fair dues, and they should have those issues if they love
Do you know why I
the
stopped?
Caribbean.
Do you know why I stopped this in England a long time ago? Because I taught English. There's no point in dissing
Yeah,
something if you're talking.
but you know, you have your mum,
You
your
just
granny's
sound
Saturday soup and
you
a
sound
Sunday
you
dinner.
sound silly,
Natty.
innit? You know, I don't want
But
nothing to
Natty,
do with English,
you
but you're
know,
speaking in
you
English, yeah?
go and sit at your granny's house and your nan's house, and you go and have your Caribbean food. Even though you're
Exactly.
English, that's not necessarily. Do you know what I mean? That term English, it's, I don't know, Natty, I don't know.
It's just a place. It's just a place and a culture that has got mix of everybody's culture in it.
Yeah, but some people won't say that though, Natty. Some people are not going to be saying that it's mixed. They don't want that. Look at Wendy. Don't hate mentioning her name. It's like they just respond so quickly. But Wendy, like, she wants, do you know what I mean? She don't want to see us here.
Yeah, I know that
there's
yeah,
people
but
like Wendy out here.
yeah, but that's what I mean. That's the internet people that I see. Do you know what I mean? And they're very small, and I don't really engage with her. And you know,
Sorry, Schiffer, there's someone backstage, Seven Deadly Sins, I think. I don't know who that is, but they're backstage.
who's that in the bottom left corner?
Jay Savage. The thing is, Natty, you appreciate some of the things that the UK have brought to the table because do you know what I mean? You have assimilated to a certain extent, right? And as is your partner, because she's actually been able to be involved with somebody who's black. Asians, they are the biggest group, that more so than white people, that don't really at times deal with black Caribbean people. So you and I, and
Depends.
I don't see it
Depends.
often, that Natty, to be honest.
Do you know why? Because it depends what area. If it's predominantly like Luton, then yeah, I mean, you know, people just stick with their people. You know what I mean? And only a few mix. Like, listen, I was just in Luton yesterday, man. I broke up with my bridge and Shy and all that because we understand when we move in as a unit, there's more that I got, there's more that you got. There's a hell of a lot more for me to learn, and I don't need to change my ways. I don't need to, start acting like you. I could be myself because you're treating me and you know how I am.
Right.
So we all just mess about. We all got links, you know what I mean? We all run ideas with each other. We all know about, oh, look, I got a job for my auntie, but she won't let you in because you're black. What? Come on, man. We're not going to get anywhere here. We're not going back to them days. We're going forward. You know what I mean?
What, do you have anyone like that around you that
No,
their family wouldn't entertain you?
nah.
I'll be honest with you. I was speaking to my friend. She's white. She's with a Nigerian. She couldn't entertain. They weren't dealing with her. Do you know what I mean? She's had 2 children for him, and they don't deal with her. And because she's from up north, it's a weird one actually. Because I thought that they would be a little bit more. Not, the parents might not. Do you know what I mean? Might not want him around, but they do. They do. But there are some people that are just, they're not going to have it.
Well, I was listening to Raj the other day, and he was talking about like the Mipple community, and he was talking about where there's such a massive amount of Mipple community up in the north. He says that the other ones that are down here are talking about them lot being a little bit what's the word? Not integrated or not accepting because they're all coming together there. They're all thinking, oh well, you know what? It's like back home now, so let's do it like this. Do you understand what I'm saying? And where they're struggling amongst themselves because they're not trying to, like, what's the word? Well, I wouldn't say they're struggling amongst their world, because obviously, with the Islam thing, that's what really does bring them together. I will say one thing about religion is that's one thing that can actually bring people.
Very true. Yeah.
Yeah, you ain't messing about with that there. So that's where, that's a law that really does keep them, going. You know what I'm trying to say? But I just think that where there's a hotspot of one particular group, that group is going to be turning on each other, and you're not going to be learning much from each other that way, other than her heartache and despair and not enough influence, not enough creativity. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, man, I think me myself, like where I'm situated, we had the same thing. My gran was living with Irish people. When they left the bed, she got in the bed. When they go to work, etc., all that, we had to go through stuff, but they didn't give up. They fought, and they come together at a time to fight. It will always happen, something, yeah. But then you don't go back to them mistakes. You learn, and you get yourself in a better position, power position, yeah, to block these things. To say, you know what, fuck that. We're not standing for that. Like what Shiff was saying, why was no one at this march? I didn't really even hear much about it. This is important things because this is about us, and we can see it as an attack.
Yeah, 100%.
I'm not gonna have it in it. I'm not gonna have it in my workplace where you're gonna be treating me in a certain way because I'm gonna fight.
And I think sometimes when some of us have got involved with people that are mixed, or do you know what I mean, non-black, we've felt some more like issues by that other community more so. So sometimes we'll fight a little bit harder.
Imagine my situation where they didn't like me. Yeah, 1, because I was black. 2, because I wasn't a Muslim. Yeah. 3, I've just taken their daughter out.
You were brave to go down that route, to be honest, Natty.
Yeah,
I don't know what you were thinking
that,
about that time.
But remember, Tash, I didn't have a problem with them, so I kept it real. You know what I'm trying to say? I didn't want to be like them and make their problem my problem, because it's not my problem. I'm going to be how I am, and you're going to get over it. And you know what? They got over it. They realized no one's going to spit at them on the street. They realized that all their mates are, you know, still around because they're not, you know, they're not backyard. Like, you know what? If they don't like you, somebody else will. Get on with your life and be happy and see how, you know what I'm trying to say, Cash. And one by one, you started hearing about their daughters and this happening and things starting to change. And it's just like, well, you know what? There is a safe place where you can be. If you want to have that life, you could go back to where you was. If I want to, if I'm pro-black, I want to go to I want to go to Nigeria or back to the Caribbean where I don't have to complain about this stuff, put myself through torture and all that, or think I need to protect my son and everything. You know what? That country is better than here. That's where I will go.
Okay, the reason why I disagree with that is this, because when our lot came here, right, they didn't have many friends that were non-black, so they had to be pro to a certain extent, but they wanted equality as well. So I do think there's spaces to, because pro-black doesn't mean anti-white. I know people think it means you're against everything that is, you know, but the thing is, if some people just want to date, like, for example, if people want to date, like, no disrespect, Nay, but if people want to date Pakistani women, you know, they date Pakistani women. If black women or black men are saying they just want to date black men and black women, then, you know, it shouldn't be an issue. Do you know what I mean?
Nah,
That's their...
But what if they look at you and say, yeah, but I've got a problem with you doing that?
Yeah, but people are gonna, of course, people can have problems, but it's not really anybody's. Do you know what I mean? It's not really anybody's business. The problem I think people have, Natty, is when people start saying, "Oh, I'm dating this person, this white man, or I'm dating this Asian woman because you black men and black women are no good." Like, I've never done that. Like, me personally,
I've never done
I've
that.
never said, okay, I've dated a man who's mixed because I don't want a full black man because of this, that, and the third. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, but the problem is some people do all that, you know. So I think that's where the problem is.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where the problem is. Like, you can't really start dating who you want and then diss other people. It's not really it's not, you know.
Okay, but why should there, just to throw a spanner in the mix, why should it be a problem with anyone dating sort of like outside their race? Like, why should that really be a problem?
Because
Just to
like
kind
I
of
just
play
said, if people are dating outside their race, that's one thing. But if you're dating outside your race and you're saying, okay, this white man does more for me, this black woman is this white woman is I date white women because you black women are like this and that. You can't do things like that.
But
You
who
can't.
does that?
Lots of people
I
do it.
think
We know that. That's the
social
reality. Come on.
media. Yeah, I know. Like,
Lots of
they like
people
to
say that.
portray that
I've come across people saying things like that.
they
I've come
don't
across
because.
people.
Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
I have. I'm gonna be honest. I have. I'm not gonna be
Yes,
ignorant.
it's
I've
a
obviously come
normal
across
thing.
it as well. Yeah, but to a certain extent, I would like to think the majority of people just do it for that preference. So, like, if someone's into white girls or into whatever, it's like they just do it because that's what they've done. It's like, personally, I think it's a lot easier in a relationship. Like, for me, I don't feel like I have cultural problems because I didn't really go outside of my culture. Yes, there was a bit of a Caribbean African thing going on, but I still find similarities. Does that make sense? But apart from that, I think my life has become easier. Yeah, I would agree on that. But if two people fall in love and they make it work, then I don't see the problem. I
Yeah,
think that
falling in love,
that's
right?
fine.
The problem is, right, I think what a lot of people also, when you're the black person in the family, right, or when you're whoever you are, right, it's important that
Yeah.
your child knows your culture. I think what many
Okay.
people are saying is many mixed race children don't know the other side of their culture, right?
Okay.
I'll be honest with you,
Okay.
right? I've got a few white people that I know. I'd say out of
Yeah.
5 of them, 2 of the black men have stuck around, right? The other 3 haven't.
Yeah.
They've had to rely on other people to show them who, you know, about the black community. And it's been black women mainly, not black men. So that's unfair to a certain extent as well. Do you understand? Because especially, and this is going to sound crazy, I don't believe in black men leaving anybody. But when black men leave women that are white or Asian or outside of their community to bring up a mixed race child or a child that looks black, that's totally out of control. You've got to be involved, especially if the child is a boy, in their lives.
Yeah.
Well,
You have to
like I
be
said,
involved in
yeah,
black boys'
like
lives.
like I
Don't get
said,
me wrong.
yeah, like I said, like nowadays, you know, it's a shame for any kid to be without a mother or to be without both parents, you know. But you know, that's me speaking, because you know I went through that myself. But on the same hand, man, if the other family and people are willing to look after that kid's gonna be all right.
Not
As long as
necessarily. Not necessarily.
the
No.
kid will be okay. I mean, if they're turning the kid and making it, you know, blaming the kid for its color and its father, then they're only talking about the child like that. It doesn't make sense. They're gonna go, yeah, because your dad's a black, and yeah, because he's not.
Yeah.
It doesn't make
But no,
sense, you
that's the
know.
thing. You need to be honest, because sometimes the Asian community will push that hard. They're the main ones, you know. They're not gonna play around. If you don't stick around, they're on your case. This has happened. I've seen it in my own family, so I know that, you know, they will. That makes things even 10 times worse, because they're
Yeah,
like,
but in my
right,
situation, they didn't want me around. Like, it doesn't make sense that, you
I
know,
know.
you'd
Okay.
want the guy to not be there. So they've already lost, you know, that one there.
Yeah, they didn't support it from the beginning.
Yeah, so you've already lost. So that's what I'm trying to say. But that I just knew, yeah,
She's
all this
lucky she
stuff.
didn't get disowned, because I know a lot of people that get disowned. They're not having it. They won't have a bar of it, you know. So, but yeah.
Well, I mean, I've got to put a bit of context in there. I think, look, I know there's even a lady here who's got mixed race children. I would say a white mum would be just as good of a mum as, you know, a black mum would be to bring up a mixed race baby. I don't see why she would be worse. Like I said from the beginning, you can have, you know, white people that are idiots, black people that are idiots. But I know you guys are gonna say, okay, the cultural aspect that will get left behind. But you have some black people who've been living in the UK for generations. How much black culture are they really gonna be able to give? They're giving London culture, if anything. So I don't know. I don't really see
And you know something,
a
Shiv,
massive issue there.
like
Yeah.
a lot of like the white girls that I know that have you know, had mixed race children, like they're on point with learning how to do the hair and everything, you know, like to the point they're doing man's hair. Like, and
No,
sometimes I've seen
hold on,
it.
folks.
One
It's
step,
not about that.
no, I have seen it. I have seen it where some don't know what, like, don't
Nah,
have
because
a
I've
clue.
got a sister-in-law. Nah, I'm not gonna have that. I'll be honest with you, right? If me, my mum, and everyone else didn't rally around her, she'd struggle. My brother's with her, but the reality is, I'm not really gonna accept that, to be honest with you, because we do need to support white women. They're not black, right? And they do need support. If they're bringing up a child of color, it's different to bringing up a white child. This is a country that's predominantly white. They do need the support. It's not a case of they can't do it. If you've got a black woman who's got a child who's mixed race, she knows what it's like to be black, right? So to a certain extent, she can bring them up, right? The problem is women should not be bringing up boys on their own, regardless anyway, regardless of colour. But when it comes to white women, right? And this is what irritates me at points. When you are making
Chris Eubank had white parents.
And look how he turned out.
Yeah. What about him?
Yeah, but
sorry.
No, but you know, he left his kids
but
in
why are
America,
we putting him
though,
down, though?
Natty.
Yeah, but
he
why?
left his kids in America to be brought up by some stranger. Like, what's all that about? Like, I'm not saying Chris Eubank he's on a bit of a madness, though, to be honest with you, Natty.
Raheem Sterling.
Let me just say big up Empress as well. Thank you.
Big up.
Yeah, big up Empress.
I don't know what happened to Natalie, but I think we need to hear from the white people in the room, and they can tell us, you know, from their side, you know, maybe some Asians too, because they sound like there was some black and Asian.
So yeah, I mean, what I think.
Wait, hold on. Who's in the middle, Shiffer?
That's my boys. That's my brother Starks.
Yeah, I think.
I just realized. I didn't even realize you was there. How you doing?
Yeah, bless up, bro. Bless up. I sneaked in today.
What did you think about the conversation?
Good to have you here. So what? Do you want to give your take on what you think?
I was in the I was in the middle of cooking. Sorry, 1 second. Let me turn my telly down.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I was in the middle of cooking before I joined in.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
All right.
Yeah.
Man. So what do you
Yeah,
think
I was
about
just.
interracial kind of like relationships? Do you think the white women are just whatless and they shouldn't they shouldn't have no mixed race kids, or do you think it's absolutely fine and really there's not much difference and the love of a mother is the most important thing regardless of color?
The love of the mother is the most is the most important thing of all of either
Jeez.
regardless color or skin. The
Yeah.
mother has to have love for the child regardless, and love for the dad.
Yeah. But
You
then
know what I mean?
also,
That's what love for the child and love for the dad is what
yes,
is those two bonds there are important to a child in a child's life.
definitely.
A child sees that growing up, you know, that tightness and wants always that bit of love. Do you know what I mean? They don't watch the difference, say, of the color. They watch the love they get, you know,
Yeah.
at
I
the end
would
of the day.
fully
But
agree. I would fully agree with
on
that.
the on the
Yeah.
terms of like the relationships now, I used to be a little bit judgmental back in the day myself. And then as I got
Yeah.
older, but that was because of stereotype and following the behavior of the elders that were older than me. But and then at some circumstances, I started to look into things down to my own experiences. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
This is how I kind of had to like break it down, because I had to break. It was challenging to come up with this. It's an interesting topic. Do you know what I mean? But because I have a lot of mixed race family in mixed race culture in my family. I can't disapprove of it. Do you know what I mean? But at the same time,
Yes.
If they're showing your child the same love, it's regardless. It doesn't matter. You know what I mean? You
Yeah.
know, I could
Brilliant,
understand
brother.
if it's a dirty person, the person as a character doesn't go to work and things like that. Do you know what I mean? You go to the house and the kids' nappies ain't changed and all that, you know, and the house ain't tidy. There's washing everywhere. Do you know what I
Bro,
mean? The sink
bro,
full.
I like
If
it,
it's a
yeah.
situation like that, then you know, whoa, that can't go on, black or white,
Yes.
regardless.
Bro, I like it, yeah,
Yeah.
that my son has got so many houses that if he's thirsty or he's in trouble, he can knock on their door and they won't turn him
Exactly.
away.
That's love. Yeah, you don't want to. They don't want a situation. Your child's like in a situation, and they knock on a white person's door. They turn the door. No, because of. Do you know what I mean? Nah.
Mm.
I mean, and there was. My kids was brought up to love one another as you see them. You know, and how they treat you. Do you know what I mean? So and like my oldest son now, he's 27, and he said, Dad, he comes to work with me every day. Now, and he's gone, Dad, you know what? I don't want no kids till I'm like at least 35. I want to try and buy my house and everything first. You know what I mean? My youngest son, he's at college and he goes to work. I got 3 boys. The middle one now, he wants to run up and down road. Don't want to listen to nobody. Do you see the difference between them all now?
Yeah.
Yeah, and the youngest one, he's like, okay, he learned a lot quicker than all the others, because he says, you know what, I ain't gonna follow you lot's footsteps. I'll get myself a job. You know what I mean? From the moment I leave school, I want to know, so I got money saved up, I can pass my test, I get my car, and I can save up and buy a flat. He's working, grafting. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Trying to show his elders that this is what you should have done.
And you have to mix with different people, man, as well sometimes. You have to venture out, man.
Yes. If you see how he speaks and compares his English to his older brothers will talk a bit of road. Yeah. And him, you think he's gone university. because his English, his punctuality is that good and clear. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, he doesn't
And
talk
what's
too
he
much.
like for the family? What's he like for the family?
Family is cool, but and like my kids are like from different mothers.
Mm.
So you know that again is that's another challenging thing. Do you see what I mean?
Mm.
Very
Yeah. So
challenging. Yes.
yeah, man. And I got two of my kids are from African family. Yeah, African mum. She's from Tanzania, and my last
Big up
son,
the
he's
Zanzibar.
you see
Yes,
me,
man.
yeah, the
Nice place,
Zanzibar. You
though.
see me?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
nice there, man. So and like
Very nice.
I got
Yes.
exactly, and I got my youngest son. His mum's mixed race. She's half white and half Jamaican. Now her white
Okay.
side of the family, boy, I'd say they're a bit loose. Do you know what I mean? There wasn't like, but that
Yeah.
no, they had the wrong upbringing in it. You know, but her Jamaican side of the family, they're educated. One of the uncles a policeman. The Rastafarian family. Do you know what I mean? But they at the same time they're spiritual. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
Yes.
But don't you think that's a nice balance though? If they've got that,
Of,
if they
of
got
course.
both sides, wouldn't you say that it makes them more rounded? Like, I'm yet to see the argument in kind of like
What do you
race
mean?
mixing. I don't
What do
see
you mean?
the
What do you mean it makes them more rounded? More rounded than a person who has
well.
two black parents, like his first baby
No, no,
mother.
no, no. It's not. It's not in understand your question, but it's not in a competing way where we have to put them up against each other. It's more just to say that they can have just as good of a life, if that makes
Yeah.
They
sense.
could
Yeah,
choose.
Instead
you
of
They
need.
could
The
saying
see.
they
point
are
is,
gonna
They
you
could
be.
need.
see the
Yeah,
better
but
option.
the
Anyone.
point is, you need to support them. If you're black, you need to make sure that you support them, because going through
Yeah, no,
as
you
a
support
black
them,
person coming
but
up in this
like
country,
in the case
you're
of this.
going to go through things that a
Yeah, but
white
in this
person is not
case,
going to go through.
yeah, but in this
Black
case of
people
this
are gonna
brother, what this
struggle
brother just
anyway,
said, yeah,
regardless.
that
So that's why we have to be supporting each other.
So if
You
we
know?
have somebody that comes in who's non-black and they've got a mixed race child, we need to support them. That's my point that I'm making to a
Yeah,
certain
of course.
extent.
Of course.
Yeah, I wasn't
Okay,
trying
I
to.
was more coming off. I was more coming off the angle of, I believe if you got a white family, and I've seen it as well with
Never
my
saw
own
it.
eyes, that white family can further you. I mean, we all know if we accept, white privilege or whatever, or if we think, sometimes things can be easier for them. When you get some of these white family to go do something for you, like let's say it's like it could be anything. It's just you might get a different response. Now you got white family support than if you just bring in like, the black side of your family or whatever you're
So
doing. And I've seen
basically,
these things. I've seen
you know the privilege. You know that white privilege, and you're saying use your white family members to better your position in life. But if you're
I've
gonna,
seen it
if
happen,
that's what,
unfortunately.
but that's
Yeah.
what a lot of the pro-black community are against. That kind of talk that you're talking, like this kind of talk is what they're against, because they're saying that a lot of people are speaking on that and saying, well, okay, if you date outside, you're going to get more opportunities. That's not
nah, because if you
necessarily the
just heard
case.
what that brother just said, yeah, he just said that the Jamaican side of the family, they're all a little bit more educated and blah blah
Yeah,
blah.
that's what I'm
The
saying.
other
So
side of the family, they're a little bit more blah blah blah. So
yeah,
that to
because
Yeah.
us, that
In
a
in
lot
offers.
of
that
mixed
instance,
race
that weren't the
children need a
case.
lot
Yeah.
of support out here, as well as the black children. A lot of them need a lot of support. So I don't know if that I mean, I get what you're saying to a certain extent, but you shouldn't be dating someone to come up. Like, it shouldn't be a come up thing. It should be you dating someone because their character's good. They're good people to you. They're do you know what I mean? They love you, you love them, and what have you. Not because your children are gonna get a come up. Like, to me, that's
Exactly.
crazy.
Okay, but okay, I hear you when you say that, but like I believe a lot of like, especially the Africans that came and whatnot, they specifically went with like white women for a come up. I know a lot of them did back in the day, So, and it
A
was
lot of
kind
them,
of
I think,
like,
I'd say love was involved as well. Can't just say
yeah,
that,
definitely,
man. That's a
definitely,
bit.
definitely, no, no, definitely,
That's a harsh compliment, man. Because what about the female?
yeah,
She might have been in love with the guy. Because in those
yeah,
days, back in the
definitely.
day, they risked their life in those relationships. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Blacks were
I
getting
should.
killed, stabbed, whatever, being in those relationships. Black man or woman, they were getting harassed.
yeah.
Should,
No,
the other
you're
day,
right.
yeah,
You're right.
the
Worked
other day,
easy
Yeah.
for them in the
Go ahead.
remember, yeah, I had to go and help my son, yeah. And when I went down there, right, so obviously my son's in he's doing his private thing, yeah. He's doing his private school stuff, yeah. And obviously I went down there. There's a few like distant cousins there. And I'm like, look at you lot. I'm like, why do I have to come down here and sort shit out? What are you lot doing out here, yeah? And they're like, oh yeah, nah, but we stopped the fight and everything. Yeah, and all that. And I'm like, you know, like I'm so glad that my son don't really roll with these boys. Because when I asked him like, what are you doing with yourself now? Oh, nothing. Oh, what are you doing?
So,
Like, I'm trying to say to my son, this is why you're getting in this shit here, because you're rolling with some people that are not on it. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like, and that is why I'd rather my son, yeah, be at private school with people that are on it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, of course, if you can put your child there, I think that's well done.
Yeah.
You know,
When I hear little
no
Tommy,
one
yeah,
should
but my
take that
mum
away.
said I could go to bed. I'm like, you know what? You know, you and little Tommy, yeah, like you can chill a little bit, but just a little dose. If I see you acting like little Tommy, cut him, bro. Like, sorry, bro, because you can't defend yourself against these people. You're falling underneath their spell. You can't understand why. We love you, want you to go at bed at this time. Yeah, when I ring up Tommy's mum's upstairs in bed with some man doing okay, cool, but nah, you know what I'm saying? So I just want my son to be around the best people that he could be around.
Yes.
And if that
Yes,
means
that would make
moving him,
sense.
I will move him. So if I'm in the area and certain things, I'd say, you know what? I'm coming out of here.
Yeah. I mean, to be totally honest with you, I'm just trying to like see what the whole argument is with, can it be a good thing? Or are we saying like race mixing is a bad
Well,
thing? Like what
why is it
what is
like?
the stance?
Why
I
is it like
don't.
all the?
I don't
Why
think
is it
that's.
all the drillers live all up in Barnet and Potter's Bar and Chiswell? Why don't they live in like the hood anymore? Why don't they live like in them areas?
I didn't even know that. You know,
Yeah.
they live in Potter's Bar, and is that what you're saying, Natty?
Yeah, like when you made it, that's where you
Yeah,
go,
Okay,
innit?
that's
You
fair
want to
why
go
enough.
does
to
up
Yeah.
in
fucking
Potter's
area.
Bar, man?
Okay. All right. I
Why
didn't
does
know
got a
that.
big yard up in Potter's Bar, man?
Okay. I didn't know that. So I was just gonna
Yeah, a
say
few
to you,
of them,
yeah,
man.
you know
Bissell's
that
got.
thing. Oh, yeah, go on.
Yeah,
So what you
sorry.
Go on.
saying?
Hey, can I say something? Because y'all in London, right? And it's
Yeah.
like 7
Yeah.
a.m. in the morning, and with y'all accent, it eases me and put me to sleep, okay? Um,
Okay.
for
Yeah.
asked me to come on the panel, you wanted to ask me some questions before I be snoring up here?
Yeah, what's your stance on it? Because I know they, some of the places they still got segregation over there. So what do you think about race mixing?
My brother been married to a white woman for 30 years, and I have had 3 nieces and nephews, so I'm all for it.
Yeah.
Been with a white woman
Would you
before
say there's
when I was
pros and
younger.
cons?
Say what?
Is there pros and cons that you could tell us? Because you got real life experience.
Wait a minute, pros and cons.
Yeah, like would you say what's the downside and what's like the
Okay.
upside? Has there been a
Okay.
time where you thought, wow, that white woman come through?
What?
Has there been a time where you thought like, okay, that white woman was the best thing at this moment in time because it might not have worked out so good otherwise?
Wait a minute, I'm a woman. I might sound like a dude, but I'm a female. How I'm gonna say a white woman is the best thing in my life? I don't get it. Who saying this? Who asking me this question? Sham?
Yeah,
Which
Shem.
one of y'all asking me that?
That was Shem.
Sham, I'm a female. Ain't no white woman coming in my life and I'm gonna say she all that. I gotta ask my brother that. He bounced. Boy, you at Sham? Come on now. They always hit me with that. Yes, my. I'm leaving alone. Shim got. You know I'm half asleep too. Get me out back up here.
But you can land your point like that. Yeah.
So do you mean like someone obviously has shown you courtesy and they're not from like obviously black community? That's what you mean. Like, well, you weren't expecting someone to do that. Not that
Can I ask this question, y'all, before y'all move on? Can I ask him a question? And I want to give him my side of when I used to date out of my race. Okay. The downside of me dating out of my race, because I'm a dark-skinned female, nappy head and all, right? It was the public. When we used to go places and try to do things, we get all these old crazy looks. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they would look at you like you're an alien. I've been there.
Thank you. So I'm gonna mute up and listen to y'all.
Yeah,
I agree with you, sister.
yeah. No, we know that can happen. That's extreme racism. That's what that is. That's pure racism, and obviously that exists. But I'd like to think. Look, I don't know how deeply you guys have actually thought about it, but it's like if we're putting the human race as millions of years old, whether if religious people might not believe that, but you know, even religious people will concede to at least thousands of years old. And to believe that there's been no mixing throughout all that time is just not historically correct. If you look at people like Genghis Khan, what he was doing, if you look at all these other rulers, one of their main thing was to get a queen from a different place. That was like, that was the thing to do, kind of thing. So I don't know. I've seen people get DNA tests as well.
Yeah, but
I think they've been mixing in
the argument
years.
isn't about whether we've mixed or not, right? The argument is that a lot of them have put forward to many of us that have dated outside is, can you be pro-black and date outside your race? And I've said no. You
Martin
can't
Luther
be
King did.
You can't be pro-black and date outside your race. I don't believe you can. I don't believe you can personally.
No,
So you can't be pro kind of public transport but own a car.
That's not a fair comparison. It doesn't make any sense. I think for me, like I said, being with a mixed race man, I have had to compromise myself. I'm not going to say that my friend who's been with a black man, I'm able to do everything that they're able to do for their community, right? And my community, I've had to support both communities to a certain extent, right? So you do get compromised. You can't be pro-black. That's the argument. It's not a case of, oh, who you dating, why are you dating that person? It's more a case of, can you be pro-black and date outside? I think the answer is no. You can't be fully pro-black and date outside your race. That's my opinion anyway. Because you have to look after both.
Can it hold on 1 second, champ? 1 second.
It's quite a toxic position to be in.
Can it work the other way around? Can you be pro-white and date outside?
Myself there, guys. You know there's a white woman.
That's a toxic relationship. You're attaching yourself. It's a toxic relationship you're going to attach yourself to. Yeah, from once you're pro, and you're saying you disagree with it, but you're happy to try it out. It's toxic.
Yeah, but can I just flip it around on its head? Yeah, can I hear from the white audience or panel members, like, can you be pro-white and date outside of your so-called race? Talk to me.
Boy, you're asking the wrong person.
What?
You date the person, not.
Say that again. Did you say you date the person, not the race?
Why is it even the issue? You label it. Yeah.
Okay.
That's
a different
exactly.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
You're labeling things that don't need to be issues where they don't need to be causing issues.
Hold on, we can't hear you properly. Can you come a bit closer to your microphone?
Yeah, I couldn't hear any of that.
any of it.
Hello.
Didn't hear
Yeah,
any
we
of
couldn't hear you
what
before. Can you come a bit closer of what you were saying?
I said.
Yeah.
That's it. That's it.
Really. Yeah.
Did you say you date the race, not the person, or you said something
I
like
said
that?
you're
Didn't
dating
you?
the person, not the
Yeah. And I'd agree
You're
with
dating the
that. I'd
person,
agree
not
with
the race. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd agree with that
And you're
one.
putting labels on things that don't need labels. And you wonder why we've got racism in this country, because kids today, you know, in schools and stuff, have to have books with black people, disabled people, all this kind of. Kids don't notice that. We're the bloody ones pointing it out to them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hear you. I hear
You know,
you.
do not
The
notice.
only
Do you think
them
adults?
see
Do
One
not notice.
second.
Oh, he's black.
Do you think that adults notice these
Either
things
way, would
though?
we are.
That's
Yeah,
my
but
question to you.
as
Do you
adults,
think
we shouldn't
adults
be.
notice it?
Do I think what?
What the
Sorry.
difference in color when notice the difference in color of people, like when they watch TV programs or when they read books, X, Y, Z. Do you think adults notice the difference?
Yeah, my best friend went to
Maybe
school with
my,
all black people.
yeah. That was a hard question though, wasn't it? Like, I'm not trying to make it too hard for anyone. Let's move on. So as far as obviously who's here?
Sorry,
I
what was
think
the
it
answer to
starts
that
wanting to say
question?
something.
Sorry, what was the answer to that question?
I think she's kind of still thinking of an answer, but I think
sorry.
Starks wanted to say something. So obviously he's not really had a lot of space to speak. So can we give him a little bit of space? Starks, can you tell us what your thoughts are on the subject?
Well, me.
Yeah.
Boy, personally, right, that I've dated white women in the past, a lot, many of them. I've had all types. I've had those who's had dads who you couldn't go around their house because they couldn't even mention you because of their dad would take them out their will. It was that deep. Do you know what I mean? I mean, when I was dating a lot of girls in my school days, I was dating females around Bexley Heath, Woolwich. So, and those days in the 90s, early 90s, it was
Oh
down the
Lord, have mercy! I come from them ends, bro. I feel for you. I
right.
feel for you. I feel for you.
Was a different kind of area.
No, it was. It's
Right?
different. It's
And
different down
if
there.
you was on the bus, if you was on the 272 bus, like going through Thamesmead, they brick out the bus around the boiler house, and I was with a group of my own, with my guys, and we was on a bus one time when I was about 17, and we was going through stage 2 boiler house, and we had some females with us as well. They were white, funny enough, but the guys who was round by the pub near the boiler house, near the flats, what they did is they threw bricks at the bus, and it went through the window. They was aiming for us, but it missed us and nearly hit this old lady. So we asked the bus driver to stop the bus. We went off there. It was a bit of a argument. Anyway, long story. This is kind of it was all of this caused a racial argument, which didn't need to happen. Do you see what I mean? But over the years, Thamesmead began to like kind of change. A lot of people moved, people sold houses, people got moved out further. You know, new cultures came in. You know, people's and more mixed race kids were about. Because at those days, when I was going to Thamesmead, there wasn't many. It was predominantly white and mixed race kids who lived there. And my mum, my mother, like when I was, let's say 16, she married a white guy. You see what I mean? So I had the experience of both in my family. Do you see what I mean? Guys, you there?
Yeah. I don't know where the rest of this lot have gone.
Yeah, we're all here, man. We was just I was kind of zoning out, listening to you, man, trying to picture
Yeah,
it in my
so
mind.
quite really, it was quite a deep journey. It was quite a deep journey I took. You know what I mean? Like I had to deal with now adjusting because I was still finishing off school. I was getting teased by my friends for having a white stepdad because my mom was quite serious about this relationship. Do you see what I'm saying? So when you're, I'm telling you from a child's point of view, from way back at 16, how I saw it. Do you see what I mean? Because my mum was dating white guys
Yeah.
then,
How did you see your
and
mum benefit from this?
my mum's mixed race. She did because we moved out of a. She was married to my dad, and my dad weren't
Yeah.
broke. My dad owned factories. When he came to
Yeah.
this country, he owned carpentry factories. He had 2 shops, a factory, 13 motorbikes, and
Yeah.
a car. Do you know what I mean? So his business was quite up. Do you know what I mean? He was supplying
Yeah.
like a lot of built premises, staircases, and things like that for their whole house, which was, you know what I mean? His business was quite up. You know, the only thing is the relationship with my mum and dad wasn't working out because their marriage was arranged marriage in their days. Do you see what I mean? So they didn't have the privileges and we had nowadays. Like their relationship was arranged by their mum, saying like, imagine your mum and her mate are best mates. Yeah, your mum wants your kid to marry. She'll say wants you to marry her kid just because they're best mates. That doesn't necessarily don't mean you're in love with that person. Do you see what I mean? And
Yeah, but
that
I
was the
mean, to
relationship.
be honest with you, in a sense, in this subject, we could almost say you are a bit of an expert then, because the exposure that you've had, you're gonna be able to give
I've been
like,
exposed to it all. I've been exposed to it
yeah.
all. Do you see what I mean? I've seen it all. I've seen like
All right. I
I've
mean,
even seen the
what I really want to
technical.
know is that was there
I had different role models. You got to remember that's the word I was looking for. I had different role models.
you know
and they
anything
didn't-
like
You
that?
got a
Was
question in the chat. Hold up. You got a question in the chat from Cotton Socks. She is asked specifically, "Are you a Muslim?"
Am I a Muslim? Right. In terms of religion, I've experimented with a few cultures in religion now. Yeah, I was baptized in a Christian church. I've tried being an altar boy, and I saw certain things which I didn't agree with when I was 13. I went for about.
yeah.
No, but let me finish, please. Yeah, I saw certain
Yeah.
things I didn't agree with. I saw how the white kids was treated different from how the black kids was treated, and all sorts of different things. I'm not taking this. I'm not pointing this out at nobody here. Do you see what I mean? I'm just saying it how I saw things back then. Yeah, and I could only put it down on how priest was then. Maybe he didn't trust us. Maybe he thought he wanted to see how we were for a bit before he gave us better positions, but he didn't feel like giving us better positions. I just felt like then, because it was me and my cousin then, I was 13, I felt like the white people got better positions than we did. Yeah, I said it. So anyway, I done it for about 2 weeks, walked out, so I used to lie to my mom and say I was going to church, but I didn't, me and my cousin. Do you see what I mean? Then when I got to about 26, I got married to a Muslim wife. I was converted to a Muslim before then. Yeah, I took my Shahada. Hello?
Yeah, we're listening still. We're listening, man.
Yeah, but that didn't change me as a person.
Wait,
Yeah.
where was she from? Where was she from?
Oh, Turkey, Istanbul. But
Alhamdulillah.
I was in an
Yeah, I
abusive
went through the same thing as
relationship.
well, bro. Same thing as
Huh?
well, bro. Same thing as well. Like I sold myself out to make somebody else happy, man. Like I weren't even myself at the time.
Yeah,
there, bro.
Natty, please. I wish you wouldn't say things like that because that's kind of
Nah,
disrespectful.
it is. Nah, it is. That's sellout. Nah. Listen.
What do you mean it's a sellout? There's people that have converted. You can't talk like that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
like,
is
like, you
nah,
can't talk
but
like that.
what I'm trying to
But
say
saying
is,
you have
that
to
yeah,
watch
I
them
it's
boy
not a
there, you know,
race.
them
I
boy.
No,
was
Yeah,
but
under
there
don't.
us.
duress.
No,
I'm
hold
a
on.
I was under
sellout,
duress.
loud and proud.
No,
Hold
Woo!
on.
Oh
Religion is
yeah,
not
talk
based
so
on
wicked,
race.
brother.
yeah,
So why are
you
you saying
wanted
things
to,
like that?
yeah. I didn't want to. I didn't
All
want
right,
to.
all
Like I
right.
felt pressured. Like that's the difference. Like no matter the way you look at it,
Oh, but as long as it's not
trust
like
me.
some attack on Islam, it's your own personal thing, though, isn't it? It's nothing to do with like that's
No, I'm not.
you
Listen,
and that woman.
if people wanna follow something, you know, start following something or start practicing something, then they
Hold
can
up,
start doing
hold
that.
up.
That's
Whoa, whoa,
you
whoa,
know,
whoa,
you know
whoa,
what.
whoa,
In your
whoa. Where
position,
you
it's
doing?
better
What are you
because
doing?
you've embraced it. Like I didn't
You're
want to
moving the
embrace it.
goalposts.
I had a gun
Hold
aimed to
up,
my head, though. That's what I'm
hold
basically
up,
trying
hold
to
up,
say.
hold
Nah,
up,
nah,
hold up,
Schiffer, don't try
hold
and
up,
make him do
hold
anything,
up.
say anything
Nah, nah,
stupid on here,
nah,
you
nah,
know.
nah, nah,
But
nah.
anyway,
Because I'm not really on
Goalposts.
the
how do you
See,
anti-Islam
go
kind
to
of
the
thing.
hold up.
Yeah,
religion
I'll
thing?
just jump off.
You see,
But
before he moves the goalpost, yeah, we need to just clarify what we're doing here because we talking about beef today. So if we're gonna do religion, like tell me your beef. What is your beef with religion?
no,
What
no,
is
no,
your
Schiffer,
beef
don't do that. Because
with whatever you got to say?
all right, all right.
Like he's allowed to
Yeah,
talk
leave
his
religion
thing.
off of that.
You're not, but don't be disrespectful though. Like tell us your beef in it in a respectful way. Why not? Like he's allowed to have his beef, just like
No, I
some
don't.
Yeah,
religions
but
be
this
like
is
other
religion. This
religions
is
I'm
or
not
this is
whatever.
religious,
thing.
so I
This
don't
is
have beef
something
with
that
it, man.
billions of people believe in. Do you know what I mean? So let's not go to Islam. Like I wish people would. Like I'm not. I've decided that I'm not going to entertain spaces that are doing that kind of thing because this is
No,
beyond
but
like
sis,
individual issues
do you know
with
what?
people.
Do you know what?
Like,
You can tell me your beef as long as people understand what we're doing over here. This is jokes and banter. So you're not to take this seriously.
yeah,
This
I'm
isn't
not.
like
I've
All
just
right.
like
made my mind up.
Basically, I
Natty's
didn't
not a
mean to
lecturer.
disrespect. Yeah,
He's not
I'm not
some
trying to
learned
I didn't mean
Islamic
to
scholar.
disrespect,
tell him
man.
what to do, but I'm just
Yeah,
saying
I
like
said that
I'd
in the
rather
wrong
not.
way. Yeah, I said that in the wrong way. Yeah, I basically, it's like, you know, I
Yes,
basically did
brother.
something when I was not 100, not even, 1% fully wanted. I was like 1% interested in something. I was not, I felt like I had no choice. Like this is it. Like that's what I'm trying to basically say. That's why I reckon I did change myself to the point it wrecked myself to the point I didn't realize myself. And then now I come back, I realized that definitely my soul was gone then. So that's what I'm basically saying in that perspective. Not because of the religion, because of the people, with the reason why I done it. Yeah, because obviously I know like not every people go on like that, I'm trying to say
Oh,
some
I get
people are
you.
different.
The people, yeah, it makes sense. I hear what you're saying. The people can definitely turn
Yeah.
you away. Yeah.
No, honestly, before I took my Shahada, I was really, I struggled too before I took my Shahada. I struggled because of the people.
I'm gonna tell you now though, yeah, I've got a beef in it, and my beef is with people who ain't religious in no way, shape, or form. Because you see, what you have to understand is you're the one who's missing out. You are lose out, brother. Yeah, you are miss out on some serious things. You are miss out on, and you are play
Yeah,
Nah,
game.
I'm
we talk
protected,
about
man.
blessings. Yeah, we talk about everything.
Yeah.
You see it?
When I'm in the spirit, I
Yeah.
protect me.
And don't forget tidings, Don't
Come
forget
on.
tidings,
You
I'm
can't be too
protected. I'm
wicked in
protected
this
by
lifetime, brother.
ancestors, Shifa.
Blood, you forget tidings, yes.
Yeah, you
Or you
better
forget
be
the
a tide.
blessings. If you
Come
don't get no
on.
tidings, or if you get blessings.
You better
Yeah,
go
if
fill
you
up
don't
some
bless the
collection
imam,
plate.
if
No.
you don't bless the church, how you forget any blessing? Eh?
Plenty
Yeah,
of money.
brother. You better fill up our 10 collection plate this week. This week, brother.
Hey,
Every week,
Shiv,
Missy
did you
Granny.
ever read those books I sent you?
Do you know what? I did have a little a glance through them, but I'll be honest, I didn't read them thoroughly enough to really say that I've got deep into it. I haven't got deep into it like that. I've been doing a lot of being a new dad again kind of.
Oh,
You know, like that.
congratulations.
It's been that kind of party
Yeah, man.
since then.
Congrats.
Yeah, best for that, Pete. But little man's here. He's enjoying the show. As long as it's like-minded and we ain't cussing and arguing, we still laughing. He's laughing with us, like that.
Yeah, man. So you saying you there next week?
Yeah, I'm there, man. Do you want to advertise that? Tell the people about it, what's going on,
Yeah,
where it's
man.
going on, where it's going
There's a
down.
little shoot party going down next week, man. Yeah, and Shiffa, you got the address. You send that out to everyone, man.
Yeah, I can do that. I can do
It's
that.
gonna be food and thing. Boy, if you want anything particular turned on the barbecue, bring your thing seasoned up, and if you just come to the chef, he'll spin that up, put that on for you as well. Do you know what I mean? But there's gonna be food there anyway, and drink.
So what's the location? Give them a rough location.
It's Uxbridge, Middlesex, near Heathrow ends. But I've sent it to you. The postcode's all on there.
And what's the rundown? What's the lineup? Sorry, what's the lineup? Do you like is there DJs there? Is there flipping bouncy castle? Talk to me. What's going on down there?
I've got all the other neighbours are going to be involved, so I don't know if they're going to put out any bouncy castles and stuff, but there'll be other kids in that there, so I don't know if what the other neighbours are going to put out there, because all the other neighbours are involved as well.
Okay, so it's like the local people creating their own festival then.
No, it's us. I'm putting it on.
Okay.
Yeah, but the local people are involved as well, so they can put in their little piece as well at the same time. But yeah, I've got the DJs coming and thing. I've got SP Mike passing through, Super City's coming down, a few others. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. And what's the music? What kind of music? What's what kind of music will be playing?
Mixture, house, R&B, reggae. I want to try and get some soul DJ there. I want to get a reggae DJ. You got any reggae DJs?
Yeah, I know some reggae DJs, man.
Well, play any tunes? Yeah, tell them to come down, man. Starts from 12. They want to come and spin out some tunes. Yeah?
Say nothing.
And if you got any other DJs who want to spin tunes or whatever, just tell them, yeah, man, it's a little vibes. You can come spin out some tune them, you know what I mean?
You saying party tonight, yeah?
Yeah, next Sunday, man. Next Sunday.
See?
Yeah?
What ends is that?
12 o'clock sharp.
In Uxbridge.
What ends? What ends?
Uxbridge side.
Oh, Uxbridge.
Yeah. Uxbridge side. Hayes.
The land where you get good uckers.
Man say good uckers, you know. You're a sick guy. You're a sick guy. You would come up with something like that, isn't it?
Oh, next to Saturday, wouldn't it?
You would say that though. It would be nutty. So like, do we have any other beefs that we want to discuss? You see, one I wanted to discuss, yeah, I'll be honest, was beef in the family. Because you know, in certain families, there's mad beefs, you know. And it's like,
no, man.
They never go away. They never go away. They never go away. People don't let
Why are you gonna go there for?
No, because I want to know from the rest of you. Like, obviously, I'll start with Empress Sakina because she's had the least time to speak. Do you find that you have those kind of beefs in your family where those ones, they never go away? It's like they almost let go of beef with people outside of the family quicker than people inside the family certain times. Talk to me.
Yeah, but those challenges.
Because you're the soft.
Huh?
I don't talk to my family.
Whoa.
That's what I'm saying. These conversations you lot are having, like, there's no point coming to me and asking me, bro.
All right, so you have got the beef. You're in the beef right now. You are a living product of the beef, the family beef. No one ain't chatting. Yeah, we got beef. I don't like you. You don't like me. Stay away from me, kind of thing. So how does the beef get that serious? Where it's like you can't. Like, remember, that's your family, you know. Like, because I want to say one thing.
Because you're my family. Yeah, because you're my family doesn't mean you keep constantly disrespecting and think you can get fucking away with it, bro. I'm a human being with feelings. Yeah. That you can't constantly disrespect, and I'm gonna hold you, my family, to a higher standard than the people outside of my family, because you're my family, you're my blood.
Yeah. Okay, I get that. But then at the same time, yeah, I would suggest to everyone, yeah, that our families are, you know, what's the word? They're like our natural defense mechanism then, or how can I explain this? It's like a safety net. Yeah. So the more we dismantle that family and dismantle that safety net, the more vulnerable we are in the actual world to some extent. So, if our family is vulnerable, we're vulnerable. And the more divided we are, the more vulnerable the family is, therefore making us more vulnerable. How do you feel about that? Do you feel that that's something that your kids will have to now deal with in even more effect, because they don't even know the family now, because no one don't chat in it, so they don't know who certain cousins are, they don't know who people are. One day certain family members end up dating and find out that they're cousins, and it's all weird, or they end up in a war beefing each other and want to kill each other. And
Let me give you one example.
it's mad,
What,
isn't it?
family members dating, Schiffer? Did you just say that?
Yeah, but it could happen.
Nah.
Listen, if they don't know each other, there's a percentage of a chance you both growing up in the similar area. Remember, your family is all from the
Well,
similar area,
you know
innit?
any stories
So then
like
one
that?
day,
You know truths of that, like, or is that just stuff that you're just?
I'm gonna be honest with you, yeah. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm just kind of making up a hypothetical kind of scenario, but you see the one where they get into beef and want to kill each other, yeah. I have seen that one where certain cousins have got into madness, yeah, literally, and one has like gone for the other one. They didn't know they was cousins, and then after the effect, certain family members are like, "Well, how are you gonna do that? That's your cousin." And then, well, I didn't know. That's you lot's fault, then, isn't it? You know, like that. So how do we deal with these situations? I'm talking to Empress Sakina right now.
I don't live nowhere near my family. My family are in Kent. I'm in West London, mate. You lot crack on.
I hear you. Ain't you gonna want your kids to know their family like that?
They
though,
know who
like?
their family is. Don't get it twisted. I may not talk to my family,
you never broke up with your
but
cousin,
my kids have had a relationship with my mother, even though I don't like her. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
They've seen my mother, like they know who my sisters are. They know who they are. They've seen them. So my kids probably have yeah. That I don't stop my children having a relationship with them if that's what they want. But me personally, I ain't involved.
I hear that.
I'm not involved.
I hear that.
But you never die with your cousin in a bed. Tell him it's another.
Yeah. I just want to say though, yeah, on a serious note there, yeah, I respect what you're saying, yeah, because I don't know what you've been through in it, so I can't speak for you or anyone's situation. I can only speak for my own. But I'd say to you, my question to you would be, how do you think that situation affects the children within the family?
Bridget,
in comparison to adults?
Not in my family, yeah, but in my son's family, yeah. I got told of this wedding going on, yeah. So I'm like, all right, cool. So I'm like, yeah, Pakistan. I was like, all right, cool, yeah. I don't want him to miss it, yeah. So they're like, oh, you should come as well. I was like, nah. I mean, that's a bit awkward, all that shit. Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, I said, nah, you don't do your thing, yeah. And don't forget, we already done split up years now, yeah. So anyway, he's going to get married, yeah, and he's telling me how his uncle is getting married to like his uncle's daughter. So I was like, say that again. He's like, yeah, Uncle blah 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 is gonna get married to his uncle's daughter, which would make that his cousin. I was like, Ross boy. I was like, okay.
Is that his cousin? So
yeah.
So two cousins.
I think it's second cousin, isn't it?
Nah.
Is it his dad's brother?
Yeah, dad's brother. Yeah.
First cousin.
You act like you never heard of kissing cousins before, man. Like there's a lot of kissing cousins out there, man.
Cuz match.
I'm fire on that completely. Like what on earth? I've never heard of that in my life. Never heard of that in my life.
That's fire for that,
Never. All around that. Never heard of that before.
I'm not even gonna lie, yeah. In the Asian community more so, yeah, I've heard of the kissing cousins.
Yeah,
I think even in the Caribbean, there's some kissing cousins, man. Like, don't get it twisted, man. There's bare kissing cousins.
No, Shiffa, don't do that. Don't do that. I've never heard of that in my life.
We are talking about.
Hey, listen, I think it's everywhere. That's my personal take on it. Don't matter where it is. I've heard of it
Nah,
everywhere.
you
I
might
know
not
that
first cousins,
Queen,
but you might have like
all right, cousins
distant
though.
related cousins, like
Them still cousins though. Them still
Second
cousins though.
cousins,
Yeah, they're
third
still
cousins, fourth
though.
cousins, all them cousins there. They're
All
still
right, does
cousins.
that make a difference? All right, does that make a difference to anyone? Does third, fourth, second? What is your limit to, like, you know, cousinhood? Where it's like, you know what?
No family ties
Yeah, I
whatsoever,
can't do
bruv.
that.
Like, are you
Yeah,
out
no,
of your
no,
goddamn mind?
never.
Yeah,
Which ones are the kissing cousins? Tash, tell us, man.
Never. There can never. There's no. I've never heard
nah.
of this before. This is all new news to me, you know. So I don't know. Is this real?
Oh,
Natty trolling?
shoot.
No, Shiffa, seriously, are you and Natty trolling? Because I've never heard of this.
You
Kissing
never heard
cousins
about
thing.
Cosmatch, Tash?
What?
Hey, yo,
What is that?
you're late.
Listen,
Oh
it's
my
dangerous out here, man.
gosh.
It's dangerous out here. And the thing is, remember, the Queen was married to her cousin. Like, her husband was her cousin.
Yeah, I'm not.
Remember these things. Do you understand? So it's not like something that is unheard of, innit? If we know the Queen was married to her cousin, whether second, third, fourth, fifth, I don't know what generation of cousin that is, but it's a cousin, innit? Then we know to some effect there are kissing cousins out there.
No, love, I don't know about any of that. So
Hey Tash, why you acting like you've been in a bubble all these years, man? We know you've heard of it.
Never.
You've heard of this.
Never heard of it in my life. I know certain communities, you know, they marry their, you know,
Yeah.
but I've never heard of certain our communities, right? Even English white people. I've never heard of them kissing their cousins.
Oh yeah, white people do it. Hillbillies.
What if someone
do it?
Listen, they got the most incest. Some
You know
people
what I'm saying? White people are the worst people for it, bro. What are you talking about? No, I think white people set the standard. And everyone else follows.
You're speaking for your own people right now, so I can't.
I don't like my own people, so we're good. We're all on the same page right now, so we're all good.
Right. Let me ask Tash a question. I want to ask Tash another question. Tash, what if you had a cousin through marriage? Like, so that wasn't like blood cousin, but they was a cousin through marriage. Like, their parents.
They should be off limits, like just out of morality, really. Like they should be off limits. If like,
so those ones still wouldn't be kissing cousins.
They're not. It's not a bloodline thing, is it? The bloodline thing is my issue. Like you're kissing your family. That's. Yeah.
But
I
if it was a
think
cousin,
about all the time that we've gone sitting around their cousins' houses and slept over, like all that kind of.
What kind of fuckery there?
What? So what you're saying is, yeah, if it's a cousin through marriage, it's all right. You can kiss those cousins.
No. I'm saying out of morality, you shouldn't really go there. No. I'm saying yeah, that's a no-go for me personally.
Thanks for clearing that up. Because I ain't kissing no cousins neither. Still, I'm not kissing no cousins neither. I'm gonna stay with Tash on this one. Anyone else care to give us their take on cousins through marriage? What about you, Starks? If someone's a cousin through marriage, does that count?
No, man. Hell no. I've had some shit done to me in the past. That's why I'm not even, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Nah, man.
I hear that still. I'm not gonna lie, yeah. Like, I've got some cousins, yeah, some West Indian cousins, yeah, and like distant cousins, isn't it? Like, you know, like third cousin or fourth, I don't even know, but my great granddad is their great granddad, you know, like that. So our grandparents are like cousins or something, like, you know, like that. So I know that in those situations, there have been times where certain cousins have fancied other cousins because they're so distant, you know, like that. So I'm talking from my own perspective in my own family now.
I've seen situations where cousins have fancied one another and are not known they're related.
Yep, all of that. That's similar situation.
In the Caribbean. That's down to elders not introducing people as they're growing up. Like now, the culture is even got wider like that. If you look at how our culture have grown up now, some of our kids don't know who their other cousins are. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah,
And
definitely.
it's important for us to, like, the cousins, that the family that we do speak to, it's important that we make our kids see them regular and grow up with them. Do you know what I mean? It's not just it's not always just about them seeing their friends. It's the more they interact and see the cousins that's around them, the different ones. Oh, they're not gonna know who's their family. They're gonna grow up dating a chick and not realize their family.
Yeah.
You
Yeah, it's
see what I
true.
mean? And it's
It's
all
true.
down to us not doing the correct teaching or falling out with family members.
100%.
Oh, Schiffer, there's some
Yeah.
really fucked up story, yeah, right? I'm gonna blow your lot's
Yeah.
mind right now, right?
Imagine this,
And
yeah.
it has to be a fucking white guy, right? Just so you
What?
know,
Can I just
right? It was a white
say
guy that
something
did
for a
it.
minute?
It was on
Go on.
Netflix, right? It's on Netflix. It's a documentary. I can't.
Mhm.
You'll see it. It's about this doctor, Dr. Klein. He was a fertility doctor. So obviously, people that obviously had struggles conceiving and whatnot would go to this doctor, and he's a very renowned doctor. I think it was in Virginia, I think. Anyway, cut the long story short, the guy was using his own semen
Oh, I
to
think I heard about this.
yeah, he was using his own semen to impregnate these women. That was like, some of them thought it was their own husband's sperm that he was actually putting inside them. It wasn't. He was his own sperm, bro. As far as they're aware, there's about 99 kids out there, and they're still counting. All
Wow.
belong
Yeah.
to him.
Yeah. I remember hearing about this as it goes. Yeah.
Mazza,
Yeah, I remember hearing about this, funny
absolute
enough.
mazza.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm shocked. I'm not gonna lie. So this guy is like, he's playing God. Then he thinks he's the father. He's the father of a
Well,
nation.
he apparently, from what I was watching on the documentary, he was meant to have been a part of some sort of kind of Christian cult thing, which I think was kind of linked to like white supremacy somehow. So I think it was like, in his head, he was obviously procreating. Do you know what I mean? Like God and all that, he's procreating, he's doing what he's meant to be doing. But then there's another story where, when he was really really young, he was driving down the road. This little girl came out from nowhere, hit the girl, killed her, and they say maybe that's another reason why he did it, because he took an innocent life. So he was giving these women what they wanted, in a sense. But in a way, it's crazy because that's rape if you think about it.
Yeah, it's kind of weird still. Like, do you reckon he walks around in his boxer shorts and says, "I'm the daddy"? He's the daddy. Yeah, he's a serious geezer. He's the daddy. Like, how many times over? 99. What the hell? That's insane, bro.
Yeah. That's literally a whole estate.
That is literally like 5 football teams.
He just created his own estate, fam. We talking about a football team. He just done his own estate, a whole block.
He might as well change his name to Abraham after them experiences.
Yeah, he just made a whole estate of baby mothers.
Come on, he gave birth to a great nation. What's going on here? They might not be great, but they're definitely a nation. Definitely a nation. Who knows?
Fucked up, man. No, man. Yeah.
Yeah, that was.
I mean, think about it. What would you do? Say if you went to this doctor now, your missus couldn't conceive. You go to this doctor because he's well known and he's good, and you think he's putting your sperm inside your wife, but really and truly, you find out years later, when this child's like 20 odd years or whatnot, actually that child's not your child. It's the doctor's child.
That's like a horror story. All right, I got 5% on my phone now.
Yeah. Yeah. You're right. When you say horror story, that's exactly how I'm seeing it in my mind. This is horrific.
Yeah,
Like,
man, it's a horror story, man.
and it looks like him. Oh, shit.
And they're all
Oh.
get this. I'm gonna fucking kill you all, yeah. And they're all blonde hair, blue fucking eyes.
Oh man. Yeah, that's crazy. Still, that's crazy. That guy's a genius. He's an evil scientist. He's an evil genius, isn't he? He got away with
Evil.
it too. He
And
got
he's a
away
big
with it.
fat guy as well. If you Google him, Schiffer, yeah, you put Dr. Klein. I think it's spelled Cline. Should come up. You see picture. He's an ugly motherfucker, man.
So everybody have some ugly pitney. I look like Dr. Klein. I run around them.
Yo,
Yeah.
them flipping, them inbreeds are ugly though.
Hey, listen.
That's
Yeah,
why at
they
least you
look
can
like
find me
aliens,
ugly.
bro. Right, listen, I got 3% left on my phone, guys. Yeah, so my phone might die on me. I've plugged it in, but I don't know if it's gonna hold the charge. It's still going down. If it cuts out, you might have to. I'll catch up with you guys again. Just add me again when you're doing the next podcast, man.
Yeah, man, it's not a thing. It's not a thing.
Oh, you see that station I'm trying to build? You can do the podcast is set up on that too, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, boy, chat to me, man. Look, cause like, boy, I'll sign you in on that, and you could just run your own account.
All right. Well, yeah, we'll talk behind the scenes. That sounds good.
Yeah, man. All right, cool.
All right, my brother.
In a bit, yeah.
Yeah.
Bless
all right, love, guys. Bye, everyone.
That's cause. Yeah, man. So that guy, like, so what happened? There was no court case. There was no.
So basically, right? This is
what happened?
this is all. It just gets worse. It just gets worse. Right.
That's
So
what I said
basically,
as well,
there's
sorry.
no law. There is no actual law that he can actually be criminally prosecuted for.
Oh shit! Bless Sister Tash. Bless Tash.
Let's pick up Tash. So yeah, there's no actual law. So I think they're now campaigning to make some federal law in place to prevent doctors from, fertility doctors from doing things like that.
But then, long story short, then he got away with it, and that beef will never ever be dealt with. It can never be dealt with.
Well, he hasn't really got away with it because some of the siblings have actually made it, obviously gone public with it and gone onto stations, and they've kicked off basically. And obviously he's kind of I think what happened to him, I think he's had to do a year in prison.
A year, is that it?
A year, and I think he's got a federal charge or so. I can't remember exactly now. But yeah, he's got a couple of federal charges or whatever. But like the thing
Does he
is,
have to
really and
pay child
truly,
support?
no, because they're technically not his children.
Hey, listen. What you mean they're not his?
They're not technically because obviously it's donated sperm, technically, isn't it? It's been donated.
Yeah.
So it's when the mother obviously gave birth or whatever, it's legally. It's like having a surrogate. Do you know what I mean? Like, you know, when you put a child inside a surrogate and they carry it for 9 months and whatnot, that child's not necessarily theirs. It's to whoever's sperm and egg it. Do you know what I mean? It's the same thing.
I get
It's technically not his children, even though they're biologically his. He's not technically responsible for them.
What do you think about this, Coach Love? Talk to me, man. 'Cause I'm so confused right now. This guy sounds like he's getting away with it to me. I hope you heard the whole scenario. And how are you?
I absolutely did not, but good. It's morning for me. I guess it's evening for you. Yeah.
Yeah. Good morning.
So good morning, good evening. What is it's like 10 a.m. here. What time is it for you?
It is 4 p.m. here. It's 4 p.m.
4 p.m. Is it still Saturday?
Yeah, it's still
Saturday.
Saturday. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
Okay. You know,
So
the Aussies confuse me. They mix me up on the dates. But anyway, I don't know what you're talking about per se.
I'm gonna let Empress Becca explain it to you because she's done it so eloquently before that I think I wouldn't want to try and follow her lead because it was really difficult to remember everything. But
So,
yeah,
have
if you
you
could
heard about
explain it.
the Dr. Klein story?
No, Dr. Klein, no.
So he was a fertility doctor in, I think, Virginia.
Okay.
And there's been a Netflix series that's Netflix documentary that's just been released. And it turns out that he was inserting his own sperm into his patients without their permission or their knowledge. Some of these patients actually thought it was their husband's sperm he was putting inside them. So
Uh-huh.
he obviously didn't make these patients aware what happened. One of the siblings did a DNA test, found out that they're related, did a whole investigation. Turns out there's 99 children plus
Good God.
that are out there.
That's a lot. That's
Mhm.
crazy.
Mhm.
So what's his
Mhm.
deal? What's his excuse?
He's never really given an excuse.
And he don't pay
Um,
child support. He don't pay no child support. So not one of those 99
yeah, because it's
children.
technically donated sperm, so that yeah.
Well, probably the reason in America why he's not obligated is because the women were married. And in America, if you are married, then the child automatically belongs to the father. I mean, belongs to the husband automatically. The father would then have to denounce his paternity rights, and the mother would have to sue the um, the doctor for paternity right. So if you're married, the paternity rights automatically belong to the husband.
Most of these children didn't know until they was in their 20s. Some of them were in their 40s,
Right.
and they
No,
didn't.
listen, I think that's wrong, but Shifa had said that he wasn't paying child support, and I was just explaining the reason why he
No,
wasn't.
yeah. But that's what I was trying to say to Shiva. That even if it was that, because he was meant to either have put in the husband's sperm inside the woman, or the sperm was meant to be donated for medical students. So
Hmm.
either way, it's either donated sperm or it was the husband's sperm.
That's pretty disgusting, though, I gotta say.
Yeah, and obviously and obviously turns out he wasn't doing that.
Yo, who's Blair Rassica? Hello, we got a new panelist. I'm just trying to figure out who you are. I don't understand. There's two of you now. Why is there two of you? Who is this person?
Link. I was listening.
What's your name, mate? Talk to us.
My name's Blair.
Blair. Okay.
Yeah,
have you got anything you wanted to say on the subject or share with us, Blair?
well, I did hear earlier someone said that like maybe the doctor could be the father or whatever, but I have heard factual cases where a child, a white person have a kid, and the child comes out black, and there's like a 1 in million% chance. I wasn't sure if anybody had any info about that, or if anybody else has heard something like that.
I've never heard. Do you know what? I may have heard something like this. It was an Irish person apparently had a child that came out looking kind of black, but I've heard that once, not seen any proof of it. But what made you come up? What made you bring that subject up, though?
Well, I heard that I think it was Empress or somebody made a joke saying, "Oh, it could have been the doctor. It's like not yours or whatever." But I mean, I've seen things where, like, a kid comes out being a different skin color or it looks nothing like the mother or the father, and it's like a weird chromosome mess up or DNA mess up, where it takes DNA from like ancestors from 5 or 6 generations ago.
Okay, I see what's happened there. I think you've caught the tail end of the conversation. So, long story short, this doctor in particular, what he's done is, like artificial insemination, those type of things. Like when people can't get pregnant naturally, they go to the doctor to try and get pregnant. He's used his own semen to impregnate all of the women with, and then created 99 children. So it wasn't a thing of, the baby came out looking like him. We know that what he did, kind of thing. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Thank you, bro.
Yeah, just to clarify that one for you. So just going back to Coach Love for a minute. So Coach Love, do you think that those children should be entitled to a share of any inheritance that is available when that man dies?
It depends on what the paperwork says. And so when Empress explained it, she said that it could have been sperm from medical students. So if the parents knew that it wasn't going to be, it could possibly not be the husband's sperm at any point, then no, they should not get rights to his fortune. But if the paperwork did not say that it could be donated sperm, then of course they deserve, rights. Because it's a matter of whether they thought the sperm was going to actually be the father's, the husband's, or not.
So
But it
Empress,
was
can you enlighten us on that? What was these
So
people informed?
some of the women they were told it was meant to be their husband's sperm. That's what they were told. And
Okay.
other women was told the sperm was coming from medical students from the hospital across the road.
right.
He
So
never at
I was
any specific time and said that he was inserting his own sperm into these women at any point.
So for only the ones who thought it was going to be their husband's child deserve access to the inheritance, because the other mothers had already decided that they didn't care where the sperm came from. So that decision was already made, and the husbands were in on it. That's a joint kind of thing. So once you make that decision, it's made, and that's that. But if you thought that it was going to be your husband's and that was taken away from you, you deserve all the rights that go along with this miscreant, this misdeed.
Yeah, I think you're being quite diplomatic there, because at the end of the day, we got to be fair. And I was kind of thinking that, if someone was, not in the know and this thing has been done to them, and they're not knowing that they're getting a child of someone who's not, the person they was expecting. Like, I think there's a big injustice there.
Yo, Schiffer, shall I really fuck up your mind now? I told you it gets worse. I told you it gets worse.
Oh,
I
man.
told you it gets worse.
All right, hold up 1 second before you do that. Yeah, let me just say, we do have a Cash App here. I've not posted it up, but because brother Blair has asked for the Cash App, I'm gonna share the Cash App with you now. But we're gonna have a few different links, because obviously you got Cash App, you got all the. What's the best one to take donations through? I don't know, but I've got a Cash App, so
You can Cash
I'm
App
gonna
or
put it in the
PayPal.
chat.
Maybe Cash App
All
or
right,
PayPal.
Do,
all
do
right, we're gonna have to set up a
Cash App.
PayPal as well.
Do Cash App's easier. It's
Cash
quicker.
App's easy.
And there's no fee either, international.
All right, I'm gonna
Yeah,
put
I
the
mean
link to the
Cash
Cash
App's
App
good for
in the chat.
Americans, but obviously you can only get a certain amount of international donations. But yeah, it's Cash App
If
or PayPal.
you're bloody getting 1,000 a week, then that'd be cool. Because that's the international limit.
Yeah, that makes sense. Can't argue with that. So yeah, for anyone who wants to donate to the Cash App, I'm gonna be putting the link in in the chat and everything for you. And yeah, hit us up.
That sounds good. I haven't gotten into the Cash App thing as of yet. I have to work on that.
Yeah, it makes sense, man. Like I know that's what everyone's doing now. They got Cash Apps, they got PayPal, you got all of these different ways of receiving money.
OnlyFans.
Yeah, only
Don't say, yeah,
OnlyFans.
OnlyFans. My
But
God.
you know what's crazy is that I've seen a lot of people start doing OnlyFans for their conspiracy or their QAnon stuff that people pay for to post on, and they post videos there because they get banned off of every other platform, but OnlyFans accepts them and says, do whatever you want, don't give a shit.
Hey, that's pretty good. Do it for your conspiracy. Hey, that's pretty good.
Your voice just cracked right there. Pretty funny.
Go on there and talk nuts.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
Do you want me to drop the rest of the story? Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Right. So this is what I'm saying is even more fucked up. Right. So one of these families, husband and wife, he helped. Their daughter, I think their daughter's about 40 or something like that, 30, 40, like mid 30s, like 40, that sort of age, yeah. This doctor, who obviously turns out to be her biological father, was also her own doctor, her own fertility doctor. He had done breast examinations on her. He's done gynecology work on her. So he's seen her basically butt naked, innit? His own daughter, his own biological daughter, and she didn't even know.
Okay. Well, it's his daughter. I suppose he was gonna nice. Well,
Yeah, but
yeah,
bro,
it's
are
still
you
weird.
really
It's
gonna
still weird.
are you really gonna touch up your daughter's boobs and look inside her downstairs? Come on, you're not gonna do that, are you?
I'm not doing it
Inside or
personally.
downstairs.
I'm not gonna do that personally. But seeing her naked, I suppose when she's a child is not so weird. But as a grown adult, as a woman, yeah, this is gonna get quite strange. It's gonna get quite strange. He sounds like a quite strange fellow in general. I'm quite appalled, to be honest, that this guy's got away with this. I'm quite appalled that he only got a year in jail, especially for the parents who didn't know that they was getting, the doctor's
And you know what the
sperm.
fucked up thing was? The only reason he got those federal charges and that year in prison was because he had so many children within a small radius that he could have potentially caused. I can't remember the word in it, but he could potentially cause a problem in it because obviously no one obviously knew because he was
Yeah,
telling
I'm
people.
curious. I'm curious the name of the law he said he broke. They said he broke.
I'm not too sure, but they said because obviously he put a lot of people in because obviously he was all around his local area where he lived and where he worked. And obviously all these people that was related to each other, all these sisters and brothers didn't know they were related. So at any point they could have, like Schiffer was saying earlier, could have bumped into each other and started dating at any point. And they wouldn't have even known, which would have caused a big problem. So he did get done for something, but not for what he did to the women.
I think that they need a civil suit. That's what they need.
Well, they're trying to get a federal law passed for things like this to not happen again.
I mean, but you can the women who thought that they were getting sperm from the medical students essentially got what they asked for, though. They got sperm from a physician.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one I can't really argue with. I can't argue with that one because, like you said, they wanted specific sperm as well, and he fits that specific category. So those ones there, you can kind of say, well, you knew you was gonna get a child that didn't look like you. But for the ones who thought it was the husband's sperm, and you've now got a child that don't look like you, I think that's quite upsetting. That can destroy families.
100%. I mean, because this guy, he here he is raising a kid and thinking that it's his ancestors' genes, and it's no relation. That's really disgusting for a guy. I mean, at least the woman still gets to know that the child has her lineage. Oh,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. There's that part. I think some dads might even feel like what that, like I said, it might destroy the family, it might destroy the home. They don't even want to be around no more because you know like look having to like it's someone else's child. It's not his. He's upset. How would you feel, Blair? How would you feel if you found out that your child wasn't your child?
It'd be a hard one because if I truly love the person I was with, if they had something to do with it, then I'd probably be like, "See ya, I'm out. I'm going to the court. Somebody's
Yeah,
paying for it. It's not going to be me." If they didn't know about it, then it's a problem that we need to solve together, and we'd go after somebody. But if I helped her during the pregnancy to bring a child into the world, regardless if it's mine or not. I had no idea at the time. I thought it was. I can't go
yeah,
back and hate myself for not knowing, except the fact that it's not my kid. We try again and we make sure the next time it is my kid. And
yeah,
at the end of the day, you're going to bring a kid in this world, regardless if it's yours or not. If you can care for it, go right ahead.
yeah.
It'd
No,
be
I
the
hear
thing
pretty.
that.
is that
It'd
these people
be
aren't
pretty
finding out
shitty.
until these
I mean,
people didn't find out until the kids were like, adults. Like some of them were 40 years
Yeah,
old.
they're
so
big.
what?
They were big kids.
Oh, you can't say it's not my kid when you raise them. It is your kid.
No,
Yeah,
Biologically,
no,
maybe not, but still, it's your kid. Who gives a
yeah. They
shit if
got
it's
your persona.
biologically not your kid? You raised them
so
their whole life. It's your kid.
it has nothing to do with saying the
Mm,
kid's not yours or not yours. It has everything to do with the father having a right to pass on his lineage. And that's what the father's been robbed of. That's what's concerning and upsetting.
mm.
I
Yeah,
mean,
I
it's
hear
up.
both arguments. I hear both because I think, from Blair's point, I think that's a very grown-up stance. And at the end of the day, it's like, once you've had that massive impact in that child's life, that's going to be difficult enough it's going to be difficult to just walk away, let alone your wife who you still love, you was in that relationship with. And if this is an honest mistake, it's genuine, and it wasn't her fault, then why should I hold her responsible? Kind of like, I think that's quite grown up, so that respect to that. But I do appreciate Coach Love's comment as well, in the sense of the right to pass on your lineage, your DNA, so your grandkids are going to look like you. Do you feel where I'm coming from? XYZ.
Right. It's not for me, it's not a either or, it's a yes and. Yes, what
Yeah,
he's saying is valid, but and there is still a concern to be considered. Just because a person decides to love the child they raised does not, you know, take away the fact that they've been wrong and denied the opportunity to pass on their lineage. So I'm not saying that that's not valid, but it has nothing to do with it. The problem in the situation is that this person is losing the opportunity of their history. And if you tell me about that when I'm freaking 90 years old, I mean, that's a great disappointment. And I am
yeah,
saying that's not okay. And let's just say I was the daughter, okay? If I am the daughter and I find this out and my dad is old, I am not telling him. I will still allow him to believe that I am his biological daughter. I would hate to break his heart that way.
yeah. And I hear that point as well. Like, why aren't you lot here more often? Like, between yourself, Coach Love, Blair, Empress Sakina, I find we're having a very grown-up conversation. I like the flow of it. We're not talking over each other. Like, need you guys here more often for the grown-up stuff. So I appreciate you. Appreciate
You order up a
Uh,
grown-up panel.
if Empress
Don't
would
worry.
if Empress would stop sleeping, maybe we could be here more.
You're funny.
I know I'm here all night. Go.
But yeah,
No
see this
comment.
guy. That's Doctor. That's the doctor. See that white man there, the beard guy. That's him.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
racist.
Yeah.
Don't say white.
He's black, man. What the fuck else is he?
You just assume
I,
his race.
I can
he
fucking
thinks
see
he's
his
hot
race.
stuff. He thinks he's hot stuff. Look at him.
Thinks he's so sexy. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm
It's
joking.
true though, Becca. He could be Turkish. We don't know. Who knows?
He probably
I
thinks
don't know.
he's
I don't know.
brilliant
I don't
though.
like. All I know is he's a doctor from Virginia, very religious, possible
Stop it!
ties to
Stop
some
it! Stop
Christian
it!
cult.
Stop! 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 Did you say he's very religious?
Yeah, extremely,
Good God!
extremely.
Good
Like
God.
sis, like he literally the women on the thing. One particular woman said because she was Jewish.
Yeah.
She said she used to go to the office and he used to have like like the embroidery, like the
Uh-huh.
embroidery reels and whatnot up, and it would have like um verses from the Bible on there, and there was one
Yeah.
particular verse. Oh, what was it? What was it now? I knew you before I put you in your
Yes,
mother's
yes,
womb.
yes, yes, yes.
Yes,
Uh-huh.
and that was one thing that he kept saying apparently, to like even to his to the children that found out about what he did. He's like, I knew you before I put you into your mother's womb. So like so he's meant to have ties to some Christian cult thing, possible
Come on, man.
white
He
supremacy
did
going
those.
on there
He's
too.
right, sis. Sis, he was right because he did
Mm.
know them before they was in their mother's
So
womb.
yeah,
He
it
knew
is
them.
true. It's
He
technically
knew
true.
them when they was in a little ejaculation tube. He knew them.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's so fucked up. So fucked up.
Oh, that is funny though.
One thing
I'm
I'll never
sorry.
understand, it like, and I don't think I'll ever understand this in life. It's a weird concept, but how is if you were to sue this person, how would a court give you back your lineage?
They can't.
Oh,
This
you
is
Yes,
the
you,
thing.
you
So
got
exactly.
this,
So
the
what
problem
I don't
is Blair. What
hold
it
on,
is.
hold on,
Yeah, go
hold
on.
on. So how can them not being part of your lineage and DNA strand be a problem if you know the solution to the problem is you'll never get it back? So how can it still be a problem if there's already a solution?
it's not a solution. It's kind of like when you put someone in prison wrongfully and then you let them out. Well, the government pays them money, but they can't give them back their life. But they will give them millions of dollars when they're 70 because they've been in jail for 40 years.
But that still doesn't change the problem.
It doesn't change the problem, but that
It's a
is
bad.
why, for instance, I'll give you another example. When people go to jail because of murder, it the person doesn't return. Um, they're not alive again, but going to jail is called justice. So it's not restoration; it's justice.
Okay, all right. I was mixing the two up. You're right. Thanks for saying restoration and justice. That's a
Can
good.
I just say before we continue, can I say thank you to Mr. TR for their donation,
That would
aka
be
Mr.
me. I'm
Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair. I didn't want to read out your full name online because I think that'd be a bit rude of me. So, thank you, bro. Appreciate
How
you,
much
man.
how much did you get with the exchange rate?
It works out to sorry, no, I'll do it for real. 27 something. Let me have a look.
Okay, yeah. I know the exchange rate over there. It's like, I remember I sent somebody like a couple $100 and it was like 100. They only got 80. I'm like, what the fuck? What's this shit?
Yeah,
Oh my God!
2771 to be
Yeah, and I say
precise.
I put in 35. It's a fucking dumb exchange rate, dude.
I know. They always take something though. That's how they make their money, don't they? These apps.
Exactly. Have to.
Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Oh, I just have one question for Empress. Did you just because no one knows what I'm talking about? I'd say yes or no. Did you plan your trip yet?
Yeah,
You did. All right. You picked the dates and everything.
sorted.
It's ordered 2 days, 1 night.
Yeah.
All right, sweet. That's all I want to know.
Okay. Hold up. Yeah.
I'm
It's not.
taking the kids. No, I'm taking the kids to Legoland.
Okay.
Yeah.
What was you gonna say, Coach Love?
I was just gonna ask you, would you be kind enough to drop my link? Would you do that for me?
Yeah, 100%. 100%. Where do I find it? I'll just drop the link for your channel, for your actual channel.
Okay, yes, that would be wonderful.
All right, let me find that for you quickly. Still, give me a minute, yeah.
Yes,
So does anyone have
Please.
anything else that they've got a beef with that they'd like to discuss with us today? Because we're discussing all of
Okay.
our beefs today.
I've got a good beef.
Go
and
ahead.
I want to know what people's view on this is. All right, so you get a girl pregnant. All right, your body, your choice. You get a girl pregnant. She says, "I want abortion," and you say, "No, I want to keep the kid." Or you say, "Oh, I don't want the kid." Should that guy be legally void of all responsibility for the kid if she decides to keep it and he decides not to? Should the man have a say what a woman does with his kid? Or is it truly her body or is that kid not another human?
You're asking several questions there, like all tied up in one.
Well, yeah, it's a
So,
whole topic, is what I'm saying.
so should a man have a say of his sperm, like
Yes.
what's done with his sperm? Absolutely. And I think his opportunity to make that decision is um, generally prior to sex. That's why you wear condoms, you get vasectomies, whatever it is the heck that you do in order not to impregnate someone. A woman gets an opportunity to make that decision more than once. She makes the decision by taking birth control, using spermicide or whatever choice she makes there, and then she actually gets pregnant. She has the opportunity to to decide life once she knows that it actually exists. So the man does have an opportunity for decision. It's just prior to conception.
I mean, I'm against abortion altogether. I think the whole thing should be outlawed instead of circumstances. But as I was told at a very, very young age, probably 10 when we took sex, I was like 12, 13 when we took sex ed class. The teacher said the safest sex is no sex at all. If you don't have sex, nothing bad. You'll never have a kid. You'll never get an STD. You'll be fine.
Yeah.
You'll be fine. Just don't have sex and you'll be fine. I've been doing that for a while. Had sex with tons of women. Never gotten one pregnant. Never gotten
Yeah.
nothing. That's why I feel like abortion should just be outlawed altogether, other than in special circumstances.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like I hear these women say, "Oh well, this happened. Like I had sex." I'm sorry, but you made the choice to have him, excuse my language, come inside you, and you know that when that happens, you're gonna get pregnant, or there's a possibility you could. So that's your problem. If you had decided that, you know what, we're not going to have sex, so I don't risk getting pregnant in my terrible financial situation where I've got a low-paying job and I'm still trying to make it up, then don't have sex. Take the circumstances that are in your life and adjust your life according to that. And people don't do that because, as we are humans, we have poor decisions and we take our feelings more than our actual situation for granted.
So, if I was to go down that particular road, I would just believe that things like child support should be, should start at the moment of, at life, which, from your perspective, starts at conception. And I would believe that the father should be responsible for the child's healthcare bills, which also starts at conception. We can listen. We can rock it that way. It's just that we have to prepare and prepare for life under those circumstances. So everybody gets I don't know. Everybody has to make adjustments. It's not one poor person's fault or the other person's fault. When the two people were doing the mattress mambo, they were doing it together, and everybody takes responsibility.
But what I don't like is that just because the mother's carrying the child, she has the ultimate say at the end of the day. If she says,
Well, no, because in your scenario, in your scenario, nobody's getting a abortion, so she doesn't have the ultimate say. The law has the ultimate say, and that's the way it's going to be. So in your scenario, all pregnancies will result in birth unless there is a miscarriage or something. And so I'm just saying, all right, go with that. And we need to change a bunch of things.
But in today's current society, in the U.S. specifically, which has the most lenient restrictions on abortion, if a woman decides to abort their baby, the man has no say in that whatsoever. If he says, I financially can't do this, you have an option to get an out by aborting it, I have nothing. I feel like a law needs to be put in place that the man has the choice of whether or not he wants to father that child, just as if just like the mother
Good point.
can choose to do
Good point.
Well, he can. I'm not sure. Can a man give up all of his parental rights after birth?
I mean,
After birth?
there's been cases where a guy has been paying child support for a child that the court said was his. They come to find out 5-6 years later that biologically that wasn't his kid, and the court says you still have to pay it, even though we know who the real father is.
Well, that has to do with the man putting his name on the birth certificate.
Yeah,
And
I'd agree with that.
And he's not sure it's his. So that's a decision that he made. So when a father puts his name on a birth certificate, that's kind of like adopting a kid and then changing your mind. If you don't know that child is yours, then don't put your name on the birth certificate.
I mean, he assumed that the child was his.
Yeah, but that's his decision. You can't get mad once you made that decision. That's your decision.
No, so he thought the kid, he was having sex with this girl, he was with her for years. And she did a one-night stand, didn't tell him about it, and got pregnant through the other guy, the one-time thing, but was still fucking him. So, I mean, it's just like this case with the doctor, kind of. You know it's yours. You're like, I'm only fucking her. Like, that's all that's happening. And then it comes out that, oh, wait.
He assumed it was his. So what you're saying is, he had somebody he couldn't trust. But the reality is, if you're not married, then your job is to get paternity tested. That's your job. Your job is to be in charge of your life. If you put your name on the birth certificate of somebody that you're not married to, I mean, come on, you should know better.
Yeah,
Don't do that.
You're right. It makes sense. I like these conversations because it fixes my view. There's a lot of holes in what I think because it's just thoughts that come into my head that I see, and then people like culture like fix those holes and patch it together. And I really appreciate that.
I love it. I love these kind of conversations. I'm all about gaining an understanding.
Because I hate debates, because debates, there's never a winner. In conversations, you learn from each other. It's like when I try to, I have a friend of mine, she's a really big leftist. I'm a really big Republican.
Hold up. Repeat that. Sorry, repeat that for us again, please.
Who?
Repeat what you just said again.
I said
exactly what you just said. I love that statement you just made.
What, about the left and the Republican?
No, about the conversation.
Oh, yeah.
So debates are always about winning. Conversations are where you learn from each other, and I love learning from someone else. I bring up a controversial topic. I want to learn from you, and I want you to learn from me. That's a conversation.
There you go, Shifa.
That's a brilliant point. That is a brilliant point, and I love what you said. I think I'm gonna have to clip that and play it to people to remind them the difference and the effects.
I mean, like, I have a friend of mine, she's a leftist, and I'm a Republican. I mean, Empress knows her very well. She's like, oh, she's really nice, but when you get into a discussion about her, like with climate or with abortion or whatever, and one thing I know that bothers Empress a lot is, like, she's a really hardcore, says she's a really strong believer in Islam, but yet supports abortion. It says like Biden says he's a devout Catholic, but supports things like that, and it's like they have such
it's
a
the
strong
LGBT plus 1,000.
Hold
I
on.
don't understand.
Was that an oxymoron there? Yo, sis, was that an oxymoron?
Is that a real thing? Plus 1,000. That was funny.
No, I just make it up as I go along, sis. To be honest.
I think I love that. I'm borrowing it. I'm stealing it. I
You can take it. Go for it.
I love it.
But no, yeah,
I love it. And I'm not against them, but doing all these letters, you're killing me.
Yeah, trust me. But no, that's my main issue is that you can't, because we like look. I'm not gonna start.
All right, sis, please. Please, but break that one down for us. You're into Islam and abortions.
So
Is that an
no,
oxymoron? And
not
how does
me,
hey,
not
talk to
me,
me? All right, go.
not me. But
But you're not against them. You're not against them.
another sister that me
Okay,
and
okay.
yeah, it's another sister. But obviously she supports abortion, and she, like I said, she's all on this the plus
Tranny shit.
1,000 fucking plus this, that, and whatever else ting, right? And you can't be both. You can't be Muslim and you can't do that. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't make sense. To me, that don't make no sense. If you're like, we all know, if you're Muslim, abortion big no. LGBT plus 1,000 big no. Do you know what I mean? So I don't understand. Yeah, it just don't make sense to me.
Well, it's exactly what a lot of people say, especially in politics. It's a double standard, and it's okay for me, not for thee. So it's okay for Bronzy to think it, but it's not okay for you to think it. You know what I mean? It's okay for her to practice Islam, but she can believe what she wants because it's okay for her, nobody else.
Yeah, you're right. Some people think that they've got they can do something, like someone who believes it's okay for them to shout, but if anyone else shouts, it's not okay.
Well, it's like when you debate a leftist,
like that.
you debate a leftist and a Republican, which I do often, and there's never a conversation. It's I'm right, you're wrong,
What?
and I say to them, I say, well, you just proved me wrong, and I appreciate that. So now I don't spit out falsicities again, but you won't admit that you're wrong, and that's a problem. It's like I'm a strong Christian. In the Bible, it says, I think it's Luke 1, chapter verse 7 or whatever. I think it's the first line of Luke or whatever. It says specifically, if a man sins 7 times a day, and he goes to God and repents for his sins, you must forgive him. If you admit that you fucked up and you made a mistake, then you'll be forgiven. But these leftists, they don't think that. They're like, you're wrong, you're an idiot, you're a piece of shit, I can't talk to you. So admit that you're wrong. And I do that a lot. I'm like, okay, I was wrong. And all right, then we move on. But then they hold that against you. You know what I mean? It's like taking a toy from a baby.
Nah, I get your point still, because people expect forgiveness, but yeah, I think I got bad reception. I was saying, I think people struggle with forgiveness. Having to give the thing, there's anyone who wouldn't want to be forgiven to some extent, or at least we can shake hands and move on with our life, go in our opposite directions, whatever it is. But sometimes it's more.
Shifa, your reception is struggling.
It's shit, is what you're saying.
Yeah, do you know what it is? Because yeah.
There's fucking shit signal.
It's in and out.
I can't hear anything.
Yeah, don't say you have shit. Don't say you have shit reception, because it keeps jinxing it.
What did you say?
I don't know.
So Becca, or Emperor, sorry.
Yeah.
The marriage is between a man and a woman, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good. Explain to me our sister's ideology on that, and how she explains how her views on LGBT plus 1,000 and Islam, it's
I
okay.
don't know, bro. I don't know how she justifies it. Like, there is no justification for it. There is no justification for it.
Have you met other people like that in life
No,
and like tried to like question them on it?
no, I haven't. Because most Muslims you speak with will always tell you the same. It's not accepted. Straight up, that's it. Says it in the Quran. It says it in the Bible. It's not accepted.
Do you think you're even able to call her a sister of Islam if she has these beliefs?
I wouldn't know. I'd have to speak to someone more knowledgeable.
Because I have a very good friend of mine, and we have the same strong conservative views according to the Bible and everything. And we call each other brothers and sisters in Christ. But we have another friend of ours, and they say, "Oh, it's okay to be like have an abortion," or like you're not a brother of ours or a sister of ours because you don't follow what Christ says. You don't.
But the thing is, we can't. This is when it gets sticky for Muslims, because that is technically making takfir, and the thing is like, if we make takfir upon people, if we're incorrect on that takfir, that can fall back onto you.
Echo.
Yeah, so if you make takfir upon someone and it's wrong, that will fall back upon you, which is not good. Do you know what I mean? So
Not at all.
that's why people are hesitant to call people out, so to speak.
So you can't say you believe in one thing. You can't say and then say that you're another. If that makes any sense.
To me, if you're saying that you're on a certain thing and it's well known that that certain thing don't support stuff, like certain stuff, then but you do support that certain stuff, but you're claiming to be whatever that narrative is. To me, it don't make sense. It means, like, to me, it don't make. But then you have born Muslims and reverts in it. So I think she's born in it. She's a born Muslim. I don't think she's a revert. So it might. I don't know. Yeah, I see Tash said in the chat, we're pro-life, to be honest. See what I mean? Tash is a Muslim. She probably would know a bit more about this than me.
Wait, Empress, what's that thing that Muslims wear? The niqab.
Niqab.
Niqab. All right. Why don't all women wear the niqab? And does it say in Islam that you should, or is it like
It doesn't, from my understanding, and someone might come up and correct me, but from my understanding, in the Quran, or is a hadith, either the Quran or hadith, says that obviously a woman should be covered. Doesn't necessarily mean to cover your whole entire face so you can't see. Do you know what I mean? So, I mean, but there's different schools of thoughts. There's different akidas, schools of thoughts, yeah? So you got the Niqabis that have a different school of thought to other Muslims. Do you know, like, it depends on what school of thought you come from. But most people say a hijab is sufficient. Do you know what I mean?
So, what's the reasoning behind wearing the niqab?
Niqab. So I couldn't really tell you for that. From my understanding, that they're just more
Have you ever met
serious
somebody that wears the avocado or whatever the fuck it is?
than a carb.
The
Yeah, I have.
the carb. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there's a couple of the carb sisters.
Did he just call it avocado? I'm sorry, that was funny.
There's a couple of Muslim sisters around here that wear a niqab, but it's a choice. Do you get what I mean? Some women choose to do that because they feel if they show any part of their skin or whatever, like it's temptation for the man and or whatnot. So it depends on your school of thought. Me personally, I think if you're gonna get turned on by the looking at my nose, then there's something wrong
But no,
with you.
doesn't
Do you know what I mean?
the niqab just shows the eye.
Yeah, the niqab shows the eyes. Yeah.
So if you're gonna get turned on just by the way my eyes look, then you must be a good man.
I mean, there's some Muslim sisters that will go all the way and even cover up the eyes.
I mean, could you get one?
Yeah, of course you can get one, but I'm not gonna wear a niqabi.
Why not?
I'm
I
not
thought
a
it was a
niqab.
niqab. Now you're calling it a niqab. You get
No,
the
because
fuck.
of you, bro. I'm wearing a niqab because I'm not a
Niqabi.
niqabi. Yeah, but I'm not a niqabi. I'm a hijabi. There's a different thing. It's different.
I hear you, but does Barbie wear a niqabi?
She probably
Oh, Barbie should wear a niqab.
That's a good beef to be talking about. Like, why don't Barbie wear a niqabi, and why don't they promote dollies like that? Like, why do they always promote the
You know what? I had to go out of my way, Shifa, and buy you know those American dolls, the big fucking
Real expensive
them
ones.
really expensive fucking shitty things, right?
The
I
black
had
one.
to actually go out of my way to find my daughter a proper like Native American one because all of them are white.
Jeez.
All of them.
Is
But I
that
went
your
out of my
guy
way.
on?
Yeah, I got her a proper Native American one with the proper
Oh, you're a
outfit.
G. You're a
Yeah,
G.
come on, bro. But yeah, like
that, bro.
but the thing is, you do actually have to proper search for it, though. You do. I was just lucky and
Again,
I managed
my
to
point-
find it, but like
wrong
you
with
do really have to search for things for like that.
I'm gonna
Why
type
in
it
the
in now. I'm gonna
fuck-
type in
hold on a
hijabi
minute.
Barbie.
I got,
Right,
hold on,
if it comes up,
Kev.
yeah, I'm gonna die.
I got to be the elephant in the room for a minute. Why in the fuck is a British girl buying an American girl doll? Like, don't you got your own,
That's
or
a
do you
good
got to take it
question.
from us? You got to take it from us because we're better than you, right? We're better than you, right? All right,
Oh
good.
man.
Thank you.
Oh
No,
man.
because
It's
in that
beef. It's beef.
scenario, the American Girl doll is just like a brand. It
Better.
could be it could be called you know a I don't know a
Spot.
Cadillac Girl doll. It's just the name. It's not like the country itself. It's gone beyond that.
Oh, so it's just a coincidence? That it was
No, it's
named
not
that?
a coincidence. It's different branding. For instance, if that exact doll was called a Cadillac Girl doll, you wouldn't be asking the question. That's because the name Cadillac has gone beyond meaning just a car. It is a very high quality, doll. In that particular sense,
I mean,
American Girl doll does not mean she's an American. It means, this is the
That's the
style of
branded.
doll.
Yeah.
Yes,
all right, anyway,
well.
right. So if Canada made it and it was called the Canadian Girl doll, would the box be covered in maple syrup?
Oh my gosh, this guy.
Did you just assume my gender?
Why would you boil Canada down to maple syrup? That's kind of ridiculous.
Because they like it. Fuck, bro. I mean, British. I mean, I'll say this much: British people, you know what you do? You drink your tea, you just don't pronounce it.
Yeah, we love tea. We love a cup of lapper. Cup of
Rosie
tea.
Lee. Cup of Rosie Lee.
Come on.
Yo, Shifa, I got myself one of those Tassimo coffee makers, bruv. Oh my god. I'm bouncing off the walls for days now.
Here.
Is that the one, yeah?
Yeah, bruv.
Jafif, quick question for you. Is it pronounced? How do you spell the word color?
The what?
Not you. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the other bro.
Yeah. He's
No,
gonna tell
no,
you
stop.
exactly how to
No,
spell it,
no, you
how
need to
exactly
stop.
how the
Mute
English
yourself.
people spell
No,
it.
no, mute yourself. I need to hear from a bruv, not a bitch.
Kiss
How do you
my
spell?
ass.
No, shut up. How do you
said
spell the
that?
word color?
Who said that?
Shafif.
Who said that?
Shut up. I'm talking to Shavaj.
No,
Shabazz.
who
You
said?
Shabazz.
I don't know. How the fuck's his name?
Shifa.
The real cute black
Shiffer.
man. That's it. That's it. Shifa. How do you spell the word color? You can take your time if you don't know how to spell. Ali Ayato, Mr. Roboto here. Brishka, you there? Becca?
I'm
Brishka?
here.
Are you here?
I'm
Yeah,
here.
all right, you're just being real quiet because you may get defeated.
I was waiting for Shifa to reply, but clearly
know.
his signal's messing about again.
Oh, there might be a thunderstorm. That's why.
Uh-huh.
Well, I've got to go do some personal stuff, if you know what I mean. I'll be back in a bit.
Cool.
All right. How the fuck do I end this, bro? Then?
Leave studio. It's the big red button with an X.
It's 3 big red buttons. That says mic, says cam, settings, chat. What the fuck's the leave button? This is all your fault, Empress. You'll be paying for this later.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you'll be paying for this later, bro.
Okay, now it's just me. Don't know where Shifa at. Everyone else has jumped off. Alright, Stanley. I don't know I don't know where Shifa is. Yo, Shif! If you could hear, Stanley's backstage. Stanley. When there's a new person, everyone's interested in talking to the new person. It's alright, man. It's alright, sis. Don't worry. I've been called a lot worse. It's fine. Honestly. So many interesting. Yeah. I don't know if you can call them interesting, but yeah, definitely. So many. Yeah. He's a Trump supporter, so it would have been interesting. Yo, Shiff! Where you at, man? Like, how could you just, like, cruise out, start driving around in the middle of a show, bruh? You already know your shift, like, your signal's like Morrison's Wi-Fi, bro. Like, come on, man. I've got a beef. I've got a beef with Schiffer's 5G, whatever he's on, bruv. You need to call up your phone company and sue them, bruv. Like, that's not good, bruh. Every time you're out and about, your signal starts fucking about. He's an OG. Did you mean O2? Or are you just being facetious? Bro, he's on something. I don't know what. I don't know what phone company he's with. But whatever phone company he's with, he definitely needs to change that shit up because that is terrible. Or he needs to make some admins, people that can let people on the panel. So when he does have these times where he disappears, that people he can let people on. Oh, Rose, at the time. I've got to start dinner soon, man. I don't even know what to cook. Oh, I bought a slow cooker the other day. But I don't know what to cook. I don't know, man. Yeah, like a crock pot. You know? You throw everything in there, put it on a low heat, and you just let it cook all day. But it's a bit too late to be slow cooking anything right now. It's like 5 o'clock in the afternoon. I should have thought about that like at 10 o'clock this morning. Yeah, I could do actually. Start it for tomorrow. That is true. That is very true. Alright, people, I'm gonna have to go because I don't know where Schiffer is. Can't sit here chatting to myself. People think I'm mad as it is. But just message the chat in it, the Discord chat. Tash knows what I'm talking about. Just message that in it if Shift comes back. I'll jump back on. But for the time being, people, in a bit, hopefully Schiffer will be back sometime within the next, I don't know, when every signal sorts itself out. But peace and blessings. Assalamu alaikum. Hope you all have a lovely evening if I don't see you again for the rest of the evening. And in a bit.
Yeah, sorry about that, people, man. Yo. Yeah, appreciate you all, man. Thanks for being here and that. Like everyone who held it down while I was away for a minute, I had to go and do something. I'm not sure if the signal went funny, if people were dropping out and dropping back in, and I wasn't here to let you back on the panel. I do apologize because I'm doing my best to try and make sure the show's running for you lot, and it's not going to be hindered by the likes of me not being here or someone not being able to let you on and off the panel. Hence, you got me and you got Brother Sham, you got Natty. There's a few of us running the panel, but at this moment, I couldn't get anyone to cover. I had to do something. It was quite important, so I apologize. I hope my apologies accepted. Yeah, big up yourselves. And yeah, what's beef, man? What's beef to you? What's beef to me? I think it's been a good chat. It's been a really good show. So I think it's maybe time that we shut it down now because, we had some good conversations. Stanley, I did see your comments when I got back, but unfortunately, what I did, I went out and I was on the phone for a minute, and then the signal went really bad. I couldn't get the signal back, so apologies to Brother Stanley because we didn't really get to hear from him much. And yeah, just like big up all of you lot in general, man. Like, I think it's been a wonderful show. We're gonna do some outro music. Unless someone jumps back on, if one of you guys want to jump back on, the link is still in the description. I can drop it in the chat for you again. Thank you to Brother Blair for the Cash App as well. If anyone else wants to drop a Cash App, the link's at where you can see it scrolling across the bottom of the page. There's not really a link. I've not put a link as such, but obviously you can copy the name in the Cash App, XYZ. You know how to do it. If you don't, you just write that name with the money symbol in front of it, and then you send the Cash App through the Cash App application in your phone. All right. And yeah, like, thank you everyone. Appreciate you enough. We're gonna go back into some outro music, and yeah, bless. I'll probably catch you lot tomorrow. Say nothing, say less. We out. Imagine I actually did that. I said I'm doing outro music, and I'm there like putting on stuff, and I just realized I didn't even do the screen share. Jolting. All right, anyone who's got a beef with me for having to go out and do what I had to do, and the show coming to an abrupt close, like, I accept your beef. If you want to voice it with me, leave a comment. Anyone who's got a beef with me messing up the outro music, like, holler at me. Let me know how you're feeling. Yeah, let me get rid of that screen share. That was part of the issue still, because I saw screen share. I thought, have I done it already? Do you know, like that? Like, this YouTube thing gets confusing, man. Yeah. Especially when you're doing more than one thing at a time as well. You got loads of other things going on. It will get mad confusing out in these streets, man. I'm telling you. So without further ado, let's go.
Keep your head up in these streets, yeah. Is there heaven for a G? Gotta keep your head up in these streets. If I die, I hope that there's a heaven for a G. I feel the pain when I lay my head and go to sleep, remembering some people we ain't never gonna see again. How can I just stand by, watching my world exploding like a landmine? And if I ever did you dirty, then I'm sorry too. But to be real with you, back then I wouldn't have cared about it. Just make the money keep coming like a landslide. No peripherals, my vision seeing blindsided. I was tripping, I was going up my damn mind. I still remember when they used to give me airtime. Oh, you should open up your ears now. If you weren't hearing me before, you're about to hear it now. Don't get in too much dark, cause it will follow.
Hold up. How come I see people jumping back on? Like, I'm seeing like 3 people watching, yeah, when we're doing outro music. I'm confused. Like, do you not want the show to continue? If you want the show to continue, hit that link. Yeah. Or if you got a beef you want to discuss, yeah, hit that link, like, or just send like put a message in the chat or something. We can talk about it. It's not a thing. Okay, don't look like everyone's ready to lock off just yet. And I don't want to be the killjoy of the bunch. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go and have a cigarette. So I'm gonna put myself back on the phone first and foremost. I'm gonna go and have a cigarette. I will play some music first, just to like let things simmer down a little bit. But we're not gonna go nowhere for just now. We're gonna like allow things to simmer for a minute, and we have to think about what's been said today. You know, what we heard, what we missed. If you lot got any questions or anything you wanted to highlight, put it in the chat, put it in the sidebar, and I'll read it out. Yeah. All right, let's go.
Keep your head up in these streets, yeah. It's the heaven for a G. Gotta keep your head up in these streets. If I die, I hope that there's a heaven for a G. I feel the pain. Keep your head up in these streets, yeah. It's the heaven for a G. Gotta keep your head up in these streets. If I die, I hope that there's a heaven for a G. I feel the pain when I lay my head and go to sleep. Remembering some people we ain't never gonna see again. How can I just stand by? Watching my world exploding like a landmine. And if I ever did you dirty, then I'm sorry too. But to be real with you, back then I wouldn't have cared about it. Just make the money keep coming like a landslide. No peripherals, my vision seeing blindsided. I was tripping, I was going up my damn mind. I still remember when they used to give me airtime. Oh, you should open up your ears now. If you weren't hearing me before, you're about to hear it now. Don't get caught in too much dirt, cause it will follow you. Just like they followed you on Instagram, it's weird now. I seen too many people go, it's in my head now. And life to me is worth more than just getting bread now. I can't go to sleep, I try and lay my head down. But I still hear your voices speaking in the background. Oh, Lord, something in the air now. I think I need to put something in the air now. I made promises I know I didn't follow through. If I ever did you dirty, then I'm sorry too. Whoa, put something in the air now. I think I need to put something in the air now. I made promises I know I didn't follow through. I'm just trying to think of ways I could acknowledge you. It's crystal clear now. I don't wait for situations, I'm prepared now. We've been going through some shit that I won't go into. Lost my mama, F the world that I don't care about it. Had to find a way to try and get my head around it. Get it right, despite all those who ever doubted. Different people got different things we're going through. Babies crying, Negroes dying, you might hear about it. Get that money, get the currency, the bread and stack it. If you never heard the story, you might read about it. They can see me but can't see them things I'm going through. Bad decisions get you missing, leave you dead around, forget about it. Put something in the air now. I think I need to put something in the air now. I made promises I know I didn't follow through. If I ever did you dirty, then I'm sorry too. Whoa, put something in the air now. I think I need to put something in the air now. I made promises I know I didn't follow through. I'm just trying to think of ways I could acknowledge you.
1 2 1 2. Yeah, I'm back. I've got sound again. See, this is why it's difficult running the panel, because especially like as of that, this is another beef I got with the man them. Like, I need you guys to be a bit more like on the ball with me, like as well, because there's a lot going on. Yeah, it's hard work running a panel, man. You know, sometimes people make things look easy. Maybe sometimes I do that as well. Maybe sometimes I make it look easy, so I make it less easy sometimes. Definitely ain't easy. I can tell you that from now. Yeah, out to Triller Slayer. Big up yourself, brother. And out to everyone that knows that as well. You know it ain't easy, man. It looks easy when I'm doing it. I think even certain other panels, it looks easy when they do it. But it definitely ain't easy, I can tell you that, man. What's happening, Nat? Talk to me.
What?
Well, you're one of the panelists who ran away and left me on my bloody own, didn't you? All of you. You're all useless.
Oh, sorry.
No, I'm only playing.
What's the topic now then? We have something interesting that people, you know, and can people listen when I talk. And could we talk about some white issues maybe? Hello?
You know
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me? 1 2 1 2.
Yeah. 1 2 1 2. Yeah.
Sorry.
Sorry.
So yeah, let's talk about some white people beefs. What beefs do white people have? You know, what beefs do you have with, you know, the system that you're under? What beefs do you have with the religious systems around you? What beefs do you have in the community? What beefs do you have? Full stop. Talk to me. Tell me something.
What beef do I have? People
Talk to me about the subject earlier. Talk to me about the subject earlier first, before we get into religion, because I think religion is a tricky one for some people, but I'm going to let you go there. But I'm going to say the one earlier was, you know, interracial relationships. Do you have any beef with this? Do you have a beef with people who are against interracial relationships? Are you for it? Are you against it? Talk to us. What's your beef?
No, I don't have any beef with that. Why would I?
No?
What's wrong? What's like, you know, black person being with a white person?
Okay, so for people,
your skin is, it's about the person you are. You know, my grandparents, on the other hand, would have totally disagreed with me, and they think it's wrong.
So for the people who are in interracial relationships, the people who are against interracial relationships, rather, for the people who are absolutely against it, what would be your words of advice to them? What would be your beef with them? How would you, what would be to get through to them?
Well, I don't think you can get through to them because they're ignorant, aren't
I
they?
hear that.
Really, at the end of the day, and they're just being racist, and they don't really deserve an opinion, and you shouldn't really care what they think. Why try and get through to them? Because at the end of the day, as my very good friend says, what other people think of you is none of your business.
I hear you. But then at the same time, would not getting through to them only help to strengthen the community? Because then, you know, them being a person who's been on that side of the fence and experienced that hatred, you know, maybe they'd be able to help someone else who maybe from, you know,
I don't
cope with that disease.
I think once you've formed that opinion, you ain't going to change it. It's like, it's a core belief. You've been brought up that way. It's like religion. You know, you're either religious or you're not. You can go into religion, but you don't come out of it. Do you see what I mean?
All right. You say this, yeah. I watched a really good film, on this subject, where there was a guy who was extremely prejudiced. In fact, he was like KKK level prejudice, if that makes sense to you. Yeah. And he was from a particular community where they was talking about integrating the schools and stuff like this. This is going back into probably the 60s or 70s or something. Long story short, this guy, he starts off totally against it. But then
Mm.
he was really, really, really horrible to this particular black woman who was also part of the committee that was, you know, in charge of whether the schools are going to integrate or whatever. But the same black woman that he was so horrible to, he was so horrible to, was really nice to him and done something to help him and help his daughter who was really ill and got her the right care that she needed, XYZ. So that man ended up becoming good friends with her, and it changed his opinion. He voted against the non-integration and voted for the integration. So, you know, I'm not going to sit here
But
and
most
say to
people wouldn't
myself,
do
it's
it like
impossible.
this, would they?
Huh?
No, it's not impossible. But most people
Yeah.
wouldn't be. He was integrated into a situation, and he had no choice. And then he saw it from another person's point of view. Whereas most people who are against interracial relationships don't have that experience, so they don't see it from the other people's point of view.
I disagree, but I don't.
All right,
I
who
got to be
disagrees? Who disagrees?
Stella.
Okay, do you want to put your friend on so we can hear her disagreement and what she...
Stella.
Yeah, okay. I can't talk.
She don't want to.
I personally think it's learned behaviour.
It is learned behaviour, yeah.
Yeah,
It
I'd
is a
agree
learned
with that.
behaviour, pretty much. Although my grandparents were South African and my dad was born there, you know, so black people to them were like the hired help. But I'm not like that.
Yeah, but you're talking about a different generation.
I know, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
But that's what I'm saying. Learned behaviour.
Yeah.
That is now we need to learn in the next generation.
Yeah, exactly. It's all about education.
How to be right.
Yeah.
You know, how to accept a person for who
Who
they
they
are
are,
and
yeah.
not of their colour, race, or sex.
Yeah.
My nan changed her opinion. So I mean,
Sounds like
But it
you got
is.
your own panel going on there, Natalie.
Hang on.
shit.
Sorry,
Yeah,
say
let
that
me-
again.
It sounds like you got your own panel going on there.
Yeah, we have. It's the woman
You got a
show.
You got a whole gang over there, man. So
Yeah, very opinionated.
as far as for instance, then you're gonna have some people who would suggest an argument to say that if people integrate too much, then there won't be any of the left, in the sense of like you won't have any more white people left or any black people left because everyone's going to be mixed. How do you feel about that? What would be your stance to that argument? How would you tackle that, XYZ?
Well, that's never going to happen, is it?
What? We all bleed the same colour.
Yeah.
What's not going to happen?
That we'll all have be in integrated relationships and there'll be no black people and no white people left, which doesn't really make sense.
Who said that?
I agree with that. But some people do believe this. You know, like you get the what are they called again? The FNATs and you know, like the Nazis and I can't remember what they're called. There's other groups as well, like these what are they called again? You know, those people who are like like BMP and all of that. I don't know, like them, like really extreme kind of groups. Yeah, so you get people with that rhetoric that, you know, we're gonna be bred out and there'll be no pure British left or there'll be no pure German left or whatever it is.
Pure British.
That's a very good
At the
question.
end of the day.
I'd like
There
you to
there's
answer.
no such
white to
thing.
be British.
Exactly.
Huh? Say that again. I didn't hear that one.
What?
What did you just say?
What is British?
What is pure British?
What is pure British?
I'm trying to
said
figure
what
it
question?
out. Yeah, what is pure British? Can you guys answer that for me? Does the such a thing exist? How does that work?
No, you can't. Nobody is pure British.
British is someone that's born in this country.
Yeah, but being British doesn't ever. I mean, I'm British, but I've got.
All right, what about pure
Italian
English? What
descent.
about pure English?
But nobody is pure English.
Does it not exist? Is that what you're saying? There is no.
I
such
don't
thing.
believe everyone's. You know.
But the Queen of England surely is
I'm sure
pure
people think there is. Well, there are.
English. Come on, the Queen of England's got to be pure English, ain't she?
No.
She's got to be 100%.
What?
What?
Not? Yeah.
Yeah, she is. You're right. Still, I have read this. That she's part Viking still, and obviously, in saying that, You know, does that mean Vikings, you know, are officially English? Because if what I remember of England was Anglo-Saxons, wasn't it? But then the Vikings came in. But have the Vikings now been accepted as English then? Does that make sense? So at some point we must have the
Weren't Vikings like North
Say that again.
heritage? Is that what you mean?
Okay. No, I just mean that obviously the Vikings
But
at some
before
point
that-
must have been accepted as British, innit? Or English. They must have been accepted and allowed to stay, and they must be part of the fabric of who
Do you even
you
think
are.
this kind of debate would have occurred back then? It's only in modern day
Probably.
society that this is such a bloody issue, and it's ridiculous. It doesn't
I think it
matter.
would have come up. No, I think it would have come up because remember they was trying to get rid of the Vikings, innit?
Technically,
The Danes and whatever. They was trying to kick them out.
I'm not going to pretend to know a lot about that. I did it at primary school. That was many years ago. Can't remember.
I'm looking it up right now.
Yeah, because remember the Vikings, they
So,
were
We come from Adam and Eve.
Well,
You sure it's Adam and Eve, love?
Yeah, the Vikings started with Adam and Eve.
Okay. You sure it weren't Sarah
well, if
and
we all come
Donovan?
from Adam, we're all related.
It
But
could
I
have
don't
been.
believe it. So, you know, don't have
believe in Adam and Eve.
No.
Believe in the Big Bang Theory.
I don't know what I believe, if I'm honest. I believe there's something.
She believes in Schiffer and Lucy, mate. Schiffer
I
and
believe
Lucy,
what?
mate. Schiffer and Lucy. I was there in the beginning. No, I'm only
I
playing.
believe there is. I don't know what it is, but I don't judge any people who believe in God or whatever. You know, everyone has their own path, and you know, I would never ridicule someone for
I mean,
it.
I don't walk around them on it.
Yeah, God is good,
But
man.
yeah,
God
I
is
don't
good.
believe in God.
Hold up, we got Stanley.
And
Man.
that's
Stanley, have you got anything you would like to say to this young lady in reference to what she said? Okay, we're waiting for him to get his microphone on. But I think it's go on, what was you gonna say, Stan? I don't know what's happened there. But yeah, I think it's a good conversation when you talk about you know, the Vikings and you know, who is the real British? You know, I think this is a question that a lot of us would struggle to answer because England has had so many different people groups within it, and you know, a lot of those people groups are now amalgamated into one, so you wouldn't be able to tell one from the other anymore.
Wow.
So yeah, I think that's a good observation.
You know, I yeah. All right.
On the subject of kids, I want to ask a question because I got a beef that I want to talk about. Now,
okay.
In the Bible, in the Bible, the big book, the Lord's book, the good book, in the good book, it says, spare the rod and spoil the child. Yeah. Spare the rod and spoil the child. In other words, the way I interpreted that is, if you don't beat your kids, then they're gonna be out of control. You're gonna spoil them. Now, where do you lot sit with this? Do you sit on the fence? Are you for? Are you against? Do you think these little brats? Do you think these little brats need a slap sometimes, or need a clip round the ear, need to get chastised? Children. Not corporal punishment, just children in general. Like, you know, like people smack their kids, some people don't. Go on.
I smacked my daughter when she was young, and then I did it one more time, and I smacked her 3 times on the bum hard. She was being a little shit. She stamped on the yogurt and splattered it all over my kitchen, and I just lost it. And after that, I was like, no, I'm never doing it again. It's wrong, because I'm telling her violence isn't the answer. Yeah, I'm smacking her.
I don't think it works.
But kids today have got no respect for society.
That's not
You
true,
know,
Harry.
I don't know. I find the youth of today highly disrespectful.
My son has got respect.
Not all of them. It depends how they're being brought up. But I don't agree with, you know, giving them a
All right.
that's the answer.
Did you teach your daughter that smoking was bad?
Yeah,
No,
she knows smoking is bad.
I said to her, she wants to smoke, then to do it in front of me. My kids don't smoke, they don't do drugs, and do anything.
All right, so that's your other mate talking, but I'm asking Natalie now. Natalie, did you teach your kids that smoking was bad?
I didn't teach them smoking was bad. I just said, you know, I don't really remember actually, but she knows it's bad. She doesn't.
All right,
She doesn't know I smoke.
Oh, but you do smoke. So your kids know that smoking's bad, but you still smoke. But that doesn't necessarily mean that they're gonna smoke just because you're doing it, though. Do you feel where I'm coming from? So if you tell your child that violence isn't the answer, but yet that child still sometimes has to get a smack, that doesn't necessarily mean that's just gonna immediately make them think violence is the answer. It's maybe gonna make them think that, you know, you're the parent and you're doing what you're doing for a reason. Could that be a situation?
No, because a smack is what's the word? When you just do it out without thinking. Heat of the moment thing. It's better to teach your children to talk about their issues. You know, why did you do that? Why were you so? I don't like the word naughty because that implies that they're bad. You know, why did you do that? Why did you feel the need to do that? And get them to express their feelings. Whereas you just smack them, they scream and cry, you feel guilty, and it solves absolutely nothing. So, you know.
No, I'm hearing what you're saying, and I think you do make a good point. I do think you make a good point.
I feel a butt coming on.
I just think that ultimately, it's not a but. I think ultimately everything has its time and has its place, isn't it? So for instance, like I would teach my child this, say like you got a bully, like I got my little man sat beside me. Now he grows up, he gets to, I don't know, 7, 8 years old, and there's a bully at school, and the bully keeps trying to, like, you know, like trouble him physically, like put hands on him or do stuff physical or punch him in the face. Let's just be blunt about it. I'm gonna tell my son that as long as no one puts hands on you, you don't put hands on no one. But you see, if that bully puts hands on you, you knock him out.
Yeah, well,
or maybe not knock him out. Maybe that's a bit extreme, but at least you defend yourself. You ain't gonna stand there and take loads of hits. If you have to hit him to get him to relax himself and to defend yourself, then you got to do what you got to do, innit? You're not gonna stand there and just take it.
No, I totally agree with you. Because I was bullied really badly at school, and I was just told to walk away, never fight back, and it's made me like soft, I suppose. I'd never had a fight in my life. I don't like violence, but I've like got these two friends who have like toughened me up a bit for the better. I still wouldn't go out and have a fight, but now somebody hit me, I reckon there's more chance that I would hit back, whereas before I would have just taken it. But I will tell my kids, because I don't want them going out like me, don't never start a fight, but always try and finish it. And protect
don't
yourself.
be the bully. I wouldn't tell them to be the aggressor, but I'm not going to tell them to be so timid that you're not going to fight for what you believe in, or you're not going to fight to defend yourself, or you're just not going to fight in general.
It really does affect. It's affected the rest of my life. It turned me into a shell with no self-esteem, no confidence, and I'm still like that now. You know, and that was 20 years ago.
Did you get smacked as a child?
Very occasionally.
I got belted at least twice a day.
Very occasionally. Usually by my dad.
Did you ever fight your parents? Did you ever fight back? Did you ever fight back?
I think I slapped my mum once.
Oh no! Oh my goodness! I got on mute. Oh my gosh!
Huh.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. Yo, Stanley, talk to us. She said she slapped her mom across the face. Stanley, what we
Can you
doing?
hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now. We can hear
Okay.
you.
Oh yeah, I heard. She didn't grow up in the American South.
Yeah.
I believe that. I believe that.
That would only happen once.
Come on, I believe that. For sure, for sure.
And if you live to tell the story, you'd be lucky.
Come on. Hey, listen, that's like a dream and a nightmare at the same time. It's like you'd have them dreams where you dreamed that you fought back when mum boxed you in your face, but it was a nightmare as well because you know if you ever did it, the consequences are dire. They're dire. They're serious
Well,
consequences.
I can tell you right now, a daughter might be able to get away with it. If a son did it, you're probably not gonna survive that one.
Yeah, you're
Not
finished.
not without injury.
Yeah, you're done out here, fam. Uncles are getting involved now. You know,
Oh yeah.
dads, uncles, cousins, everyone's involved. It's crazy for you right now. You better run. You have to go to hiding.
Once you do that, you better already have that escape plan and
Come on.
in a suitcase packed.
Listen. Hey, Natalie got away with murder. I've got to give you, but then again, you are a female, so I suppose girls and their moms could get into squabbles. Like boys and their dads could probably get into squabbles. I'm sure there's some young men out there who may have got into it with their dads at times. Getting into it with your mom as a boy, though, I don't think that one's gonna cut it. I think you're gonna, you're finished after that. You're finished.
She did slap me back.
She did. Did she do it hard?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, okay. You two are both in the same house, so one of you's got to be on mute when the other one's not. Yeah, because I can hear the echo. But yeah, I think when your mum hit you, obviously, was it in retaliation? Did she hit first, or did you hit first? Who hit first?
I think I hit first.
But why? What made you? What gave you the audacity? Talk to me. What gave you the bravery?
I can't remember.
Serious.
This was years ago. Sorry?
That must have been something quite serious, though, because I'd imagine it's not something that happened. Was this just one occasion when this happened? It wasn't more than one.
Yeah. No.
Yeah,
just
so
once.
it must have been something.
Yeah. I was just
You must
being
have been
an
quite
absolute.
upset.
No, I was just being a real bitch, basically.
You was being a brat.
Basically, yeah. Absolutely horrible. As I can't have been that old. But yeah.
Okay.
My dad.
Yeah,
my dad's got violent sometimes. Like pinning me up against the walls, kind of thing.
Okay. So
that was my mum.
Was your dad there when this was all going down? Was your dad around at the time?
I don't think so, no. But he wouldn't have hit me or anything.
Hold on 1 second. Yo, Seven, jump on, brother. Jump on, man. No one's not team anyone, cuz it's not that, bro. Like, you're welcome over here. Like, I don't know, like what perception you have, but broski, this is our show over here. It's not Ari's show, so don't feel no way to jump on the panel. Don't feel no way to arrive here. Don't feel no way to have a conversation with us. We're not team anyone, bro. Don't think we're taking any sides over you or ostracizing you in any way. Like, you're welcome. You're welcome. Yeah. I just wanted to say that. But
well, I might ostracize.
Huh?
But that's just me.
Yeah, well, that's you. But yeah, Stan's his own man. But I speak for me and I speak for the panel. And it's not Team Ari over here. It's not Team anyone over here. It's this is jokes and banter. That's what it is. It's jokes and banter over here. Everyone's welcome. Me personally, I'd like to see that situation resolve itself and you guys be able to get along. But I can't force the situation. It's not like my prerogative. It's down to you guys. If you guys don't want to talk, I'll just, if Ari's here, then and you turn up, I might say, you know what? maybe it's not the best time for you to be, you know, jumping on the panel if she's already on there, and vice versa. If you're here first and RE turns up, I might do the same thing, because I don't want anyone to feel uncomfortable. And you know, I'm assuming that, you know, there's some uncomfortable vibes when both of you are in the same place at the same time. So, you know, if I did make you feel uncomfortable, apologies. That wasn't my intention. But big up yourself, brother. Let's not drag it out, innit? But yeah, so getting back to, I want to go to Stanley now. So Stanley, obviously you said you've never had a fight with mums. What about dad?
No, actually not.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, the thing is, and this is my personal thing, and you know, the last time I, you know, struck my son, he was in diapers, and I swatted him on a diaper. You know, once a kid gets old enough to fight back, you shouldn't be spanking them.
Why you say that?
I mean, well, I mean, once a kid gets up in age, you should be able to reason with them. You know, if you want household chores or, you know, whatever the issue is, you should be able to talk to them like an adult. And, you know, I'm also one of these people, you know, I've never done the baby talk thing. You know, at least once, you know, my son started actually forming sentences. I mean, treat them like human beings.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, but there's a theory behind the way mothers talk to their babies. It's this, in a sing-song way. It's called mother ease. So that when
Right.
people do baby talk, actually babies are better to it.
Well, I'm not a mother.
No, but
that's
it's
true.
just
That's
called
true
mother
too.
ease.
I'm not a mother. So, you know, I would encourage mothers to do that, but I wouldn't encourage fathers to do it.
Well, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, I can hear that.
Well, I'm sure it is. I never said it was sane.
Tell us why it's ridiculous.
Because they've done studies, and right? And they have a baby in the room, and the mothers are talking to them. Oh, hello, you know, like that. Babies are smiling, responding, kicking. Then the adult turns to another adult and talks to them. Baby stops smiling,
Well,
stop kicking, and is completely disengaged.
I did say once my son started forming sentences, he wasn't doing it, you know, when he was that young.
Mm.
Yeah, I hear that as well.
But still, you know, even on kids' TV, they. Oh, I don't. You know what? You must know what In the Night Garden is, yeah.
Yeah.
The program, yeah. The way the characters in that talk is the beginning of how children learn to speak.
Well, I think once a kid learns to say no, once they have formed the concept of no, it's time to start treating them like they actually understand English or whichever language they're speaking.
I hear,
Yeah, but
I hear that as well.
Doesn't mean they understand the meaning of the word no.
But it doesn't mean they don't.
Or respect the word no.
That's what you teach them by talking to them in full sentences. And,
Right,
the baby talk stops there. Once they learn to say
do.
no, you know, they are no longer like babies; they're toddlers.
All right, we're gonna have a debate right now. Natalie versus Stanley. We're gonna have gibberish versus proper English with babies. Which is better for their development? I'm going to look up some stuff online and see if I can find anything that talks about it. But if you guys can share your opinions, obviously it's jokes and banter. We're not taking it that serious. So if you got something wrong, don't feel no way. If you got it right, let's not boast about it. We're all learning, isn't it? We're learning together. So without further ado, I'm going to let you take it away. Who wants to go first?
No, I agree with Stanley. When, you know, talking to children in sentences, yeah. Of course, you talk to them. You got to talk to them all the time about everything and anything. That's why my kids are such. What's that?
Hold on a sec. That's my phone. Sorry.
Oh.
Yeah. Say that again, Natalie.
you've got to talk to your kids, yes, in full sentences, proper words, you know. Even when it comes, I'm a massive, you know, fan of, I hate like when parents call vaginas minis or like foo-foos, whatever. Use a proper bloody word. You
What
know?
about the JJ? What about the JJ? Are you okay with the
No,
JJ?
that's awful. No,
Why
that's
is that
awful.
awful? What's wrong with the JJ? Come on,
Whereas
that's sweet.
JJ, yeah, great. Can you imagine telling your kid that and then they go into school and start saying it? Brilliant.
Yeah, well, it's better than going to school and
Oh,
saying
look, I've
blown
got a
vagina.
vagina.
Yeah, it's better than going to school and saying to all the other kids, "I've got vagina. Look
And
at my
saying,
vagina." Like, come on, man. It's a vajayjay.
but that's what it's called. That's what it's called. No, it's not.
It is called a vajayjay.
It's a vagina.
All right, we're gonna have to agree to disagree on
Look
this
it in
one.
the dictionary. I doubt you'll find JJ in there.
Well, hopefully that's not your baby
right, then.
talk.
Come on.
No.
No, I'm going out.
You going out?
I just got in this thing.
Hmm? Hello. Oh.
Yeah, sorry about that. I went silent for a second. My son just done a massive poo.
Yeah. Oh,
Did he miss
is
the
it a
toilet?
punami?
Yeah, come on, man. Well, we don't call it a flipping excretion, do we? Or defecation. You know, like that. Like, we're not gonna start going to the bloody dictionary, are we, Natalie? So, you know, I don't see the problem with the JJ. I think the JJ sounds sweet. Or fufu, fifi. Come on, man. What's
No,
wrong
I
with
don't.
fufu?
No, I just think it's awful. Teach your children
Well,
proper English.
I have to ask the question: when do we start talking about these things?
What? We started talking today.
What, with children?
We started...
Well, no. I mean, with children.
Oh, what age do you mean?
Yeah.
I think as young as possible, because
Really?
you leave it. The longer you leave it, the more of it. Yeah, the more of a taboo subject it is. You know.
Well, then no more
You've got to
baby
start.
talk.
Yeah. Well, obviously you don't talk. No, you've
Well,
got to
vagina
be.
is a very adult word. Vagina is a very adult word. I'm sorry.
All of a
Yeah, but
sudden,
that's
I
what
feel like a prude.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I was taught when I was a child.
Yeah.
So that's what I mean, she couldn't say it. She called it China for a good few years. China.
Well,
Yeah, she couldn't say
it is down there.
Yeah, for China. For China.
for China. Yeah.
I like the for China. That one
But yeah,
sounds
no,
better,
I
man.
think we've got sex and body parts and all that kind of thing. You should start young with them. In England, we've got one of the highest teenage pregnancy rates. Whereas in I think it's Amsterdam or wherever they have got one of the lowest because they start sex education in kindergarten, not proper sex education. Where they're telling them all about how you do it. It's all about like
the birds and the bees.
Not like Monty Python.
Respecting your body and making sure other people. Sorry.
What I forget. You reminded me of a Monty Python movie I saw years ago.
What was that
anyway,
one?
it's an aside. It's an aside. Don't worry about it.
So, like, from my perspective, I'm just going to say this year. I just think, like I said, vagina is a very adult word. So, if children are walking around talking in very adult ways, they might start taking an adult approach to a vagina if they start calling it a vagina. Whereas, a fufu or what, like that, they're going to take a childish approach to it. Does that make sense to anyone else, or is it just me?
I disagree with that. I mean, a child knowing the definition of a word doesn't. I mean, essentially, what you're saying, or at least what I think you're saying, is knowing the term, the proper term, and what it means makes them older than their age. Is that what you're
Yeah,
saying?
yeah.
I don't agree with that.
No,
You
I
don't think that?
disagree. I disagree. No,
Yeah, you can disagree. Why
because
do you
at the
disagree?
end of the day, you're bringing children up, and they're going to end up as adults, aren't they?
That's
So you
true.
start as you mean to go
True.
on.
I hear
You know,
you,
I'm
but
not going
then
to tell my daughter that's your mini, and then, 10 years later, actually that's called a vagina. You know, or someone else had it's called a vagina. Mum, why did you tell me it was called a mini? You know.
I get you. So
Where
your
does-
kids never knew about Santa Claus then? They never knew about Christmas. Like you couldn't have told them any of these fantasies because you got to keep it real, isn't it? Like you got to tell them the real one, the real words.
Well,
Do
I
you feel where I'm
did,
going now?
unfortunately, yeah. Santa, did their role in my childhood. Well, my
You
son
know,
still believes it.
But isn't that a
But that's
contradiction
different.
though?
That's
You want your kids to know the
it
reality
probably
though.
is. It's an oxymoron, yeah.
A bit, innit? Just a bit. Fucking hell, man.
Language.
Come on.
Yeah, it
I'll
is,
behave. I'll
fine.
behave.
We say we should lie to our kids, but and it's to make it magical for them. Don't
And
you
to
remember
keep
when
their
we believed in
innocence.
Santa Claus?
Yeah, you
How
want to
magical
keep
it
their
was. When
innocence.
we found out it
That's
wasn't
right.
real, it was just shit.
I get you, but you
Yeah,
want to keep their innocence, innit? So
exactly.
this is what I'm saying. If you start teaching them adult words, does that not, take away from that innocence all of a sudden?
But it's
To
not
an
an adult
extent.
word. It's the actual word for it. It's not an adult
I
word.
know.
It's the word for it. So how
I know, but
it's just a word.
But imagine this, yeah. Imagine the two different. Imagine this sentence, yeah, said with the two different words. Let's use one word to be foo-foo, and one word is going to be vagina. Now, I'm going to say the sentence with the word foo-foo, and I want you to say the same sentence with the word vagina in it, yeah, and we'll see which one sounds more offensive. Now, a child says, "My foo-foo is itching."
My
Now
foo-foo is
you say what?
itching.
Yeah. Now imagine
My
a
vagina
child
is
using
itching.
Well, that is
yo, careful,
you know what?
You see what it sounds like though? You see how it sounds?
I would prefer the vagina.
Really?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hey, wait, hold on now. You're taking, in my opinion, an archaic. I mean, I don't. I think kids, as soon as they're able to understand the meaning of words, you treat them like human beings. I mean, this foo-foo, I think foo-foo is more offensive than vagina.
Yeah, so do I. I don't got that. And I think it's stupid. It's a silly word. It's not even a word. It's not in the dictionary.
I mean, the caveat to that is hopefully you're not talking about vaginas all day. It's not playground conversation. I wouldn't think.
Exactly.
I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, I've
been
been
laughing the whole
and I don't think I've ever heard them talk about even say foo-foo, really.
No.
Not really. Not in schools and stuff when I've worked. My friends' kids, I've heard say it. Yeah, but in a education.
Well, let me ask you a question. Do you?
No, they don't say it at all. Yeah, sorry.
Well, no, actually, the question
Hello?
was for Shippa, but it's kind of a joke. So,
I just love that word. I'm loving that word right now. The amount of times I've heard the word vajayjay or vagina. Sorry, let me not say vajayjay because it's offensive.
yeah, but you know what though? I think the JJ, like on a TV show or something like that, the JJ is in it. To me, it's more lurid than vagina. Vagina is kind of scientific. When we start talking vajayjays on a TV show, we know, that it's some sort, it's kind of racy. I don't see vagina, the correct term, as that racy.
I hear you. I hear you.
Now
I
it's
don't know,
just
bro.
me.
I don't know. I don't know. I think it just depends on the end user, innit? For different people, different terms affect different, like words affect people in different ways. Even like the tone of voice can affect people in different ways. So you could say vagina, but you might say it with the wrong tone of voice, even that might upset people, if that
Yeah,
makes
don't say it with a growl in your voice.
sense. Hey,
Vagina.
wow. Wow. How did you feel
And
about
also,
that, Natalie?
this isn't my opinion, but my friend just said to me, she thinks if children are saying vagina, it sexualizes them.
I think that as well. If you're saying vagina,
I
because
absolutely disagree with that.
yeah, why not?
me
But it's a
too.
sexual organ.
Knowing the correct term for something, I
Yeah.
don't think knowing the
Well,
correct
I don't
term
know that.
is going to make a child sexualized. I think vajayjay
No, me
is
neither.
more sexualizing.
Yeah, me too. And I think it's more of an adult word, vajayjay. If a child come up to me and said my vajayjays, I'd have serious concerns about their parents.
Hey, watch your
Right.
fucking mouth.
Yeah,
That was a joke.
yay. But still, like, I think it's just down to opinion, isn't it? It's down to opinion more than anything by the sound of things, because
Yeah.
like the JJ to me sounds more innocent, but from what I've heard from you guys, it sounds more luring. I think was the word.
Such a-
that you-
It's like reading the
corner.
Huh?
it's like reading the comic book version of I don't know, the Bible. Are you going to read the Bible or are you going to read the comic book about the Bible? The JJ's comic book, vagina is the technical term, and there's nothing wrong with it.
I hear you. I hear you, man.
Now, we may not want to talk about vaginas, at the dinner table.
Listen, I'm dead, I'm sorry. The more we keep saying this word, it's slaying me. I've never heard that word said so many times.
Vagina.
I'm gonna walk around the saying vagina now. I can say vagina in front of children. Yeah, that's totally appropriate.
Why can't you?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Some of them have one.
Well, it depends on what context you're saying with vagina, I suppose.
Yeah.
Jesus.
In America, they got a place called Vagina, isn't they?
A place?
What?
Virginia?
Yeah, Virginia, but that's it, Virginia.
Yeah.
Sounds like vagina.
That's my middle name.
It sounds like vagina.
Well, no one ever pronounces it that way. That's a word. That's a word that you need to teach your children to pronounce properly. Also, we don't want to call it the Commonwealth of Vagina.
like round.
Oh shoot. Yeah, I think vaginas are famous, man. They're famous, definitely, man.
In West Virginia.
In West Virginia, 100% famous out there, man.
Yeah.
So, what about for little boys then? Do little boys have to call their tackle a penis then? Do you let me not call it a tackle. Let's just call it a penis.
I would rather them call it a penis than their tackle.
Why? What's wrong with tackle, man?
Well, I'm kind of a fisherman.
What if they call it their instrument?
I didn't teach my son penis. I say Willie.
You say Willie?
No.
See how she's biased now. You see how you're biased. You are literally you're oxymoron. So that your daughter has to learn vagina, but your son gets to learn Willie.
He knows his name is penis. He knows his name is penis.
What? Okay. But you don't
But
have
you
to
know,
say he
Willy
he can say
isn't.
Willy, but she has to say vagina.
Yeah,
That's not
she
fair
doesn't
though, man.
have to
He has
say
to say
vagina,
That's
but that's what
reverse sexism.
what? I'm confused now. I thought I had you.
yeah, but Willy is actually it's not. Fufu is not.
Yes.
Nah, man, a willy is not a penis. A willy is comic book. What did you say, Walter? Repeat that for me again. Say it again. I'm not Walter. Sorry,
Me.
Stanley.
Hang on a minute.
My bad. No, Stanley. I said Walter. Sorry, Stanley. Can you repeat the comic book statement for us again, please?
Yeah, it's reverse sexism.
Yeah, it is reverse sexism, isn't it? Because she expects her daughter to say vagina, but her son can just say willy. And he's talking about a penis. A penis is the technical term. That's the actual scientific terminology to use when referring to a man's sexual organs.
I didn't when Thomas was learning to talk. When Thomas was learning to talk, I didn't teach him that because he was living with his dad.
Okay. Fair
So
enough.
No, tell the
You know.
truth. You called his dad a penis a couple times.
Oh shit. I think we've all been called a penis by a woman at some point. Yeah, come on, man.
No, I called him a lot worse.
I hear that. I hear that.
Or was his father's name Willie?
Possibly.
No, his name's Ben.
Possibly. Okay. So obviously, you know, young boys and young girls, you know, going around calling, you know, knowing that they've got penises and vaginas. You don't think that there's a point where, especially like some kids, when they can read from when they're young, innit, they might end up like trying to discover what a penis and a vagina is and learn something too early. You don't like knowing all of these technical terms and stuff. You know, 'cause kids are quite scientific. Kids they're quite intelligent. You know, they understand stuff.
God, awful.
Yeah, but
you taught about, you know, then it's not a taboo thing, is it?
Well, not only that,
And
I
they're
mean,
it's like you
kids,
think, oh, you know, it's something that is naughty.
kids, I mean, I don't know that knowing what a word means is ever caused evil. I mean, it's what they do, not necessarily what they know.
No.
I'm hearing this though. I'm hearing the point you're making, and you know, I've just still got my own reservations about the word vagina, the word penis. Oh no.
Well, don't put your personal lasciviousness on kids.
That's your prerogative, isn't it? Again.
Yeah. I totally understand that as well. It's not something that I'm trying to say is like the norm. This is just me. Like for me, I would expect that the young boys, like you said, they use a word like willy or you know something a bit innocent, and young girls would be using like your tutu, your fufu, or your your pee. I don't know, man. I just think that vagina might be a bit too strong a word, and there's lots of power in words. Or a mini, man. Yeah, mini. But like a vagina is a very strong word. There's a lot of power in words. So when you even just say the word vagina, there's power in that word.
Well, you have to be careful. It's not the word itself that has the power. It's the meaning of the word that has the power.
Yeah, and the actual thing. This is what I mean. The actual thing has power and has, like.
Yeah, but it doesn't act independently.
No, but I mean in the sense of, like if kids know the same words as adults, and then say like adults watching, not necessarily an adult program, but a more grown-up program, and the kids around, and like, a woman says the power of my vagina. Now the young girl's thinking, what's the power of her vagina? Because she's associating the vagina to the right thing.
Whereas, how about not have the kids around when you're watching stuff like that?
But this is on regular, normal, day-to-day TV. They talk about
Exactly. I was
vaginas,
just
man.
going to say,
She said it's kid friendly, remember? So if it's kid
right?
friendly, then it's got to be regular, every day-to-day stuff. Someone could just bring up vagina and just be talking about a vagina, but now the kid knows what's going on because there was no code words for them. Do you know, like that? Sometimes we need them code words, is all I was kind of getting at.
If it's daytime TV, you know, and kids are what that are around at daytime TV, it's not after the watershed, so it's not after 9 o'clock. So saying vagina isn't a swear word. How is it
Well,
offensive?
I mean, I feel that, you know, the technology's there. First off, I mean, we never watched TV much in the first place. And, you know, I mean, there are DVRs, there's ways of, you know, watching more adult content when you want to. It doesn't have to be, you know, I mean, we have the technology these days to choose when we want to watch a show.
Yeah. But the fact that they can say that on daytime TV means it's child friendly at the end of the day.
I think I will agree that's a problem, but that doesn't mean they're forcing you to watch it. And it can be recorded and watched at a better time. I mean, 20 years ago, 30
To be
years ago,
fair,
yeah,
9 times out of 10,
it
I
was
doubt.
probably a bigger problem than it is now. I just don't see it as that much of a problem. You know, 40 years ago. I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
I was just thinking that I've never thought of it as an issue until, you know, other people had said, oh no, it's wrong to call it a vagina, because that's what I was taught. So I've never seen it as a problem.
I don't think it's a problem either. I mean, you know, there's a whole there's some conversations that, I mean, there's a whole thing about when it's appropriate to discuss certain topics. And, you know, that is more the problem, I think, than, you know, exactly what you know. Again, it's not what you know, it's what you do with the knowledge. You know, once you have a concept, what you do with that concept is the problem. And that's what parents are for, you know, to train their children, excuse me, with things like when it's appropriate to bring up a vagina, you know, hopefully with the doctor or, you know, with a parent, not at the dinner table, you know, not in the middle of Walmart. Um, it's what you do with the knowledge. It's not the knowledge itself that's the problem.
Well, I've just been talking to my friend. She's listening, and she said she was taught the word vagina, and she had a baby at 14, and she thinks that that's associated with, you know,
Again,
made her sexualized and made her have a
it's
child at
what
a young
you
age. Whereas
do with the
I
knowledge.
agree with that.
It's the word vagina did not make her sleep with a man.
No, of course not.
No, that, you know, that's what I think, and I don't think that whatever she'd have been taught, it still would have happened because it was meant to happen.
How do you know that?
Because I believe everything happens for a reason, and what is meant to be will be.
Well, that's true,
You
but
know?
that has nothing to do with knowing the word vagina.
No, I know.
But you're more fascinated than I am, I think.
Actually, the word copulate might be more, you know, close to, you know, vaginas don't copulate.
Sure.
Oh, fine.
I'll go out.
Why?
Sorry, shit.
I don't know. Why have we gone all quiet? Hello?
Well, I don't know. Is our moderator still there?
I don't know. Hello?
Shiffa?
I think he's had some problems with his signal.
Oh, well,
Just me and you then.
guess so.
Well, we agree, so it's not really much of a debate, is it?
Well, we didn't agree on the baby word thing, though, or baby talk thing, though. I mean, I can
know.
see it, you know,
That back
pre
because
no, you know. I think once kids learn to use language effectively to convey, you know, what they want to do and what they don't want to do, you know, the
yeah,
baby talk time is over.
yeah. No, I agree. I think I misinterpreted what you were saying earlier. Like, you know, when they're babies, you should talk to them in that sing-song way. But yeah, of course, once they start to be able to form words and sentences, you talk to them like a normal, like an adult, you know, and it shows respect for the child as well, you know, and then you just carry on teaching them and just talk to them all the time about everything, even when you go shopping, you know, oh, this is
Right.
broccoli, let's put this in the trolley, that kind of thing.
Well,
When you're eating,
don't get me
just talk to
wrong.
them all the
I don't mean that, you know, treat them like your best girlfriend and y'all sit around and talk about men. You know, the topics have to be age appropriate, of course.
Wait. Yeah, of course it's got to be age appropriate, yeah.
All right, sorry about that. I'm back.
Oh, were you gone?
Yeah, I had to step away for a second. So, like, I'm not gonna lie, this child, you know, he eats and he shits. That's what he does.
How old is he?
He is 3 months. Just about almost 3 months. Almost.
You know what though?
Yeah.
You know, you reminded me of a story when my son was maybe 6 months.
Yeah.
He shat so much that it was like, holy cow, how did you do that? What are we
Yeah.
feeding you?
Yeah,
And
where
it
were
was
you
so
storing
bad.
that?
My wife was home, and I'm like, you know what? I don't even want her to be involved with this. You know, this is a man's job because there is so much shit. So it was so bad. I had to run a bath and put him in. I had to give him a bath. It's like,
Yeah, that's
no.
what I just did. That's what I just did. Literally, I had to
Okay.
run a bath.
Yeah.
You know, get some bubbles and some, you know,
Yeah.
some
Just,
little
you
baby
know
water.
what? I don't want my wife to see this.
Yeah, no, that was terrible. And the thing is, he's done it like he doesn't do it once, he'll do it like 3 times in a row, and then he'll have little periods where it's like he won't go for ages, he takes long, but then it will just all start coming out like just it's crazy, bro. Yeah.
Well, welcome to excuse me. Welcome to fatherhood.
I've been here a long time, man. We're doing this like this is the 4th time over. We've been changing nappies and doing all this mad stuff that babies do. Yeah, he's got hiccups now, so he's looking at me funny, like, "Why on earth have you done this to me?" And I'm like, "It ain't just me. You gotta drink it right. You gotta breathe. You gotta breathe." I keep telling him breathe, but he's learning. He's learning slowly.
Well, just burping, that might work.
Yeah, he's burped as well, but he's just got hiccups now.
Is he sleeping through the night yet?
No.
No. Well, that's normal. I just wondered.
That'll be living the dream.
Living the dream.
Right now.
Well, it's about 6 months. You should be getting, you know, at least 7 hours. straight.
Yeah, we'll soon see. We'll soon see. He needs to start eating proper food though, because he's hungry like all the time. He's just hungry.
Not
He
yet. 6
hungry.
months. Wanna
Yeah,
give him
that's
more
what his
milk?
mum said as well. I don't know, man. I think like the milk thing's dead, man. Like I think he needs some ready bread now. Cause he hungry.
To be fair, I think I started feeding Eve about 5 months, and then that's because
Yeah.
the not the midwife, what are they called? Health visitor told me to.
Look, I was eating
'Cause,
like proper food from about like I don't even know, like a month and a half. I was hungry too. There weren't no stopping me. If you tried to give me that bottle, I slap that at your hand. I want what you're eating today. I'm not taking less. All right. You're gonna have to chew that up for me. Chew that up and spit it in my mouth. Spit it in my mouth like a bird.
hungry baby.
Come on, you like that one, isn't it, Stan? Chew
Oh
that up
yeah,
and
I was about to comment.
Go on, what's you gonna say?
Ew.
I hear you, but as a baby, you wouldn't mind that, would you? Chew that up and spit it in my mouth.
No, you know what? That's not something I'm gonna do.
Oh man. Or you could just mush
Babies
it up, innit?
can't
They can't do
physically. They
what?
can't physically. Their mouths won't. They can't physically eat the food that young. They just
Yeah,
spit
they
it
just gotta
out
swallow it.
naturally.
No, they just gotta swallow it, man. They'll be fine. This one will be fine. Listen,
And they've got
I'm
to
telling you, he's
really, they
hungry.
need to be able to sit up, you know. And it
Like, I
depends
was
how
a
you're
hungry
going to
baby.
wean them. Whether yeah,
I
but
was a hungry
you know,
baby,
it
and I could hold my head up from early. From like, I don't even know. I was just holding my head up straight away. There was never a time like I could hold the bottle like immediately. I was one of them kids. I was
oh,
hungry.
aren't we amazing?
Immediately.
Yeah,
You're
I was
amazing, aren't you?
hungry.
You're hungry. I bet you get
I
really
was
hangry now, don't
hungry.
you? When you're
Yeah, I
hungry and
was a
angry, you're
hungry baby. My
yeah.
mum used to tell me stories, yeah, and I used to think she was joking until other people started telling me, yeah, we remember you was like 1 year old, you was walking, and my sister was older, she was in the buggy, and I'm there walking behind the buggy, you know, strong, because I was hungry. I weren't taking nothing less than proper food. I'm telling you, man. Like, and one of my sons, he's similar. Like, he's the middle son. Like, he's very similar in the sense of, you know, he was eating proper food, so he's strong. He real strong, yeah, and he was big from young. He was always big, yeah. And this one's gonna be similar because he's so hungry. It's like I'm gonna have to give you ready back.
Guys, I'm gonna have to go. I'm gonna have to go because I've got to
Yeah.
speak to my kids. I'll pop back on
Okay.
later.
No worries. Have a
All
good
right.
day. Talk to you in a bit. Talk to you in a bit. Bye. Yeah, I think we've come to that magical hour where it's time to kind of shut down anyway, man. I don't know. I think we've kind of killed the subject today. I'm glad we got to speak to you though, Stanley, because we never really got to speak to you earlier. So I'm glad.
Yeah, I'm glad.
Who else was there? Like Seven. I was hoping Seven was gonna jump on because I think he would have made some good points. Chiller Slayer. I think you should jump on at some point as well. Rather than just make comments. And yeah, it's a good show, man. Big up everyone who was here today, man. I appreciate you all. Like I said earlier, Stan, we'll probably catch you tomorrow because we're gonna do a Sunday show. We might do some prayers, like get on our knees and pray and all of that, and sing some hymns. No, I'm only playing.
Yeah, I'll definitely be there for that. I'll watch.
All right, say no more. Say no more. We might do some kumbayas tomorrow. So, you know, if you ain't going to church, we go into church. Or maybe not. We'll see when we get there. All right. But bless up, Stan, and I'll catch you tomorrow, yeah, bro.
Take it easy. Bye.
Nice one, brother. Sweet. Yeah, so all right, let's do this outro music again. We're gonna do it again, but this time we're really going. Now, this is the end. Yeah, I hope you had a nice time. I hope you enjoyed yourself. Were you entertained? I hope so. You know, that was the intention. If you wasn't, do I care? A little bit. All right. You had your way. Now I'm gonna do some outro music and we out of here. Yeah. So bless up.
Keep your head up in these streets, yeah. It's the heaven for a G. Gotta keep your head up in the streets if I die. I hope that there's a heaven for a G. I feel the pain when I lay my head and go to sleep. Remembering some people we ain't never gonna see again. How can I just stand by, watching my world exploding like a landmine? And if I ever did you dirty, then I'm sorry too. But to be real with you, back then I wouldn't have cared about it. Just make the money keep coming like a landslide. No peripherals, my vision seeing blindsided. I was tripping, I was going out my damn mind. I still remember when they used to give me airtime. Oh, you should open up your ears now. If you weren't hearing me before, you're about to hear it now. Don't get caught in too much dirt, cause it will follow you. Just like they followed you on Instagram, it's weird now. I seen too many people go, it's in my head now. And life to me is worth more than just getting bread now. I can't go to sleep, I try and lay my head down, but I still hear your voices speaking in the background. Whoa, there's something in the air now. I think I need to put something in the air now. I made promises I know I didn't follow through. If I ever did you dirty, then I'm sorry too. Whoa, put something in the air now. I think I need to put something in the air now. I made promises I know I didn't follow through. I'm just trying to think of ways I can acknowledge you. Oh, it's crystal clear now. I don't wait for situations, I'm prepared now. We've been going through some shit that I won't go into. Lost my mama, F the world like I don't care about it. Had to find a way to try and get my head around it. Get it right, despite all those who ever doubted. Different people got different things we're going through. Babies crying, Negroes dying, you might hear about it. Get that money, get the currency, the bread and stack it. If you never heard the story, you might read about it. They can see me but can't see them things I'm going through. Bad decisions get you missing, leave you dead around, forget about it. Put something in the air now. I think I need to put something in the air now. I made promises I know I didn't follow through. If I ever did you dirty, then I'm sorry too. Whoa, put something in the air now. I think I need to put something in the air now. I made promises I know I didn't follow through. I'm just trying to think of ways I could acknowledge you. Oh.